out Little Rocket Lab. And for those unfamiliar with Little Rocket Lab, it's Denim TL, like denim jeans. Gotcha. But yeah, so what we're going to be doing is we're going to be checking out Little Rocket Lab. So this is a factory automation game. So think about a game like Factorio, probably not to that depth, but like the graphics being more like aligned with like Stardew Valley, and all that stuff. Alright. But yeah. Ooh, that makes me curious, Psychotic. So there's been a whole thing about not having as high of a view count and all that going around, and one of the suspicions is third-party applications. I wonder if hiding the video does that, because for those who don't know behind the scenes on Twitch, your video stream and your chat are completely independent from each other. I believe the chat is IRC, and then the stream is what actually goes into your view count. It's one of the reasons why when people bring up their viewer list and all that, it's like woefully off, and you know, people be like, everyone say something in chat, and it's just way wildly different. You also have inactive tab things going on, but that's a whole separate discussion. So first thing we're gonna do is hop in. Anytime I play a new game, I like to see what accessibility stuff they have. Now, in this point, there's really not much for settings at all. You can change the resolution, VSync windowed, audio, and rebind keys. Technically, rebinding keys and language are accessibility settings, so there's not much there. That doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. You wonder if there's a way to test it? You would need to be able to get a decent enough sized group to tune into a stream that people don't normally tune into, and have them all tune in chat only, and then after a while switch them to video only to see if they then count. You'd want to let it sit for like 10-15 minutes though, so it actually has a chance for the count to refresh. Alright, so let's begin a new game. So the factory name, the default is Morgan's Fantastic Machine. And we're just gonna go in the Morgan's Ethical-ish Machine. There we go. Perfect. Morgan? Morgan, it's time to go. Where did she run off to? I don't think I'm supposed to be able to read that. Is that so? Actually, this is less Stardew Valley and more, This makes me think more of the later Mega Man games aesthetics. Like this portrait art here makes me think of the later Mega Man games, and then this makes me think of what was the one where you go into the internet Mega Man? I'm blanking on the name of it because I never did play it. But the aesthetics make me think of that. Oh, there you are, my dear. It's time to go, Morgan. Your father is waiting. Were you playing in the silo again? You really shouldn't be going in there by yourself. You'd get hurt. I'm not going, Auntie. I'm staying here. I'm gonna keep working on the rocket. With what tools? I have a hammer. Not everything requires a hammer, my dear. I know this is hard, believe me. I wish you could stay. I absolutely loved having you and your mother here. And I miss her dearly. I've heard that your father's home is very lovely. There will be lots for you to explore there. I thought this was my home. You're right. This is also your home, and it always will be. One day, when you're older, you can come back again. You're always welcome here, Morgan. Sorry. And then we'll be able to work on the rocket together again? Then we'll be able to work on the rocket again. Alright. Are we gonna get introduced to our grandparents, and then it's gonna be like, time has passed, they're dead, go work on the rocket? Are we just gonna get that, are we gonna get that immediate, you know, punch in the emotions real fast? Promise? 10 years later. Promise. Aw, don't do it. Come on. Literally 10 years later. For the record, I didn't test this. I haven't seen it. I just assumed 10 years later. Mega Man Battle Network. Yeah, that's the one the graphics remind me. Morgan, is that you? Wait, Veronica? Oh my god, I can't believe it. It's been forever. 10 years to be exact. Leave it to you to know the exact number. I haven't seen you since we were kids. I didn't expect to see anyone on this train, actually. Never mind yourself. What do you mean? Have you looked around? There's literally no one else here. Visitors of St. Ambrosia are few and far between these days. The town doesn't have a lot going for it. It's been a rough time since you've been gone. What brought you back? Are you visiting your aunt? I'm moving in, actually. I'm gonna be living with Auntie for a while. Oh, this is a good thing, right? I hope so. I've been imagining coming back for years. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Now that's finally happening, I'm worried I'm making a mistake. Or it isn't how I remembered? No, you're definitely not making a mistake. I'm glad to have you back. And I'm sure everyone else will be too. All three of us. We're in a small town that is suffering an economic collapse. I'm the F-up who couldn't get out of the town. I hope so. It's been a long time since I've seen everyone. I'm excited to see how far Auntie's rocket project has come along. It must be close to finished by now. I was hoping I could help her work out again, like when I was a kid. Oh, you thought... I see. Yeah, and you're the F-up who decided to come back. Yup. I mean, you've been wearing the goggles all these years. You'd think she'd have an engineering job. What? No, I think you coming back here to help is just what we need. She's like, oh man. So, it's so good to have you, that you're back. I'll stop by your aunt's place later and see how you're settling in. Just wait until I tell Rebecca about this. Still remember where you're going? Not yet. But I'll find my way there. It's surprisingly how small the characters are relative to the screen real estate. A game by Kyle Schmitz. And No More Robots, which is a publisher, who does a lot of games that involve robots and automation. Like, I don't think the art style is bad or anything, it's just, it's surprising they chose to make the characters so small. There's just dilapidated factory stuff everywhere. Well... Chapter 1. Okay, so we are in chapters. So we got spring. Alright, a new day. So the good news is, Grandma's or Auntie's not dead. I should talk to Auntie. Maybe she can open the rocket silo so I can take a look. Let's see. Rusted assembly was once used to craft components automatically. Can be broken down into reusable components. Well, I don't have tools. Yeah, so all that wreckage I can break apart. We can't actually interact with the desk or this yet. Tomorrow's going to be a beautiful, sunny spring day. I don't know what those are, but we'll take those. Maybe they may try to resolution, high resolution small character, low resolution bigger character. Yeah, no, it's definitely a thing that, with the resolution, it affects things. Oh my gosh. Pico, I've missed this robot. It looks like Auntie was doing some repairs. He seems to be missing a few parts. Oh. You're missing more than a few parts. I don't have those things. Yes, I'm assuming we're gonna get tools to start tearing apart all of the debris that is everywhere. You want to give a bear? No, I'm not trying to. How was your sleep, my dear? It was good. Thanks again for letting me stay, Auntie. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate also that, despite the fact that 10 years have gone by, you haven't noticeably changed, despite the fact that you're already showing as being, like, mildly graying and everything. That, you know... Although you're curious if you run into the same issues I did with? I hope there's not too bad of issues. I'm impressed that, like, you haven't aged a day in the last 10 years, Auntie. Letting you stay? Nonsense, my dear. I'm just happy to see you again. I was wondering how work was coming along with the rocket silo. Maybe you can show me around? This silo? No, there's no need to go poking around in there. But I thought maybe I could help you out. There's no need to concern yourself with it. We have plenty of work to keep us busy around here. Why don't you get started by breaking down some of this old equipment in the yard? I still have your mother's old hammer here with me. You should have it. Make sure you take good care of it. You can use it to break apart almost anything. Alright, so we got a hammer. Okay, so can't move it on the bar that way. Alright, so these are parts. We'll just drop those down there. Okay, I'm not seeing any kind of a stamina bar, so we don't have that kind of mechanic here. Even the stone must go. Oh, I guess it's iron? Do you just keep giving me iron forever? And ever? It's gotta have a limit, right? We'll go to 50, and if it's still there, we will just move on. Alright. That iron gives me some more. It might still have a limit, it just isn't a low one. I know it says talk to you, but I'm busy. You've started me on a task. It is not yet completed. I'm not down to, please complete 1/5 of the task. You're assuming you're gonna put an extractor on it? Yeah, no, it'll be curious. Because like I said, it is definitely a factory automation game. So I'm gonna clear this one pad. I do see there's stuff everywhere. And I'm imagining this game instead of where, you'd spend a lot of time running around doing other stuff. Yeah, she gave you a hammer. You just can't stop now. Oh. Okay, that's... I'll put that one back. I saw that it wasn't messed up, but then it highlighted. I'm like, alright, do I get goodies from this too? My guess is, like, no progress has happened with the rocket, because otherwise it'd be weird to introduce us there. Alright, we got coal. I'll grab just 10. Okay. So it looks like stuff stacks to 50. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Auntie. I did not mean to mildly concuss you. That's... Look, I tried to switch my bar. It's gonna take me an adjustment to not right-click on other things that I mean to interact with. That looks much better. Look how much you've already gotten done. My back is sore already. Oh, my dear, we've barely even started. Ho, it's only about noon and we work till about 2 in the morning here, and then we wake up at 6 the next day. We were told it's criminal. We went and chained that man in the basement. Now, let's try to turn some of those components into conveyor belts. Take a look at the journal I gave you by pressing escape and try to craft some conveyor belts by hand. Hey Morgan, I wanted to check in and see how you're doing. How was your night? Good. Auntie has a spare room upstairs and I'm using it. It's cozy, but I like it. And she's already putting me on work cleaning up the place. Oh boy. I can't say I'm surprised. Make sure to stop by the town later when you get a break. There's a few different shops to check out. My fiance, Jamie, runs a local bakery. Wait, you're engaged? You never told me this. Right, sorry. We have a lot to catch up on now. I'm a cultist leader now. I'm perpetually engaged. We've been putting off the wedding for over a year now. The bakery isn't doing so well, so it's hard to prioritize a wedding when you're not sure how much longer you can keep the doors open. Jamie is sweet, but he's not great at prioritizing. We can't run a business if he doesn't try to make more sales, or actually charge people for things. I'll make sure to stop by there later. My coffee fix alone might be enough to turn things around. I would imagine you'll need it. Good luck with the cleanup. I think, is that... I'm not sure if that's supposed to be IL? I think that's supposed to be IL, it's just the font there. Ilanka is going to keep you very busy. Alright, so you want me to make conveyor belts using the journal. Okay. And that was C, which was pretty straightforward. Alright. So I need to make 10. Whittle Walket Wab. Yeah, I gotta build a Whittle Walket Wab. And we concuss you, and concuss you. Now let's see. Now let's take a look at what you put together. Those are some mighty fine belts you built there. You got a real knack for this. Try placing them under some of the crates around the yard, as we'll be picking up and putting down some crates. You can change the direction of the conveyor belt by by pressing the F key before you place it. You can also remove and pick them up again by hitting them with your hammer. Everything can be solved with your hammer. Have you considered violence? I hear it's really effective. Place 5 conveyor belts on the ground. Oh, okay, I see. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, we can go 5. Remove the conveyor belts with a hammer. Talk to Auntie. Concussed, and talk to you. Looked like you got the hang of this. There's only so much scrap to break apart, though. You'll need to produce components from scratch if you want to keep building new machinery. Oh, it's just released? It's also in Game Pass? Nice. Yeah, no, released yesterday. The first step is using the furnace to smelt the ore into bars. You can make a furnace by mining the nearby rocks for stone. You can find a blueprint for the furnace in your journal. Try building one and filling it with coal and iron. You can mine the nearby deposits by hitting them with your hammer. Items can be loaded in machine by hand or by belt. To load by hand, select the coal or the ore on your quick bar, and then hold the right mouse button /E while standing in front of the furnace. You can also rotate the furnace before you place it by pressing R or T. Why would the conveyor belts rotate with F, but the furnace rotate with R or T? That's a really weird choice. I think I already have a bunch of stone, but I'll grab 10 and just move on. Okay, so craft. Furnace level 1. Craft. Place the furnace right here. Add iron and all that. I was hoping I could just inventory manage it. So there's the coal. How much can I shove in that thing? Okay, looks like it's around maybe 30 or so. Would you look at that? Still warm and everything. It scalded my hands. It came out of that at about 12,000 or 1,200 degrees Celsius. Why would I grab this without protection? Since these furnaces only have one input, you'll need to load coal or ore by hand. The university might have a blueprint for a better type of furnace. The next step is to use an assembler to produce items automatically. Crafting things by hand takes too long. I am far too old to wait on these things, and will only get you so far. This is why my silo's not done. I've been crafting this all by hand all these years. My hands are killing me, mostly from the molten iron. Try building an assembler. After you place it, your journal will be open so you can select. After you place it, your journal will open so you can select what you want the assembler to build. Try feeding it iron bars from the furnace using the conveyor belts, and then you won't need to load it by hand. You'll need to power the assembler by placing it near the power pole. You can connect nearby poles together to get power from the house. Just keep in mind, I gotta pay my power bill. Don't run it up too high. Oh, don't worry, I will. Alright, well with that, I'm gonna move this over here. Oh, that's not the way I wanted it to go. Boom. Okay. So I have to load this by hand. Then go over here and grab an assembler. Craft you. It's gonna take me a little bit to adjust to these controls. Did she even tell me what to do? She didn't tell me what to have it make. So, you all require iron plates. So we'll start with iron plates. Excellent work. Now we need to take those iron plates and turn them into conveyor belts automatically. Build a second assembler using your journal and configure it to make conveyor belts. You could chain those assemblers together with a conveyor belt so the iron plates from one assembler are fed directly into the next one. Yep, and we'll continue to escalate this, and then the factory will grow, and then will cause a minor ecological disaster, shortly followed by a major ecological disaster. The point is, the ecology in the area will suffer. As it should. I mean, what? Hey, Auntie, we're still working. No, I don't want to give you ore. But think of the productivity. Yes, exactly. Think of the temporary benefit to the shareholders. Thank you for the 10 stream streak, Kajaki. I do appreciate it. The last step we need is a way to collect those items you produce automatically. Try building a receiver using your journal and connect it with the conveyor belts to an output from the last assembler. Then you can open the receiver and take the items directly out of it. Okay. So we can go over here to a item receiver, craft one of you, do that, go here, plunk you down. Excellent. And we could set a limit. So now I just need to wait for it to be 10. In the meantime, smash, smash, smash. All right. It's getting late. Look at that, just humming along. How would you know, Auntie? You are indoors, ignoring my hard work outside. And thank you for the 15 stream streak, Lux, right? I really do appreciate that. Look at that, just humming along. It really takes me back. How I miss the sound of the factory. Auntie, why won't you show me the rocket silo? I'm sorry, Morgan. We can't work on the rocket. In fact, you should stay out of the silo entirely. The main doors have been seized shut after the tragedy that took half the population of the town. But I could... No, I would prefer it if we do not talk about this anymore. If you're looking for something else to help with, perhaps you can help with repairing Pico. Some of his parts are worn out. I was meaning to build replacement apartments myself, but time got away from me. Go see Rebecca at the university. She can help research the parts needed for his repairs. Press M to open your map. Don't worry, I'll only fourth wall break to tell you how to do controls as needed. I'll mark where the university is for you. Okay, so I need that and that. A heatsink and a stator. That said, my thing in the top right is angrily blinking red at me right now, and it's warning me it's late. So I'm assuming midnight is the, hey, if you don't go to bed, you're going to be the whole thing. We produced 69 items, 0 days without accident. Or 1 day without accident. Okay. And workplace accidents are a listed thing here. Alright. Oh, I want to... I couldn't figure out how to rotate it. It's fine. I wanted to see if I could, break it into wood or whatever. H&S is watching? H&S. Income so we can monetize our labor in the environment? Yes. As it was meant to be. Oh, health and safety? Oh no. There, isn't your house nicer now I've taken your things? Just arrived at Cliff's General Store. We have some new backpacks that just came in case you need to carry more things around. We've also got all kinds of machines and supplies in stock. Make sure you stop by the general store for anything you need. Have a great day, Cliff. If you haven't yet, go see Rebecca at the university. I'm gonna repeat this dialogue until you get nauseous of it. Okay. I'm assuming this is the town, and that just doesn't go into the void? Okay. And there's just factory stuff going into the town as well. Okay, so we have M. That is an adorable map. When I walked by, I figured that was the bakery. Okay, so we'll hit the university. We're also going to hit up the bakery because we have been informed that we are a coffee addict, and I will not disappoint people by making ourselves into liars. Hello over there. I'm sorry. I don't think we're open right now. I didn't check the schedule, but I don't think we're open. Not even for me? Wait, Mo? No way! I can't believe you're still gonna call me Mo. Mo, it's been so long. Veronica told me that you were back in town. Are you staying with your aunt? Yeah, I'll be at her place for a while. I was hoping to help her work on the rocket, but she doesn't seem to want to talk about it much. It's been a hard last few years for a lot of people, your aunt included. She used to come in here all the time for research, but over time she's really slowed down. I actually haven't seen her stop by now in months. Is there anything I can help you guys out? Auntie gave me a list of parts needed to repair Pico. But some of these I'm not sure how to make. Can I take a look? I'm certain I can certainly draft up blueprints for these. You're gonna need a lot of material, though. You know, because he's a tiny little robot, definitely need to put like a barge in it. I could come up with some blueprints for a drill for you, something you could use to mine the rocks automatically. Seriously? You'd do that for us? I'd be happy to. Truth be told, even the university has been short on funding, so there hasn't been much money for research. And with that, finishing my master's, honestly, this is the most interesting thing to come by here in a long time. If you want to start a new research item, first see me at the desk here, and select what you'd like to research. After that, there's additional help I'll need from you. Let's step outside for a minute. To draft new blueprints, I'll need you to deliver components that I can use for my research. When you select a new research item at the desk, I will list what components you'll need to deliver. Once you finish crafting the requirements, you can drop them in the chute here anytime. You can also inspect the drop box itself to see your current progress. Alright, I'll get started on that right away. Thanks so much, Rebecca. Anytime, come see me when you're done. Alright. Hey Mo, what would you like to research? Being you've only given me one choice, I think I'll research my choice. The research requires... Oh, so it gives me all these things, and it requires wire, bearings, and gears. Okay. I think it... Perfect. Once the requirement... I didn't mean to skip the dialogue. Perfect. Once the requirements are resolved, I'll make up some dialogue that sounds plausible for what the rest of that said. So is it instantaneous? Hey, Mo, the blueprint for the new drill is ready. This should help save your lower back. Working on this has actually been fun. In fact, it's given me some ideas for new types of machines you could build. I'll admit, it's been a while since I've had anything interesting to work here. Make sure to stop by the desk and let me know what you'd like to research next. Okay, I mean, that's adorable, but like, I don't feel like that actually occurred. I feel like she just had the blueprint sitting there and I gave her some gears, because literally, since we began this dialogue, 25 minutes has gone by. Our first new blueprint. That is actually adorable. So, we can get a splitter. Perfect. Once the requirements are delivered, we can get started on drafting the blueprints for you. Okay, so let's see what we got here. So this time I do not have enough gears, or I have enough of the wire, so I'll just drop that in. I'll keep the gears on me because there's a really good chance I'm going to end up needing those. Did I get a tennis ball? Where the heck did I get a tennis ball from? So it's dropped by the bakery so that we can individually fund my friend's wedding by buying coffee. Anything I can help you with today? I will do a black coffee. It gave me a buff up here, and I have no idea what it means because it doesn't say. Alright. Talk to everyone in town. Research level 2 components. Those are the people we met. Here's the photos. Looks like it gave us somewhere around 10 pages. We have the map of the town. And then we've got... Oh, you can swap the left and right mouse buttons. Okay, that would prevent me from concussing people when I want to talk to them. Alright. So, let's get this party started. One thing that is missing that I do wish was in all these games is where, you can just see where the town people are. Like, put a question mark if I don't know them or whatever, so you don't have to, like, memorize it and just run around. Hi, I don't think we met before. I'm Morgan. Morgan? I've heard about you. You just moved in with Ianka, right? Wow, that is a very deep voice for a very petite person. I am honestly flabbergasted. I'm not compensating for anything. Word travels fast around here. I did, yeah. It's been a long time, but it's good to be back. Those look like university colors. Are you a student? I am. No, sorry, I'm newer. Just moved here last year. I'm working as a research assistant for Rebecca, while I finish my undergrad. It's been a bit of an adjustment. Rebecca isn't really one for conversation. I hope she doesn't think I'm a nuisance. If I remember right, she can take a bit to open up, but I'm sure you'll do just fine. Thanks, I hope so. I'm going to regret giving you that voice, and I already know it. Hi, stranger. Can I help you? Oh, sorry, I'm Morgan. Is there something you need, Morgan? Oh, no, I just wanted to introduce myself. Then if you don't mind, I'm kinda busy here. I'm also kind of a jerk. Is that a fiddle fern? It's a fiddle fern. Its asset looks very similar to the one in Stardew Valley. Like, it's clearly not like a copy, but it's like thematically the same. Alright. Hello, you must be Ianka's niece. I've heard so much about you. That's right, how did you know? I try my best to stay on top of everything around here. My name's Carter. I'm the mayor, actually. Oh wow, that's amazing. Have you been doing it for long? About 5 years, shortly after I moved here. I wish I could say that things have been going great, but it's been a bit of a struggle. A lot of businesses have been closing down around town. Been trying to find ways to bring it back, but we just don't have the industry going on anymore. Yeah, it seems like the town changed a lot since I left. Well, there's always hope we could turn it back around again. Speaking of which, you wouldn't happen to be able to run an entire conglomerate by yourself, escalating and including investors and funding, would you? If you find yourself in need of upgrades or renovation to your property, make sure to stop by my desk. I'm there every morning until 9 a.m. It's nice to finally meet you, Morgan. Always glad to have more people here. Mr. Wright, I need to talk to you. Okay, it's Watts. But he looks like Mr. Wright from Mega Man, just not enough cone beard going on. Hello there, miss. What can I do for you? Watts, it's me, Morgan. I just arrived back from town the other day. Oh, yes, I remember you. You're that loudmouth brat who's always getting themselves in trouble. You're Lita's daughter, aren't you? My apologies for not recognizing you. You've grown quite a bit. It's alright. Does the station keep you busy? Oh, less so than it used to. You saw how busy the train was on the way here. I think our only 2 passengers were you and Miss Veronica. We used to get regular shipments of ore in, but that stopped a long time ago, right about when the silo stopped needing new material. But thankfully, the rail company has kept that station open. I don't know what we'd do if we closed it completely. Anyways, you take care, Morgan. Good to have another young face around here. By the way, I'm like 40. I'm just cartoony. No, don't go in there. I need to talk to you. Hi there. I don't think we met. I'm Morgan. Oh, hi, Morgan. I'm William. Sorry. I'm lost in thought for a moment there. Did you just arrive to town? I did. Though I used to live here long ago. I'm staying with my auntie, Ianka, at the old silo. You don't say. My father died in that building. I hate you. I've always been curious about that place. I just moved here a few years ago myself. I came to study astronomy under Eli's at the observatory. She's a very gifted scientist. But we had to close down the observatory after the telescope malfunction. She's been staying at my place until we can get it up and running again. But it's just a tiny little cottage, not nearly as sophisticated as she's probably used to. Glasses man hot. You'll have to keep me updated on your progress though. Hopefully, one day we can be of some help. I'm pretty sure we already talked to her. Who are you? Can I help you? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Morgan. Right. You're the one working in the old factory of Yonka's. A lot of good parts in there. Could probably reuse a lot of them. You think so? I know so. I run a scrapyard south of town here. Took it over a few years back after from the previous owner. Joke's on me though. Back then we actually had some industry going on here. Now it's all that's left recycling old machine for parts. I've been hearing that a lot lately. Yeah, well, it is what it is. Now, if you don't mind, I have work to do, unlike some people apparently, who have to go and harass every one of their neighbors individually and specifically to make sure it's fully inclusion of covering everybody, so that every single individual in this town can at least be mildly inconvenienced. Not trying to name names, but the name's Morgan. I'm talking about you, Morgan. Kinda dense. Alright, so there's a mine back there. There's no one in that home that I'm invading. We can cut through tall grass. That looks like more mine back there. Why is there just machinery bits scattered everywhere in this town? I do appreciate they ever so slightly bold the lines around all of the things that are interactable. So it's very clear what is and isn't in play. So we have successfully talked to 9 of the 16 people. So we'll try and get that knocked out because that ends up being one of those quests in these games that is just a whole thing. So you walked in there, that's... I don't think we talked. Hello, young lady. I don't think I've had the chance seen you in these parts before. Cliff, you don't recognize me? Oh, my stars, Morgan, you've grown like a weed. They weren't doing that over there in your father's fancy town over there, the weed, I mean. What brings you back to these parts? I just moved to town, actually. I'm staying with Auntie. I figured as much. She's always been so fond of you. Talks about you often. Usually with lots of swear words. Though, I don't think she's quite gotten over what you did to her toaster. Yeah, I never could find a replacement. How has the store been? Not many customers coming around these days, but getting by. Is there anything you're looking to buy? Everyone reducing the cost of winning Twitch. Well, okay. One person increased the cost of winning Twitch, and then everyone else is trying to rally to bring it back down. Good for you. I'm pretty short on cash, actually, so unfortunately not. Well, there are a few odds around here. There are a few odd jobs around town that could help me out with. It's a bit harder for me to take care of them these days. It'll be a good way to meet folk around town, not to mention earn some money while you're at it. If you press M on your map, I'll mark where you need to go. Okay, so I need to go to the bakery. Oh, I didn't mean to skip the dialogue. So you're Noor or whatever? Anything I can help you with today? Deliver 40... That's Jamie. Oh no, wait, you're Noor. I have to get those copper bars back... Oh, sorry. I have to get those copper bars back to Rebecca soon, or she'll be annoyed with me. Gotta spend those channel points before they expire? Been lurking now? Yep. I don't have copper bars. Oh, like I'm sourcing the stuff and delivering it. Hang on. I misunderstood the implications here. I'm not only delivering... Oh, hi. I'm not only delivering stuff, but I'm also sourcing it, Toddy. Tia, where are you off to again? Out? You're out? every day. Half the time I can't even find you. Well, maybe if you looked for a change. Excuse me, young lady? Who do you think has to run this whole store? Not to mention keeping this house in order. At least you could do is help out around here. Plus, you shouldn't be off like that by yourself. What if you got hurt? What's it even matter? There's nowhere to go around here anyways. Just the old silo where people get injured when they go in there. It's my favorite. Let's see. I'm just going to end up running the stupid shop into the stupid town my whole life, just like you. Tia, mind your words. I'm leaving. No, I have to dialogue you. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that girl. Always running off every chance she gets. Wait, Morgan, is that you? I wasn't sure if you'd recognize me. Don't be foolish now, sweetheart. How could I forget? Sorry you had to see that just now. Tia has been stepping on my last nerve these days. That's Tia? The last time I saw her, she was just a baby. Well, she certainly doesn't have the mouth of a baby anymore, I can tell you that. It's good to see you, though. Nice to have another smiling face around here. I hope you'll stop by often, and buy things. Please, please buy things. I really need you to buy things. In case you haven't caught by context, we are in an economic struggling situation after the industry shut down. I blame your auntie personally. And the music has ominously gone away. We got 5 more people to meet. Oh, you're one of them. She has no idea how boring this stupid place is. I couldn't even get lost here if I tried. There's quite a blow up back there. Everything alright? Yeah, it's fine. Nothing that hasn't been said before. You new here? I don't think we've met. Believe it or not, we have. I met you when you were just a baby. I'm Morgan. Ianta's my aunt. Wait, you're Morgan? Your mom and aunt used to work on that super cool rocket. Yeah, that's the one. What I wouldn't give to have a life as cool as yours. Instead, I'm stuck here. That's right, small child. Lash out at everyone around you. Make sure you're as intolerable as possible. This is the way. Thank you, Pretty Pictures, for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 34 months you've been subbed to the channel. Almost 3 years now, and I really do appreciate it. And is this the mayor? We're hearing strange reports about people in town about some floating girl. Apparently she comes out around the marsh at night. There's some folklore I'm not aware of here. Floating girl. Okay, we need to be getting back home, but I just want to peek down here real fast. Okay, we'll deal with that later. Alright, so we managed to meet 12 out of the 16 people for the first day, which is not bad. Usually with these things, it does take you a couple days, especially since so far, oh, that's it. Oh, you put markers on the house. Okay, there's a tavern. Alright, well, we won't be able to do that today. I'm about out of time. But, there's a tavern outside of town to the south. So you want me to make more gears. Okay. Small wind turbine. Full conveyor assembler. Okay, so the drill we can just craft. There we go. I'm not talking to you, Auntie. I got busy things to do. Oh boy, 3 years aging Matt Damon gif. I know, right? Righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. 2 days without an incident. Or an accident. If you haven't gone yet, see Rebecca. We already did that, Auntie. Announcing the grand open of Angela's Interior Design. We carry all sorts of furniture and decorations for your entire home. Chairs, tables, vases, and more. Located at the scrapyard in the machine shop. Open Monday to Thursday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Don't mind the mess. It's all Michael's junk. Angela. Well, I don't believe I've met your Michael, nor have I met, Angela. So let's get that all happening. Okay. We've got Pete's house down there. We got the machine shop way over there. Alright. So let's run over there and get that sorted out. And then we're going to need to set up our automation to make gears or start ripping up Kidvare. I mean, there's literally machinery everywhere in the town. It does make me wonder if ultimately in the long run I will be the one running machinery throughout the city. Because, like, this is the train station, very clearly. Okay, I've already talked to you. Can I just cross here? No, I gotta walk around. And then we step on the tracks, the train comes by, and we die. And then the whole thing goes, accidents, 0 days. It's the last accident. Oh. Still can't stand the rain. It rusts all the equipment outside. Wish I had more room in the shop to bring everything in. Oh, the train does roll by during the day. Okay. You can't just set up store in the middle of my workshop. Why not? The space wasn't being used anyways. Yes, it was. I had literally boxes of parts over there. That old junk? I put it outside. You what? You put it outside? Michael, you and your scrapyard. It's the name. Scrapyard. Of course the junk goes outside. Just look at this place. You're lucky I showed up when I did. I want your stuff out of my workshop. You're not running a store here. Says you, look, a customer. Hello there. Hi, is this a bad time? No, it's perfect. See, my first customer. Welcome to Angela's Interior Design, where our designs can spruce up even Michael's grumpy attitude. I'm not grumpy. He's a big grump. Oh, don't be such a baby. Sorry. I don't think we've met yet. Morgan, nice to meet you. Morgan, I'm Angela, Michael's little brother. Though you wouldn't know much from how much he eats. Can you not? Please, tell me he hasn't hit on you. I can beat him up if he has. I'll do it too. Oh my god. Feel free to look around. Let me know if anything catches your eye. It's nice to meet you, Morgan. Thanks again for stopping by. I didn't even know Michael had an older sister. I thought it said younger. I don't know. Seriously? He can't even mention me once? Sounds like my brother, alright. No one can really open up. I'm studying interior design in the city. Done that now, though, so I figured I'd open up my own shop. But rent is a bit hard when you're just getting started, right? So, hopefully, temporarily until I get on my feet. I'll be adjusting moving back here, though, that's for sure. Before you go, I have something for you. If you buy any paint or flooring, you'll need this... Sorry, you'll need this for what... Sorry, you'll need this if you want to clean it off. It's my own creation, extremely powerful. Don't get it in your eyes. Cool, I'm leaving now. My only objective was to talk to you, and I have accomplished that. I am done socializing. Oh, good. Like any of these games, we're gonna have to rebuild the bridge to reach the other part of town. Okay. So we've already hit up this area. So now we'll need to go down towards the bar. So I've got 3 more people to meet. Okay. Yeah, so I'm assuming all those we have to get materials to bring them. That's Michael again. I'm assuming the people I still need to meet are going to be down this way. I'm an engineer, not a bridge architect. How am I supposed to fix this? Exactly. Are you the same person we met before? Yeah. What do you want? I'm kind of busy here. Sorry, I was just saying hi. Man, so many of the people in this town are pretty awful, actually. Okay, we can go over here. Let's see. Open from noon to 1. Have I met you? Well, hello there. I don't believe I've seen your face around here before. Oh, hello. I'm Morgan. Morgan, it's a pleasure. Why are you in my home? Finally to meet you. Ianka has talked about you often. My name is, Eliza. I run the research at the observatory here. Well, at least I used to. Our telescope malfunctioned a while back, and we haven't been able to bring in a replacement. There's a lot of very delicate equipment, and the assembly process is quite involved. But look at me rambling away. What brings you here, Morgan? Intruding into my home, without knocking. Or introductions until now. I'm hoping to focusing on my engineering again. Perhaps work on the rocket with Auntie? You don't say. Well, that is exciting. Ianka is quite the engineer herself. You're in good hands. Elise, I actually don't know how you pronounce that. You'll have to keep me updated on your progress. Alright, so I got 2 more people to meet. So we got a beach down here. That's likely to have someone staying here, whether they're like a fishing person or a, you know, running the boats or whatever. Well, look who it is. I think I owed you a hello. Wait, Pete. Oh my god, how have you been? Can't complain. For a moment there, I thought you didn't recognize me. How could I forget? I remember you were actually a giant when I was a kid. Well, if you keep your head up high, maybe you'll grow up as tall as old Pete. I think I finished growing up years ago. I'm stuck at this height now. It sure is good to see you though, Pete. How are things? Well, I'm sure you've heard business around here. Have had some new people move in though over the years. Sabrina opened up a tavern by the port. It was a pretty busy spot until the pier closed. Now it's just us locals. Still, you can stop by sometime in the evening. It would be nice to see another familiar face. Will do. I'll see you around, Pete. Let's see, this culture is like some mashup of Flemish, Slavic, Newfoundland. Oh, like the people here? It's... Alright, so apparently we're going to... Can we play with the electrical? Low power. So apparently we can get power over here to power the mine. That's kind of interesting. So instead of like Factorio where you have to worry about like powering all the things around town or whatever. You're open but there's no staff. Oh my gosh, so cute. Hey little guy. I was expecting there to be someone working at the tavern while it's open. So I'm missing one person. Are you allowed to dismantle everything in town? Allowed to? Don't know. Am I doing it? Probably. Okay. So pretty soon what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to make sure to go to town. I also didn't check. I'm pretty sure this is fully released. I don't think this is early access. I'm pretty sure this is a full release game. Can't just give Rual a hammer and not expect him to hit everything with it. I know, right? When you've given me only a hammer to work with, everything is a nail. Everything. Including Auntie Yanka. Wasn't sure if they're smart about the path thing or not. So I think I'm going to start disassembling things in the general direction of town. And see, we can't find the last person. That's the mayor. We've already met you. Let's poke by the church and see if maybe there's someone here. Nope. Because I haven't seen anyone that, like, comes across as a person of faith so far as, like, leader, like, priest or father or whatever. Pastor. Alright. No one new here. The old machinery being cleaned up in town. Yeah, it's like you run around town, you're cleaning up all the old machinery, and the locals are all super excited, except the scrap person's like, that was my entire industry. That's literally the only thing that's been keeping me above water. Oop, but we got people. Pretty sure I met you. Oh, please. You know, we're always discovering new distant stars. Maybe one day we can name them after yourself. So this is implying later on, I will be able to literally funnel stuff into the university. Because that's one of the things I'm noticing with these things, is a lot of these are going to places like the port, and they would have them nearby where a boat would come in, implying that you're going to move stuff to the port and ship it in. You've got these boarded up areas of the machinery down there, and all that. You can do it right now, you think it costs $120? Oh, you mean the opening things? Yeah, one thing I will ask is, don't spoil stuff. But, like, clearly that goes, like, how we actually unlock it or whatever, I don't know. Regardless, I got 45 bucks because I'm just running around yanking up everything everywhere. Because regardless, these are broken conveyor belts. So they don't do me any good. Oh, name a star after... Oh, yeah. Okay, my apologies. I thought you were talking about in this game you could hook these buildings up for 120, and it'll be like, oh, really? Because I figured more like it's a progression unlock. Yeah, for the record, those naming your star things after you are pretty worthless. You can do it, but, like, it's not like a scientifically recognized thing. The registries are just run by the random groups that run their own registries. It doesn't kind of mean anything. Unfortunately, stars have really boring names, like the name of the oh man, I try to remember the format. It's really a whole thing. There'll be like Pleiades, you know, like Pleiades DEZ -01-37 or whatever. And it's usually like what observatory found it, when they found it, and that kind of nonsense. Yeah, no, the date, like, it's very much the, like, they are database entry kind of things. Because it's what they are. It's literally just like what observatory found it, you know, when they found it, that kind of thing. It's a whole format. It's also a format that's inconsistent. So you'll have some of them that will they'll have like one style format, and you have a bunch of them that have a different style format, and they're kind of just all over the place. It's one of those things that comes up every once in a while about, you know, coming up with a mutual standard and then getting everything to align with that standard. And usually the way that goes is they either get it and then they argue over what standard to use because everyone wants their standard used, or they'll come up with a whole new standard and no one wants to adopt the new standard because, again, it's not the standard they use. So it's a whole thing. I like the fact that this is the scrapyard down here, and we have just utterly rolled in, and we're just taking apart everything under the cover of night. 50 competing standards. Let's you know, like bring all the standards together. There's now 51 competing standards. Yep, the classic. Rhubarb, can I like eat you? No, but I can apparently plant you. That's good enough. All right, so my inventory's full, so I feel like that's finally forced me that. Yeah, no, they'll have those ones too. Like, it'll be like SGC space 5-digit number, and then you get into that that system or whatever. Okay, so unfortunately she's already gone home today. And then you'll get into like the system, and they'll start with like the, you know, NGS 639271, you know, for like the star in that system in case it's like, you know, a single star, binomial, that all stuff. Okay. So. We can get that. So I'm going to need to be producing some other stuff. So we've got a splitter. Let's actually, we're going to run out of time for day. Let's get the splitter. Oh, hey, dialogue. I keep finding tennis balls on the porch. Do you know where they're coming from? Tennis balls? No, my dear, I have no idea. Wait, what was that? There's gonna be a dog. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Does this game allow you to zoom in and out? Not that I've noticed. I think it's literally the resolution will determine it, so I think if you lower the resolution, it will zoom in. Fork. Oh, hello there. Well, aren't you friendly? Auntie, do you know whose dog this is? No, I'm afraid not, dear. No one around here has dog as far as I know. He does seem to take a liking to you, though. You should kidnap him. Wait, he has a collar. Leo. Leo, are you lost? Wine. I think he's trying to find his way home. Can we look after him, at least until we find where he belongs? That sounds like a good idea to me. What do you think, Leo? I think he agrees. Looks like he's staying with us. Looks like you're staying with us, Leo. Also, your collar on your dog should definitely have, like, the address. Welcome to the family, Leo. I like what it's like, we can have him stay here just long enough to find out where he goes. Back of the postcard. Welcome to the family. Oh, I see how it is. You're like, can he stay here temporarily? Already planning for him to be here forever. Fetch. Bye, Leo. No. So no workplace accidents. Okay. So we need to go to town and get that splitter. And there is one person we still haven't met. And I don't know which one it was, because I was a little confused when he went to the tavern and there was open and no one there. Now, some of these games will kind of troll you that they'll have that quest, but, you know, for whatever reason, you cannot reach the last person immediately. I just finished the blueprint for a new splitter. This will be useful for dividing a single input belt into multiple output belts. It'll pick up items from position A and put them down in position B. You can set it, you can set the ratio it'll use for picking up. Try it out. Okay. So next we have an underpass. So we've already pulled a bunch of those. Perfect. Once the requirements are delivered, we can get started drafting the blueprints for you. Yeah, so that's straightforward. There's gonna be stuff like these roads here that I won't be able to run the stuff through. So that'll be a way to work around that. Oh. I actually don't have enough stone for that. Well, moving on. Much stronger than the Factorio splitter. Yeah, no, it seems like some of where this is going to get less complicated than Factorio is some of the stuff I'm noticing here. It looks like it's kind of taking what would otherwise be multiple separate machines in Factorio and kind of mashing them into one machine that's multi-purposed. Isn't the lawn littered with stone? Yeah, there's stone here. Alright. Well, I guess we'll focus on that for right now. Actually, what we can do is let's go Tab J. We will grab the drill. Craft a drill. I'm willing to bet I could take the drill. Do I have the ability to make power poles? I do. Hey, Auntie, don't mind me. I couldn't be bothered putting that in a way it makes sense. So instead, I have gone ahead and, let's see. I've gone ahead and just put right in the middle of your driveway the whole thing there. So let's get the receiver. Yep. And now I've got a box that's just going to keep pulling that. Now that one, it says I can't feed it directly. So let's keep this trend going. Let's start trying to get all of our base supplies going. Ah, okay, so you got windmills. Hey, dog. Bark. I'm happy to see you, Leo. If I look up someone in my journal, I wonder if I could ask Leo to help finding... What? I appreciate games that have done this. Look up someone in the journal. So, let's see. We're supposed to meet 16 people. I have 16 listed here, but we've only met 15. Who did we not actually meet? Oh. Game. Are you considering Leo not a person? Leo deserves better than this. And we'll get another receiver for now. Okay, So we're getting that all sorted. So that's gonna keep getting that stone we need. We just let that churn away, and it'll figure it out. There isn't like more over here we care about, right? So that goes up to that area we were already at. Private property, purchase inquiries at the mayor's office. I'm assuming that used to be our land, but over time Auntie sold the land back to, you know, get through the hard times. Okay. Put that down here. I'm mostly moving those things off my bar so that I have it all clear. Because the thing we're going to want to do is set up stuff for, you know, making the gears, making the plates, making the conveyor belts. It's definitely going to be a thing that'll gradually build up more and more in complexity as time goes on. It's also curious that all of the ore piles we see right now do seem to imply that they have a limited number. Alright, so I also need to deliver copper bars. And what I didn't catch when we first got the quest is I thought with the copper bars it was a thing where he was going to give me copper bars to deliver. The reality is the copper bars are a thing that I need to source and then deliver for money. Okay, so I'll probably have to make a bunch more of these poles. Also looks like you can hook up the silo. Okay, so that's getting us the copper bars. So let's go take a quick peek here at how our stone's coming along, because I need 60 more stone to unlock the next thing. There we go. So let's run to town. We can turn that into the university, get more research. But I appreciate they gave the dog the skill that, there's been one other game we played that was in our slice of life. That they gave the dog the ability to be like, you're looking for something, and just going there. Alright. Got the blueprint for the new underpass ready for you. This will help you route items between buildings and other belts. Maybe now you could avoid having your belts cross the sidewalks around town. It's like an obstacle course around here. Yo, I definitely did not run a single well. Am I done with No Man's Sky run? No, I'm not done with the No Man's Sky run. This is a game that came out yesterday, and I wanted to make sure to play it while it was fresh. We'll probably play half a stream of this, then maybe some more No Man's Sky, and if people are really enjoying this, we'll keep coming back to it, I think. Alright, underpass. But yeah, no, the run in No Man's Sky is still alive, still continuing. It's just a day off of it. Item dispenser. Dispenses items will automatically put on the conveyor. Okay, so it's a box I can chuck stuff in and it will feed the conveyor belts. Alright, so we need metal plates and gears. So I'll get that going. Huh? Did it not actually select it? Hey Mo, what would you like to research? Oh, I didn't actually select it. Okay, so it is set to be current. Perfect. Once the requirements are delivered, we can get started in drafting your new blueprints for you. Alright. Hey Lunar, how's it going? Alright, so I don't have enough machinery, like I don't have enough going on there. So I can go back to just smashing everything in town, because I'm kind of going to focus on breaking up all the junk in town for materials first, just because there's stuff everywhere. And it does appear we have finite materials on that part of it. And that's what I assume is what you're going to ultimately do, is we will run stuff to the mines. And in the mines, you'll have, like, some kind of infinite nodes or some nonsense. Okay. You good? You can't sleep, so you're chilling to see what you're up to? Gotcha. Yeah, we're checking a new game that came out yesterday. Called Little Rocket Lab. It's very much like Factorio, if instead of being, you know, you're dumped on some random planet trying to survive and launch and do all that stuff. If instead it was like... It's like someone took Stardew Valley and was like, alright, instead of this being about farming, it's Factorio. Now, obviously, it doesn't have the... I'm sorry, dog, you were standing in the way. Instead of, like, Factorio, where you got, like, all the different layers of depth and multiple plants and all that stuff, it's not going to be that level of depth. Now, they do have different things, like jumping in between conveyor belts and splitters, and you can program the ratios. Oh, there's a hydroelectric dam up here. We want to wire up into that. What are you? An agate. We got an eagle feather. There's power to run down here. Alright, so check our inventory and move stuff down here again. Alright, what's up there? Yeah, so just more place to get coal. Yeah, so I assume a lot of these will eventually tap out of materials and have to go farther and farther. But my guess is once you get into those mines, it'll either be something that you power the mine and that's just that and ore comes out. Or it could also see it be a thing you power the mine, but then there's like infinite nodes down there that you hook up to. Okay, there's a path down here. Let's go explore that. Okay, so it's just another route over to the train. So the whole town is pretty connected. So my guesses of people we're missing, judging by the map, is I'm guessing we're missing the people at the tavern. That would be my big guess. I also just noticed it marks where my dog is, and apparently the dog doesn't always follow me. So, let's get back over here. Because I still need 100 more gears. I got 39. Let's see if we can't get the copper bars that I started. I just realized it's going to be copper ore and I need to make it into bars. Okay. So we got the copper ore happening. So the problem right now is I have a furnace 1, and the furnace 1, you have to manually feed. Let's get the drill. And then we can go over here to the item receiver. Grab a stack of U. Load you up. The furnace 1 and you lost? Huh? Yeah, later on we'll get ones that we can fill up from both sides. We have stone to grab, so I need how much stone? I don't need stone right now. Okay, so let's go smashing stuff over here. Keep this going. Because I need 40 of those, and that's going to take a minute. All right. It's also interesting having the factory automation game, but like, you have a whole scrap factory already here. So it's like in Factorio, if instead of just having the ship at the beginning that's got a couple of parts, you could find like where someone else had tried to previously be there and just didn't have what they needed. Alright, and our inventory is very quickly getting full. There is relationships between you and the other people that I did notice. So my assumption is stuff like those random, like, flowers and berries and all that we're finding. We probably give those to people to make them like us more. I have no idea if this game has any type of, like, actual, like, romancing or you just become friends or anything like that. We just don't know anything much about that. Let's see, there are market buildings in Factorio where you trade parts. Just not... Oh, in campaign? I'm not remembering those. As far as I remember in Factorio, you're the only person present there. Like, that's the whole gimmick, is that you've crash landed on the planet, and it used to be that the story was you just trying to get off the planet in general, and then over the years they have it where you're now trying to send like a satellite out into the distance or whatever, that like once you can escape the solar system. Only respected. Oh, pre-made scenarios. Okay, yeah, I don't know about those ones because I only played like the main story usually. Here, I'm gonna grab a strawberry, and we're gonna try and give it to Auntie. Time for storage? Yeah, no, probably. That's definitely gonna be a thing that happens. Because right now I'm mostly just tossing stuff into boxes, so far as my factory goes. Thank you, dear. That's very kind of you. Does control clicking work? I know the shift clicking worked. So probably. Mined resources, a whole lot. Smelted ore, not as many. Research material delivered, a bunch. 4 days without an accident. I'm really curious what a workplace accident in this game will entail. Alright, so let's run down here. I need 40. Oh, I bet you... Okay, that'll be enough to get the bars. Yeah, it's because these ones I have to feed them manually is the problem. Alright, so you're getting there. Meanwhile, we need gears. That's becoming a whole thing. Okay. Check that in there. Alright, so we can make a splitter. Requires 200 watts. And then we'll need an assembler. You can make gears. And I'll do this. And then item receiver. And a power pole. Did I misread that? Oh, I didn't do that right. Okay. I just got the wrong order of operations. Alright. So put you there. And yeah, so this one has one input. Now I could see a thing where I could either load balance it or whatever, but you get the idea. Okay, so that's making the gears I need. I still need 100 gears, of which I currently have 60. That's gonna take me a minute. We should be able to grab the 40 copper bars now and run those to town. And drop those off with who I need to deliver those to. Those are for Newer. I know Newer spends a good time in the bakery and the time in the college. There's a game mode that has you produce certain amounts of items and sell them to the market before the limit runs out and request the next item until you fail. Other types are modes that connect the two island sites through the narrow land passage. Gotcha. Yeah, now I can understand with the, a lot of people wanting the factory grow style. Oh, perfect. Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. Rebecca said she needed these for her research. I hope it wasn't too much trouble. If you haven't yet, you really should stop by the university. We could come up with all sorts of blueprints to help you with your factory. Oh, you paid me 350. Okay, that was like actually big money. Alright. Okay, Bassett, you have a good one. Deliver a small wind turbine. Deliver a drill. Okay, so small wind turbine. Inventory is full. Alright, so we're gonna drop off the copper real fast. What are you doing on my property? I didn't say you could be here. Alright, so small wind turbine is going to Pete. And Pete is to the south in his little house. So we're making money for what it's worth. What we're not really making is lots of... I mean, I'm already making the gears. The big thing is I gotta get those furnaces to, The big thing I gotta do is I gotta get the furnace with the multiple inputs. So I can just hook it up and get it going. Wonderful. This is just what I needed. These turbines work fantastic here by the coast. Nothing beats the ocean breeze. Thanks for your help. 500 buckaroos. So next up is a drill. And that needs to go to Michael, who is currently in town. They got another mine over here. Can I walk into the mine? I didn't think to try that. Okay, those make me blink. But I don't seem to have a health bar, so I don't really know what that's about. Maybe there's like a later time I'll be carrying something or whatever that they can knock it out of my hands or something, maybe? I don't know. You're not open yet, but you will be soon. Okay. Yeah, so there's one person we're missing we haven't met yet. My assumption is the devs will either have a quest that has you meet each individual person to drop off stuff for money over time, or they'll have some way to kind of... Ooh, do I know this one? Oh yeah, that's the sister. Yeah, we've already met the sister. Oh, when I asked Clift about the drill, I didn't think you'd be the one building it. Looks like it'll get the job done. Alright, not bad, Morgan. Here. You can have some of my old work gloves. Should make it easier to smash the rocks with these. Okay. We got better gloves. And I think it was you who gave me the, no, where was it? Let's see, for you, Twitch changed something with our RMTP protocol or container format. Every time the ad would start, VLC dies for you. Works completely fine on mobile. Interesting. That's not good. Watch has been asking me to close up shop so we could do a trip to town over like the old days. I'd have to admit, it's tempting. The two of us used to tear up the town. Alright, so I guess you don't have more work for me. If you find any rare items that you'd like to sell, I'll gladly take them off your hands. Sell. Now we could also buy just, like I could buy stuff from them to skip making them. Okay. Gotcha. What is that Pico you need to fix? That's what this getting to components level 2. We've been kind of warned that the components are going to take some work. Alright, so I need to go over here and grab you. Not you. Need to grab you again. That's kind of the big thing that's causing us the grief right now, is just the fact that I got to feed these in here manually. Because I can only feed one in by conveyor belt on that one. But they did tell me later on there will be a furnace that will handle both. Yeah, not a whole lot else to deal with just yet. Alright, so I need 40 more gears. I know the arms give me gears. Okay. Then it should be enough gears to finish the research for the dispenser. What makes me curious, the dispenser seems like I'll be able to pick up a stack of things and toss them in there. So I could imagine that's something that if you didn't want to build a conveyor belt across like the entire town, I could pick up several stacks of an item, run them to the other side of town, chuck them in the dispenser as like a stopgap. Or if it's something like maybe in the mines there isn't a way to get a conveyor belt in and out, so you gotta pop on by to deal with it. Alright. So we got that researched. I finally figured out how to make a dispenser. Using this, you can automatically drop items off on a conveyor belt. Just place items into it that you'd like to put into any chest or receiver. All right. So the next research is coal efficiency. Increases the efficiency of coal, allowing it to last for twice as long in furnaces. Oh, I can switch that to tier 2, because that is expensive. Perfect. Once the requirements are delivered, we can get the standard, we can start drafting the blueprints. Alright, well I missed that these are the requirements for this. Okay. So I'll chuck some of these bearings and all that garbage in here. So I need more gears and I need more bearings. So let's try and get that sorted. So I'm not producing bearings yet, and we'll have to resolve that. Because yeah, I'm expecting we'll get a furnace level 2. Or whatever. And then once we get the furnace level 2, then I'll be able to do a bunch of other stuff. One thing we'll probably want to do is set a limit. All right. Then get that built. And what should help this is we can make the item dispenser, which I'll need more gears for. I'm imagining the way we do this as our stopgap is we get the item dispenser, we build that. Okay, so I can put it directly in here, which defeated the entire idea around that. I'm gonna try to make this work, but I don't think it is. I think if I chuck this in here, it's just gonna jam up on one or the other. I don't think it'll split at 50-50 on its own. There, chucked a bunch of iron in there to keep it going for now. Meanwhile, we'll run down here. What do I need to make a bearing? Iron plates. No limit, every second one. Every third one. No. Every second one. Alright, now I'll need another splitter. I configure. Every second one. We'll need assembler. And we will need a item receiver. And I'll need to grab conveyor belts. Now you make a bearing. Alright, So what that should do is every second plate that goes here to grab and bring it across. Or it won't do that. Maybe because there's not enough belt for it to cross? Okay. So what I could do... pick you up. Pick you... That's not what I meant to do, but that's fine. Pick you up. Do this. Grab my hammer. Pick all of you up. Not quite what I had in mind. Now I grab you. And put you here. A, B. A, B. So you grab every third one. You grab every other one. And you're back to making iron plates. And I'm blanking. Okay, grab you. Oh, that's right. It wasn't iron plates. It was... Yeah, that's right. Configure. It was belts. And then we can grab you. Yeah, so I definitely am feeling the pain of a lot of the shortcut keys you get accustomed to in a lot of these games. Missing a bunch of those. That's certainly a pain point I'm finding out here. Alright, so we are getting the gears. That's good news. I'm going to restrict it to like one stack at a time until we can automate more of this. Okay, drop you in, grab a stack. Oh, you are emptying out of this. Okay. So control stacks them. Sort. Take all. Okay, so that'll get that all unstuck. Until we can get where we can get both of those. If you haven't gone to... Alright. That's fine. So we're making the bearings I need, because I need 25 bearings. And I needed that. So pretty much what I did is I told it, so every third one, grab a gear. So that way 2 go past. And then of every 2 that go past, grab one. Like, grab every other one on this one. So it should be 1 goes here, 1 goes here, 1 goes here, repeat. I mean, how it starts doesn't matter, but you get the idea. Each one should get 1 plate out of the sets of 3. I do think that this appears to be buffering. Oh, no, it looks like this is just faster than the coal, so eventually the coal will stop working. Honestly, I can live with that for right now. Like I said, it's going to probably be that way until we get where I can do multiple furnaces. Alright, we can go ahead and get ourselves to sleep to save. And 5 days without an accident. You restricted too much, FYI? So I did deliberately knock it down to very little, because I kind of want them to catch it up a little bit. And I probably should make it 3 stacks of each. Set the conveyor belt. Let's only make it 2 for right now. 3. It's already asked me for 150, hasn't it? Okay, so we have enough bearings. We have enough gears. So let's get to town. What's going on over here? Ah, perfect. Just the person I was hoping to see. We just finished building this new job board. I don't remember issuing a permit for this. Morgan here has been helping out recently with odd jobs around town. I figured we could give people a place to post any work they need help with. Makes it a bit easier to pick up odd jobs. This is amazing. What do you think? I literally just said this is amazing. What do you think, Morgan? Up for picking some more jobs here and there? We could sure use the help from someone like yourself. Of course, thanks so much, Cliff. You really didn't think it'd be necessary to apply for a permit when erecting a board in the middle of town? No, I didn't. Nope. You being mayor here is just purely an honorary position. It doesn't actually hold any authority or power. You may not have read the documents, but this is all like an elective thing that we're in here. We can choose to not be part of the community at any point we wish. We're really worried about them HOAs you hear about in other places. They sound truly awful. It's been a long time since Ianka has asked me to research some new components for her. Listen, Cliff's like, nope, been here a long time, gonna do things my way. Makes you really miss how things are busy around here. These components are a bit more complicated than the previous ones you've been using. Some of them have multiple requirements, so a assembler level 1 won't be able to build them. Come see me to research when you're ready for a new type of assembler that can craft them automatically. New blueprint heatsink. New blueprint satyr. Small motor. And those were like the heatsink was the one I needed for a little buddy there. Alright, so we're gonna get the assembler too. So it's gonna be gears and heatsinks. Perfect. One of the requirements are delivered. We can get started drafting once the requirements. Words are hard. Okay. So I'll need more gears and all that. That's fine. But yeah, so we need heat sinks. So the heat sinks require copper bars. That's straightforward. That's actually not that bad. We already have copper bars being produced. New jobs posted at 6. So it's due Monday. So it's 2 days to get copper bars. 2 days to deliver 30 assemblers. And deliver 40 gears. Alright, so the first step I need to do here is we need to change this process. And by that I mean what I'm actually going to do is not change that process. I'm going to go and get an item dispenser. An assembler. Set it to heatsink. An item receiver. And go up to you. Alright, so we're back to this problem. Which is the universal problem I'm dealing with right now. Which is just until we have the better furnaces that allow me to get multiple goods in them at the same time, I'm just going to be feeding these things manually. Now, the workaround could be if I could toggle it back and forth, but the implication is it isn't a 1-to-1 ratio between the coal and the other stuff. So you're continuing to churn away. Alright, so we need the 50 copper bars. And all that stuff. Yes, right now... we keep feeding this manually for a minute. So hopefully after these assemblers, we'll get the furnaces that I can feed them in 2 directions. So that'll go a long way. We can grab those gears, because I'm going to need them. The assembler is plates. So let's go take a look at our journal real fast again. So, of the jobs, so 40 gears, that's not a problem. 30 assemblers. So that'll help get rid of a bunch of these plates you've been sitting on. And I'm definitely going to need to eventually split it off so we get a box that is just holding the plates. The good news is almost everything's giving me plates around town. So it should be something I can just kind of let them do their thing. Because yeah, once I get that, I can do stuff like set up a bunch of drills, have them go through, use splitters to, you know, split them off. Okay, and that's the copper bars. Okay, so I've got the copper bars. Checking of my side objectives. I've got the copper bars already sorted. Oh no, I don't. It's 50. No, I do not want to drop this job. We've got the assemblers, and I got the gears. It's 50 copper bars, not 40. Now I've got them. Okay, so now I can run around and deliver everything. So it looks like one of them's at the bridge across town. Was it you? No, it's you. Thanks, Morgan. I know I could count on you. It helps me out a lot. Cool. So we got paid. We got the scrap person down here. So I can drop that off. Because I imagine once I get the multi-furnaces, then it's a matter of I can just wire stuff together, and I don't have to babysit it. I believe it's use the next one. Oh wow, thanks Morgan, you're the best. This is gonna help me out so much. Okay, and then we gotta work our way. Oh, you know what? We never went up to the observatory itself. There might be someone over that way we missed. Because it also could be a thing holding other things back, it's just the fact that I haven't dialogued everyone. Because I haven't run into everyone. Okay, so we go up here. I need to go straight up. Yeah, straight up to the right and then the left. They follow the dirt road or the other path? I think the dirt road. Yeah, so we take a right and then we take a left up ahead. You're quite efficient. Thank you for the help, Morgan. Alright. So that just gave us a bunch of money. And with the money, we could just straight up buy machinery to make our lives easier. It could be... Oh, yeah, there was, they were selling a backpack in town, weren't they? I didn't actually look at what the price was. I saw that they had, like, an ad for it. So let's take a peek, because I imagine that was the general store. Let's go over here. Now, that's not supposed to be updated till 6 a.m. Is it literally every day they're going to have new jobs for me? Oh, here it is. Do you want to... third 3,000. Okay, we got a little bit of work to do. That's not a surprise. Alright, so we'll just focus on getting these things up and running. Because now we want to start getting those heat sinks sorted out, and hopefully get more gears. Okay, so I'll get the heat sinks going. Okay, I don't imagine you ran out of iron, right? You did. Okay. That might actually work then, or I could just do that instead. It seems like what I have to do here is I effectively have to, like, prime it. And then it eats up the piece of coal. And once the coal's consumed, it powers that for a while. I'm imagining eventually it'll get to the point where it won't be in that situation anymore. So I can go ahead and that'll keep that running. But can I duplicate that down here? And is it worth my effort to duplicate it down there? Or am I better off just... kind of leaving it the way it is? Let's see. So item dispenser, craft, do this. It seems like we can sort our inventory. There we go. How did I... Okay, you can lock stuff in place. Alright, that's good news. So if you're someone who gets really upset when you play a game like Terraria and you accidentally sort everything, they have a workaround for it. So let's grab all the copper and fill this thing up and see if it'll stay primed. I'm assuming what'll happen is it'll pull from the copper, but eventually it will run out of those. And then things will get stuck. Okay, so that's making more of those. Let's pop over here and grab the gears. And that should give me enough gears to unlock the next technology. Maybe. So what I can probably do, I'm willing to bet I could just craft a bunch of those by hand. So get that done real quick. Alright, so we can run these over to town. That'll get us the assembler. Because I needed, like, it was a copper gear looking thing. I don't remember what it was called. That is one of the things I need to fix up Pico. I'm assuming Pico, being a robot, will just straight up tell me the things that we've been trying to learn about, that he won't have a filter. Perfect timing. I finished the new level 2 assembler. You'll now be able to automatically craft items that have 2 different required components. Speaking of components, we're also going to start needing a lot more of them. Let me go find Noir. We'll see what we can do about our delivery situation. Excellent. These shoes are covered up for far too long. Thanks for your help with taking off those boards, Noir. When I took this research assistant position, this really wasn't what I had in mind. But we're grateful for you anyways. Now that we have a level 2 assembler, we're going to need to start doing a lot more components for our research. I don't think our poor little drop box is going to cut it anymore. We used to use these chutes for delivering equipment, but you can use them for delivering research components. Now you'll be able to connect multiple belts to deliver different kinds of requirements at the same time. Or you can still use the Dropbox components by hand, if you prefer. How many components are we talking here? A couple. Couple what? 100? You must be joking. Research is no joke. You're telling me. You want to pay close attention to the throughput of your assemblers. You can see the throughput when inspecting them. If an assembler isn't getting enough components per minute, it's going to really slow down. When that happens, you should build more assemblers for the earlier components to keep hitting the max throughput. Max? I haven't been able to get an assembler to run at more than 50% throughput. Is that so? Sounds like a challenge, Morgan. Let me know if you can get an assembler to make a copper wire run at 100% throughput. Why do you have to show me up like that? I look forward to seeing your results. Okay, alright, bear with me, chat. I need to take a quick couple-minute break. My wife is home and I need to run downstairs and all that. I'll be right back, but thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. Alright, and we are back. Okay, so we still have... Rebecca wants us to just achieve a 100% throughput on copper wire. We need to get the parts. And we still need to meet the people in town. Now, my assumption is we got what we needed for getting that stuff. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, and I do think somewhere probably around middle of stream, I'll probably switch over to doing more of the No Man's Sky perma thing. Because I'm enjoying this game. I think this is pretty good. I could see playing more of this. If people are enjoying it and whatnot. Because it's weird. We could also put up to a poll at that point, which wouldn't be a bad idea. Because it's kind of this weird balance between, like, it's sort of like a Stardew Valley game. It's sort of Factorio. So far, keeping track of what's going on isn't too bad. I do imagine... Huh. I do imagine eventually it'll get out of hand. That'll be, like, hard to follow, because that's usually what happens with the automation genre. Did I actually toss the ball in there? Oh, no, I didn't. Your brother's friend's dad made this? Oh, cool. It's always fun when you have people who make it. I think it's a good game so far. Like, I've definitely been enjoying it. I think they've done a really good job of taking two kind of genres that haven't really been blended on a meaningful capacity, and done a good job of representing kind of the best of both of it. Now, granted, they haven't really pushed the relationship side of things. Like, I don't know if there's dating or anything in that, where you form relationships, or it's strictly just friendships. Doesn't really matter to me either way. Either would be fine. There's also something very satisfying about going around to all, like, the busted up machinery and salvaging it to clean up the area. I definitely find myself very eagerly awaiting the Furnace 2s. Let's see. So you need to get the missing components for Pico. What on earth did Pico need again? Because I believe is the... Alright, so we got the bearings. We'll need 5 gears. I will need the heat sinks and the stators. So stators are the only one that we don't have yet. And my assumption is that'll be like the copper wire and gears. Because I'm assuming that'll take. I also need to check on the research project, because I think what's happened is... I think I missed the fact that I could queue up another research project, so we should get that going. You love that you can throw the ball to the dog? Yeah, it's kind of funny because you keep getting this ball back in your inventory, so you just chuck it to send the dog going, and the dog catches up with you later. I'm really liking the fact that we are apparently destroying the poor power grid in Ant's house. Alright, so I need 2 stators. That every time we go in there, the lights flicker just a little bit. So we have the stator, so that's gears and copper wire. I will need the assembler too. And I guess for right now... I'll make 2 of you. Okay, so we can configure it. So that'll be able to make stators and small motors. Right now I just need the stators. Okay, the other thing we need is our power is shutting down. And I need more gears. Because my assumption these things are gradually becoming more and more expensive. So that makes me curious if now if I go in here, the lights do not flicker. Okay, so that's just kind of a note to yourself that as you get close to the limits of the power grid, the lights will start to flicker. So you kind of be like, hey, we need more material in this. All right, so you need copper wire. So copper wire. Oh, not that way. Copper wire. Gears. So obviously we'll eventually want to wire that all together. Okay, so you're getting plenty of supplies right now. Keep the heat sinks coming. Okay. So, achieve a throughput of 100% making copper wire. We'll get there eventually. And there's our stators we needed. So let's go get those to Pico. It's probably too late for me to go back to the lab today. We still don't understand anything it says. Hey there, little guy, do you remember me? I'm happy to see you too, buddy. That's right, I'm back home, just like old times. No, Auntie doesn't want me to work on the rocket. She won't even let me inside the silo. Oh, right, the old vent. I wonder if I could use that to unlock the door from the inside. Let's go take a look. I think you'll fit in there, Pico. What? No, I'm not saying you've gained weight. I'm sorry. You look like the day you were made. Look, all I need to do is make your way through the vent, and unlock the doors. Good luck, little buddy. And that was the last anyone ever saw of Pico. Keep it down, Pika. Auntie will find out. Oh my god. I don't understand. It's all still in pieces. There's so much dust everywhere. This place hasn't been touched in years. You're right. I'm sure she tried really hard, as hard as she could. A lot of this equipment is in need of repair as well. Really? You think we get this place running again? We'll need to repair all this equipment around here first. Okay, you've convinced me. We'll need to gather all the necessary parts first. Let's keep this a secret between us for now. I'll tell Auntie once we're finished. Let's get to work. So you need a bunch of wire. Yeah, because you're casually going to repair, well, build a rocket in someone's, like, silo in the back and not be noticed at all. Okay. Gonna clean up all the mess that's down here. I wonder if with like this one they seem to be making the walkways with the undergrounds. I wonder if it is a thing in this game that we won't be able to like walk across our own conveyor belts or something like that. I don't think it is. But I also don't think I've tried to cross them that I can think of. Okay, so we're getting sleepy. It looks like there's a handful of machines I'm gonna have to fix. We are gonna have to get the copper wire going. Got a lot of heat sinks to make. My inventory is becoming a problem. Alright, let's get back over here. Yeah, so we've got 2 servers and all that. I'm definitely going to need to continue advancing the tech, at least to get to that tier 2 furnace. I keep being excited about that because I can imagine once I get to the point where I don't have to manually feed the furnaces, that's where I can build a bunch of furnaces and then have them wiring off the different materials and having different stages to everything. But right now, where I have to manually feed it, it's really hard to justify building out all that animation when the very first step I have to keep feeding manually. Morgan, I just wanted to let you know, I've started selling donation bins at the general store. If you have unwanted components you don't need, you can drop them off at any donation bin, and I'll empty it out every night for you. I'm sure I can get the contents to good use at the general store. Here's the first one to get you started. Come see me if you need more. Okay, so we have a way to make an income that isn't doing the contracts. That I could just make a donation bin and just shove it in there. Okay, so you're running out of coal. I don't have a easy means of getting that resolved other than just grabbing some coal and shoving it into that machine. Yes, the way I did that isn't really solving the problem. It's just making it prioritize the iron instead of the coal, which is probably the right decision anyways, because of the throughput concern and all that. Alright, so let's run down here, because you're also having an issue. Alright. So something that we're going to also need to make happen is getting the copper wire going. So I mean this, dispenser, and a receiver. We need to configure you for the wire. And have you, that's not right. And get you all wired up. Okay, and right now I have to manually feed it. But that's okay. So get that producing copper wire. Now I'm curious, that should go up to 100% by itself. Because it's feeding itself as fast as it can. So my assumption is it will max out the throughput. Okay, so now I just need to talk to Rebecca. That works out because we need to go to town anyways. But that's going to make the wire we need so that we can hopefully get the machinery working in the silo again. Yeah, and it looks like every single day they give you new things. Deliver 2,000 stones. Okay, but this is not one that has a temporary amount. So this is a contract that's going to fix the bridge out of town. The old bridge? I don't think that was ever going to be fixed. I better take a look at the canyon. And you want 30 small motors by Wednesday. Oh, I see. So you get paid 480, and you can make it late. But you get a bonus if you do deliver it in the time frame they ask. And then 50 barracks, which we're producing, so that should be fine. Alright, so let's get to the research place, and actually queue up the research, which I forgot to do, so I know what our next needs are to unlock more stuff. Closed on Sundays. How dare. Okay. That'll be curious how some of this works. Alright. So I'm definitely going to need to not hoard giant piles of material. Okay, so I got a bunch of materials on my person. We could start out by checking the silo real quick. So we do see that we got the 2,000 stone and the 750 iron plates. I'm pretty sure I can't carry that much in my inventory. Well, I already know I need the copper wire, so I'll grab some copper wire. Okay. So let's run up here and see about fixing these machines. I don't think you're just grabbing a handful of copper wire. Weird. I don't remember these being here. Oh, you suck. So we need the bearings and we need the, we'll need the stators. And motors. Okay. So I've got more copper wire and a bunch of other nonsense we gotta make. Okay. So it's gonna take a little bit of work to get that all done. I don't imagine it's actually gonna take me that long to get fixed. Just it's a little bit more of a process. Okay, I think we're probably good on the heat sinks for the moment. I'm gonna leave those in their box. I'm gonna grab these ones and keep this going. I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna grab a couple stacks of the copper ore. I have no idea what this needs to be topped off. Oh, you're fine. Fuel-wise, you're gonna need more fuel. Okay. I need to run over here because you need gears, right? Yeah, we'll do stators. Alright, so go grab the gears out of this box and run them over manually to here. And for the moment, check you in there as well. Keep those stators coming. This is all going fine. Keep all that going. So I will need more bearings. That should be more than enough bearings right now. I'll grab those. Okay, so let's run over there and grab that. Keep all that running for the moment. Now, what we'll probably want to do is take a minute and grab all the stone we can to go towards the bridge. And I'm hoping I could do it in deliveries. Okay, so there's your bearings. And I still need... Where's the stators? I still need 3 more stators. And then the other one needed motors, which I'm not producing yet. Okay, so I still need wire, I need motors, and need stators. Otherwise, we're doing pretty okay with all that. Okay, and let's see with our current objectives. So the repairs of the bridge is the big one. Okay, so we need the small motors. And that means I'm going to need assembler level 2. It means I need some heat sinks. Oh, that's not what I want. You are going to make small motors. So it's bearings and stators. Now you can go here. Time dispenser is going to require more gears. Alright, well that's all running. Let's take a minute. Take all the stone I can carry. We're going to run to the mine and see if I can't drop that off. That was by the bridge. The bridge was by the mine, right? Okay, so the bridge repair east of town. I'm assuming east is to the right, like down right. And also I need to talk to you, Rebecca. It's good to see you again, Mo. Oh, sorry. Even if it's been too long. Make sure to stop by and visit once in a while. Lord knows I could definitely use a break from my research. Okay, so apparently I can't talk to you right now. I gotta wait till you're, like, at work. And you're not open today, so that's fine. So my assumption is we're gonna go somewhere east of town. There's the bridge over here. There's probably gonna be some kind of delivery box by the bridge is gonna be my guess. Because if I truly do need to be delivering like 2,000 stone or something like that. Don't know. Let's see what it says. So quest, bridge repair. The bridge east of town is in need to be repaired. Deliver all necessary to the supply spot near the bridge. Supply spot near the bridge. I don't see a supply spot near the bridge. I would like to do it. I don't really know where it wants me to drop it, though. I have the materials. My assumption would be you'd go down here and to be like some type of bin or something. But I can't interact with the highlighted area here. Join. You're showing me an exclamation mark. And I don't really know why. Oh, we met another person, yet we still don't have the 16? Okay, so who have we not actually met? Because Leo, I figured, didn't count because they were... Oh, it's Pico. Okay, there's an exclamation mark. Oh, it's probably telling my machine is out of fuel is what I'm guessing it's saying. But yeah, so the problem I got right now is it's telling me to deliver it to a supply spot. But then I don't see it. Maybe it'll show up tomorrow in game? Because I think we accepted the thing today, so maybe it didn't appear? Unless by the bridge is very, very relative. Okay, so let's run this back. Is this the east? I mean, that's the bridge that's not here. Oh, no, you're right. The east is up here. Oh, weird. There is, I didn't notice it before, there is a compass rose on there. So then the east would be up this way. I didn't see a bridge that wasn't assembled up this way. And I'm pretty sure that's just telling me one of my machines is on material. Oh. Hey, Cliff. Hey there, Morgan. I was hoping to see you here. I thought the only one to respond to his job was going to be this little fellow here. Hey, Pico. I like your spirit. You know, it's been years since the bridge collapsed. There's been some talk about fixing it, and a bit of work here and there, but nothing ever came of it. To be honest, I can't remember now why we stopped working on it. Feels like nothing ever changed around here these days. People are just content staying exactly where they are. You'll have to forgive me, my dear. I spent too long in this town. Still remember things when things were booming. It's a real shame to see how far things have fallen since then. Do you think we can fix it ourselves? I'm not sure, to be honest. But it's worth a try, isn't it? If you're up for the work, we need someone to gather the materials and gather and build all the materials for the repairs. This is a supply depot. The materials can be delivered either here by hand or by conveyor. You can see what materials are needed by inspecting the building. I don't know about you, but I think it's about time we get our hands dirty with this. I can agree. I couldn't agree more. Okay. But right now, I am standing here. Take these. Alright. So let's go see what the exclamation mark is. Like I said, I'm willing to guess the exclamation mark is one of my things ran out of materials. Yeah, it's exactly that. It's this one over here. Because we're still at the stage, I have to manually feed these. Yep, and the moment I fed it, it's all happy as can be. So we're gonna run over here real fast. And chuck those. Chuck you. Alright, and back to what we were doing here. So I need bearings and stators. So for bearings and stators, I'm going to need item dispensers, which means iron plates. Alright, we can grab the stators here. I actually have a lot of stators. That's fine. So we can run in here, because I believe those stators will finish off one of the terminals, and then the last thing we gotta do is get the motors going. Now obviously I want to set up this automation to all feed each other kind of stuff. The issue we're gonna run into with that for the time being is just the simple fact that with a lot of this, I don't have the ability to fully automate the furnaces still. That's probably not true. More than likely what I could do is I could get it sorted out where I have the balance. Alright, so we're just missing 10 motors, and then that will have this full thing repaired. We will want to get the bearings delivered by Wednesday, I believe it was. So we're good there. Now what I'm going to do to get a bunch of those metal plates is I still have a bunch of junk laying around the entire map. And as you can see, it's primarily metal plates and gears and all that. So I figure I'd like to focus on cleaning up all the messes first. Okay, so got all that sorted. Okay. That was interesting. So the thing there was, it didn't look like we had a health bar here anywhere. But I messed with them a couple of times, and that time when I went in there, I got hit like 2 or 3 times because it's utterly ignoring damage since it didn't seem to be making a difference. We eventually got a heart icon pulsing above our head. So it does seem we do have a health bar, it's just not visible until it's low. I'm okay with that. Especially if you only have a couple of hit points kind of thing. And that'll be our coal on the iron side running out. Okay, so we got that cleaned up, that's all cleaned up. Peek in here real fast. We know all of them. Oh, it plays the music muffled. That's fun. Let's run up here. There was someone in white. I'm not sure if they're one I already know or not. Think they are. Oh, yeah. That's the fiance who runs the bakery. Alright, so we got some more metal plates and all that to keep things moving. So we'll want non-assembler, item dispenser, 1, 2, item receiver, 1. And grab you, put you on the bar, grab you, put you on the bar. It is weird having the factory automation style game, but then also, so you have stators and bearings. Bearings, stators. Alright, so I'll start producing those. I'll quickly grab the coal to top you off. Then we gotta go inside. Okay. And we're running the power grid real hard, so the lights are flickering in. This seems like a cartoonish Factorio. Yeah, it feels very Factorio-esque. It's like someone took Stardew Valley and Factorio and mashed them into one game. Where it's got like the Stardew Valley, you're in like the little town doing the stuff, but instead of, you're trying to farm and forage and do all that stuff to make it through, you're doing factory things. I kind of appreciate the UI idea that you don't just have, here's the amount of power you are currently running at. But instead they got tells like the lights start flickering on the house and everything. Okay, so you still got a bunch of fuel in there. We're getting a motors made. Okay, for right now, we can just keep feeding the machines. So crates are a thing that just exists and don't do much. I haven't found a use for them yet. They might have one. I don't know what it is, though. Okay, so if we do this, this will get the silo fixed. Okay, we are going to reveal to it. The way it sounded at first, there it sounded almost like we were going to start working on the rocket without telling our aunt. I'm like, I'm pretty sure she's going to figure that one out. gonna go on a hunch here, but I'm pretty sure you can't sneak past building a rocket in someone's property without them noticing something's up. Auntie, I have something to show you. What is it? I know you said not to go into the silo. Pico and I have been working really hard and we got all the broken equipment repaired. You went into the silo after I specifically told you not to go in there. Get off my property. Never come back. But I just thought that was incredibly foolish of you. Were you not listening? And to do so behind my back? What if you got hurt in there? Why would you do such a thing? Because what, Morgan? Because you promised. You promised me that if I came back, we'd work on it again. I spent years thinking about it. No matter how much I missed home, how much I missed Mom, at least one day I could come back and we'd work on it together again. And now I'm finally back and you won't even talk about it. I'm sorry, my dear. So many years has passed. But you're right, I did make a promise, and I'm here to break it. If we're to work on the silo, then we should get the doors properly opened. The main doors have been seized for years now, and if I could ask a favor, we may need some more motors first. The doors are extremely heavy, and we'll need a larger special type of motor to get them opened again. Let me know when you have everything we need. I'm guessing the fact that they, new blueprint for a heavy motor. I'm guessing because they had a, in the opening scene of the game, they did show like a hilltop with a grave on it. My guess is that, you know, there was something along the lines of, because they've never depicted there being an uncle or whatever. My guess is that was someone else who was working on it with her, you know, and got hurt or something, and then she kind of was like, no, I'm done with this. You know, kind of that type of deal. Especially with the fact that there is a accident on the job mechanic, apparently. Okay, so we need 50 bearings for Tia. Why does the little girl need bearings? I'm honestly more concerned about the fact that the little girl wants bearings. So there's William's house and all that down there. Okay, so let's drop by Rebecca, get our cash. And see about our next research. See if we can't track down Tia. Hey, Mo. What would you like to research? Please acknowledge the fact that I made progress. Level 2 furnace. It doesn't matter the cost, we're doing it. Perfect. Once you have the requirements delivered, we can get started drafting your blueprints. She probably just has a slingshot. You know what? That's fair. That's honestly fair. A bearing would make a relatively good projectile for a slingshot. It is a small metal object that would absolutely work. And you'd be like, I could just make you fragments of metal. You don't specifically need a bearing for this. All right. Okay, so we've got the houses down here. Because we got plates and stone to deliver. Okay, so one of them's in here. That's probably William? Yeah, it's William. I don't have your small motors, William. There you are, Tia. Wandering around the mine. This is so cool. I'm gonna build so much awesome stuff with this. Thanks, Morgan. I don't... Okay. It's fine. Alright, when we hit 3,000, we can get that. You can use slag for pieces on a wrist rocket. Hit RF need? Yeah, I mean, that's definitely... Alright, so let's continue to grab the stuff out of here. That furnace 2 is going to be glorious. It's honestly going to be a weird thing, because what's going to happen with that is I'm not going to need all of these dispensers anymore. Okay, so I need the motors, and that's bearings and stators. And I need a lot of those. And you're no longer running. Oh, right, we gotta do that thing where I prime it. And that's also showing an exclamation mark that it's probably gonna run out of material soon. That's my assumption. Okay, so I get back to making all the stuff. Yes, I'm assuming you're... Yeah, so you're getting close to spent. What we could do in the meantime is take all of that. You can run it up here. And keep things getting built. And I can also run up here and start tearing apart more things. I didn't know why they need to rebuild the bridge. This is perfectly functional. I honestly should have done it that way, but we did, so it's there now. Alright, so... Was there equipment up here to me to take apart? There's equipment down there, so let's go take apart that equipment. So we can get more wire and all that while the bit of factory I've got back home is running. One of my machines just shut down from coal. I wonder if the workplace accidents, like when you go into these mines, like I said, I got hit a couple of times and we had a little heart appear above our head. Okay, those contain ore. Okay. Alright, so my assumption here is over time we'd want to get all this hooked up and all that. It does seem like there's going to be a lot of progression so far as the factory side of things, which is pretty interesting. So let's get back to where we're at get back to our place here. So we're making good progress towards getting the stone all done. The big one I'm going to be struggling with is the iron plates, because I'm not setting aside iron plates anywhere. And it does feel like a thing that's going to need to happen, is I got to improve the throughput of the iron plates to fuel the other machines. And that's just a problem we're dealing with. Okay, so you're upset. Probably from the stuff down here. And you only managed to make 2 motors. Now, one thing I could do is I could have, instead of the coal feeding into this, I could have the copper feed in this and just have the coal feed into a box. And that would make it so I could probably scale up a bunch of these a little bit easier. I'm not too fussed with that right now because of how little I'm needing the copper stuff so far. Obviously, that's going to change over time. So you need more bearings. Just the other day, Sabrina was stomping through the bakery, barking her order at Jamie. I just don't get her. She can be so rude sometimes. Rude like concussing her friend when they visit? You still have a bit of coal left in you. Okay. So get this back up and running. Alright, so we need iron plates, we need stone, and we need the small motors. The small motors are happening. So it's 2 bearings per stator. Alright. This is going to be a difficulty. Meanwhile, you're getting pretty... Let's go and cap that off there. Yeah, and that's fine. So I'm curious if this backs up to the point that that sits there, will it eventually grab that across anyways? Does it keep consuming material even when it doesn't have anything to build? Because that's full now. Okay, now there we go. Yeah, so this is full, it's backed up. So I want to see if the iron plates just sit here. Does it keep functioning? Okay, it does keep functioning. If it gets stuck, it'll keep filling. Because I was a little worried, since it's every other one it grabs, it would just sit there indefinitely and the whole works would get gummed up. Because obviously I'm new to this game, so I don't really know the rules of how half of this works. And for you to have stators, you need more copper wire. So let's just grab a bunch of copper wire and get those stators being made. And in hindsight, you stop at 3. Get that back online. Go over here real fast so we can get those resupplying. And same here, I really don't need more than that. Okay. So I think we're getting good with a lot of that stuff there. There's 13. Oh, I put the wrong thing in the wrong box. You go in this box. So there's like, why is it not running? Oh yeah, because I'm feeding the wrong stuff into it. Alright, so we can pop over here, get these motors dropped off. Or get these dropped off. Okay, we're definitely going to want to automate that. I also need to remember what the heck do I need for... Okay. So small motors we're still working on. I need just a couple more of those. Yeah, 2 more will do it. We got the stator starting to collect. We got the bearings starting to collect again. We are carving through the iron there, but that's... I'm not too worried about that. Okay, so we've got that. Meanwhile, all this amethyst and junk we're finding, let's see if I can't chuck it in here to clear up inventory. The dog's like, hey, that's my ball. He kept bringing me new ones, so I'm assuming he'll keep doing it. And I stepped away for 2 seconds, so one of my things is already gone there. Oh, I also just realized we actually have the task over here, so I don't have to go back. Okay, so first let's drop off the motors with William, who is down here. And then we can get the gears, the stone, and the small motors. And the small motors will be the bottleneck there because of the bearings. We can grab all that stuff. Because I definitely feel like getting the increased inventory will be nice. Thanks, Morgan. I really needed the help. Been so busy lately with my research, I haven't had time to get this myself. Your research you're doing at the observatory that is not currently functional. I feel like you're BSing me. I feel like you just wanted motors for your little race cars, and you were just embarrassed to talk about it, which it's totally okay to have a hobby. You could just be like, hey, I am making little race cars, and they're fun, and I need more motors. And it'd be okay. You're allowed to have hobbies. Not everything has to be work. Yeah, we can top that off. Grab more of the motors. Alright, so I'm going to need 20 motors. So the one good news is we're actually able to make this go pretty okay. Alright, so I got gears. So I am going to need, was it 100 gears? 150 gears. So we're going to clean out the gear machine. How are you doing? Oh, this looks cute. Yeah, no, it's sort of Factorio meets Stardew Valley. It's about the best I can come up with. That it is a factory automation game, sort of Factorio-esque, but instead of the... Oh, that's not what I wanted to do at all. We broke it. But instead at all about the, you know, being on the planet, dealing with all that garbage and whatnot. Instead, you're kind of just, oh, hey, you're all shut down. So let's get your drill here. Now bring that back online. I'll accidentally whistle for the dog while we're at it. I've lost the thread. I mean, take it all, go to sleep, and we'll deal with it in the morning. Yeah, and that was yeah. So basically, it reminds me of, like, Factorio in the sense that, like, instead of having where, like, you got the biters and you're trying to fight to get back out of the area, like, build your rocket to get off the planet for you, like, saving yourself, so it's like that whole survival, getting through it kind of thing. It's more Stardew Valley in the sense that you're, you know, you're at your aunt's place and she's building this rocket for unspecified reasons. And you're helping make that happen. It's kind of just the thing you want to do. And that's just like kind of your motivation is getting all that going. All right, so we finally hit the point where the bearings aren't the limiter here. How are we doing on those? So I still need more, but it's got like the flow of like Stardew Valley where, you know, you show up and you work on a couple of things and all that. Okay, so I have more gears than I should carry with me, so we'll drop the gears in there. That'll be enough gears to turn that in. And I need the stone, which I've got. And I need the motors, and that's currently being worked on. Oh. It's not the coal that's the problem right now. The copper, yeah, it's the copper. I get it. If you can build a rocket, then why not? I'm building one myself in Stationeers. Yeah, no, exactly. And, like, we haven't found, like, the lore of what's actually going on in the world. But the implication is that the town fell on kind of hard times, that the industry basically shut down the town to some degree. Just trying to get the iron bars on my hands. So, like, that's going on. Your aunt didn't even want to talk about the rocket for whatever reason. There was an opening shot where they did kind of show a gravestone on a hilltop, like a mountaintop, clifftop, whatever you want to call it. My looking at that and trying to read between the lines is something happened and she shut it down. And she's only reluctantly started to let us work on it again. But, with all that, there is a stat in the game that's like the last time since there was a workplace accident. So that appears to be an actual mechanic in the game. So my assumption is they're going to have like a workplace accident happened, and that just, she stopped doing it ever since because she felt it was too dangerous. The new furnace is level 2 ready. You can now load both ore and coal automatically at the same time. This will save you having to load coal by hand all the time. It's finally happened. I'm finally free from the shackles that is working on that machine. Collects and dispenses items automatically via the conveyor belt. Can be used buffer production line. Oh! Okay, this is fantastic. So this is a buffer chest. For those not familiar with the idea of a buffer chest, it's just a thing in games like Factorio where what you do is you do like conveyor belt inserter, box inserter, conveyor belt. That way you could like slowly build up a bunch of stuff in that box so that as the ebb and flow on the input line gets slower, you had this buffer before it started hurting your production. Perfect. Once the requirements are delivered, we can get started drafting the blueprints for you. Are you going to acknowledge the fact that I did your challenge? Oh, there we go. I did it. I hit the max throughput on a copper wire. No way. That's incredible. Wait until Newer hears about this. Well, if you're Miss Hotshot, then how about seeing if you can max through the throughput on crafting stators? Screw you, Rebecca. Can't you just be proud of me? Do you have to, like, continue to issue higher challenges? Oh, wait, I've already apparently done that. Hang on, Rebecca, I'm already doing the thing you asked me. I just took some boxes and I just shoved them in there. Okay, it took a bit longer, but I hit the max throughput on the stators. Wow, you're really getting the hang of this, Mo. I'm impressed. Keep up the awesome work. Whenever there's a new component type, see if you can max out the throughput on it. That will help you stay ahead of the researching new blueprints. Oh hey, I got an achievement. All the Stardew Valley style games love to be highly transactional. Oh yeah, no, that was that's always been like a discussion point. It's like, how do you form a relationship? It's transactional. You have to give them N amount of a thing and then they love you. Not a meme, technically true. Technically by game mechanics, that's literally how it works. Okay, so let's chuck all this stone at the bridge. I still don't know the last person I'm missing. And the dog will apparently... Actually... Oh, that's not what I was trying to do. Supposedly I can go to the thing with all the people I've met. I didn't mean to get my medal again, but that's fine. Okay. So, what we're going to want to do is we're going to work on rehashing my entire setup. What I'm going to want to do is get, like, the better furnace, which is small motors and stone. And so we're going to want to get the small furnace. So that's just got the tiniest bit of ore there. So let's leave that functional as it is. So I've got the iron over here, and I've got the coal over there. So what I'll probably want to do is in the middle here, put the level 2 furnace where I could just feed the materials into it. And then from there we can worry about trying to get, you know, first get it up and running. It's kind of one of the rules I give myself in factory automation is step 1, get the product being made. Step 2, worry about actually getting the amount you want. You're currently struggling with a bit of IC code for gas fuel mixer I'm working on. I have no idea about that. Oh, and stationeers. Okay, I was like, what? Okay, furnace level 2. Okay, so you have 2 inputs and an output. Fair enough. I'm going to put those here for right now. Okay, so got that set up. Because then the plan of how I want to deal with this... I'm not ready to take that yet. Is I want to get this to the point down here where I will have this branching off to make all of the basic iron stuff. So we don't have the buffer chest, so there's going to be no buffer. Instead, I'm going to branch this off in a couple different places. But before we do that, I need iron plates. That's actually kind of a challenge there. Because I'm not actually making a box for iron plates. Alright, so, for the first drill, it's 9 iron plates. Now we're running out of coal again. So let you keep running your thing for a minute, because that means you're probably about ready to run out. Oh, you've not been running this whole time because you're not primed. Okay, we'll get that sorted. Because what we'll do, like I said, is we'll try and get that set up over here. And then we'll work our way over to where we've got... Oh, this whole area only mostly has iron. But yeah, we're going to want to get those set up to being produced automatically. And slowly get the production line set up. Make sure we have a output for each of them to keep them all running. So I need more iron plates. Because what we'll do is we'll get that producing iron plates. Okay, so with that, I can make the first drill. And get it online. Okay, you need power over there, which requires iron plates. Okay, just a little bit running around getting this all set up. Okay. Because yeah, then we should be able to take all this junk that's piled up all over the place and get that all, Okay. So that'll be producing. So the thing I want to do here next is let's take the conveyor belt and at least make it a couple tiles over. From here, I want a splitter. And what I'm going to try to do is we're going to try to sit there and split it off where it's like 50% of the stuff gets pulled off the line onto the side and fed directly into a storage container. So that way I have... Oh, wait, not yet. My bad. You should be pulled up here real fast. need an assembler. Okay, we can go over here and quickly make iron plates with that. Okay, so I need 2 more iron plates to make an assembler, because I need to make iron plates. Then, like I said, what I'll probably do from there is have, like, an inserter that grabs, like, every other one until the iron plates are full, and then we'll have it split off from the others. It is interesting that it works in this way versus, not having, like, a belt splitter... Not having, like, a belt splitter where it's kind of in line. But I like that the splitter-inserter kind of combo does work well. Okay, so we got that. So with this, let's put 2 of those there. And now I need my splitter. That's going to cost me some copper wire, which I have. So let's get the splitter built. From A to B. It'll have item receiver. Okay, and you'll grab every other item for right now. And for right now, we will set your limit to be no more than 3. Okay, so I've got the first one in there. I want to clean up some of this junk. Okay. So I'm going to want 1 conveyor there, 1 here, and 1 here. Then I have the assembler there. It would have all that. Okay. So I can go over here, and I need 3 assemblers. Actually, let's start decommissioning this area. That's how we'll deal with it. So we'll decommission this area as needed. Okay, so we can get the conveyor belt line all set up. Conveyor belts. We will want to grab the receiver on here. I am going to set it back down to 2. Right now I'm going to chuck those in there, so when I hook it all up, the whole thing doesn't just explode with resources. Okay, so from now I need another splitter. A, B, and 1 out of every 3 goes over this way. A couple of power poles. And assuming that would replace what I've got there. And 1 more power pole. There we go. Actually, you can go... There. Okay. It's all cattywampus, so it's deeply upsetting. Okay. So, we can get that going. So let's get the next line ripped up. Keep that all being produced. Oh, I also need another drill before I forget. Okay. So that means that should run automatically until it runs out of ore. So now the next move is, this thing is shutting down from the looks of it. So let's go here, pull all of you up. Grab the bearings. Chuck the bearings in here for right now. And we can go here. 1 and 2 go there. And you make bearings. And we can grab this. Cool. I'm gonna drop the bearings in there for right now. Okay. And that leaves the last of this production line to bring back online. Okay, so I no longer need that pull down there. Okay, so with this we'll have all of the basic iron stuff set up. Now, some of these I'm going to not want to just dump into these resources. My plan right now is to get the thing set up this way. And then what I'll do after this is all set up is we'll go through here, get our stuff. So your gears, I believe? Yes. Okay. So the next one to do is the same exact idea, but for copper. We've got the same coal I can hit over here, and I got the copper down there. So we'll need to get all that settled down. That's going to be more stone, which we can get by cleaning stuff up here. Unfortunately, it's not much copper. So I'm suspecting what's going to ultimately happen in the long run is we will end up getting into the scenario where I would go into the individual mines, and each mine probably has a couple different ores in there. And you assume we will at some stage have effectively an infinite mine, that it won't be convenient where it's located, but once I tap it, it'll just be where the ore comes from, and I'll have to ship it where it's needed. Alright, so that's good news. Also, let's make sure that gear is capped out at 3 stacks right now. Okay. So I can drop this off. I want to deal with a bunch of that later, but that won't be right this second. So every single day you wake up, even if you sell the tennis ball, you get that. So we got a note that just says everything's gonna be alright. I do like the little affirmation things, the little drawings. Alright, 9 days without an accident. And the game does appear to be broken up into chapters. Okay, so you let that sit there. There's a tiny bit of copper here. Okay, before we get into it for today, let's do our run to town. See if we've got anything new on the board to deal with. You want item receivers. You want assemblers. You want furnaces. Max jobs reached. Okay, so we have learned that there is a max number of jobs. That's good to know. Meanwhile, let's make sure we go to our objectives again. I kind of wish those just automatically put themselves on my objectives. Okay, so we got everything there. Alright. Ooh, you want 40 level 2 assemblers. And item receivers 1. Okay, so needless to say, that's going to be a lot more materials. So first, let's get that second furnace 2 going. I didn't check how long we have for those. Okay. And we should be getting pretty close to the point we'll be able to drop off the last of the stone for the bridge. The metal plates, I'm hoping with the way we got that set up, should ultimately give me what we need. I also appreciate that when we expand our property, apparently we're going to get a bunch more random bits and baubles as well. Okay, so you're backed up to the point you don't have any more capacity. Let's grab your 150 plates you're giving me. I can run over here and we can grab the stone. And let's drop everything we can off here. It won't be enough to finish the bridge, because I'm going to need at least one more full load of the plates. Okay, so we got all the stone delivered, and we got about just barely shy of 200 more iron plates, and that'll have the bridge done. I'm curious what the big benefit is. Oh, you know what I bet you? I bet you with that one piece of wood, you wouldn't be able to run conveyors over it, so the bridge becomes necessary to run conveyors back and forth. So meanwhile, let's dump all the stone back in here for right now, except maybe 3 stacks. Okay, so I need to make a furnace 2. Drop the rest off right now. I imagine this would also be a game that eventually you want to make your assemblers, that kind of nonsense. It just takes a while to get there. Okay, so with that we can grab the furnace 2. Same exact deal, we'll go over here. So I've got that. You're already broken down because I haven't refilled you. Okay. So I've got you there. So what we can do over here is rotate you for right now. Alright, so what I'm going to end up needing here is we'll have the, that's the assembler. What I need, yeah, there we go. The output box. We're going to go to this, fill it up. And I do know that that tile's about to run out. I'm okay with that. Okay, so we got all you picked up. Keep doing the same thing and not learning my lesson. Okay, we got you. We'll get the assembler here. You make... Oh, wait. We have the furnace. I don't need to make plates on this one. Hang on. Get rid of you. Alright, that'll be a thing to sort out. Okay, so first we're going to do the same thing we did before. I'm going to grab... big long conveyor belt here. I'm going to grab a input there. Actually, let's grab it earlier on. Grab an input over here. I'm going to need more conveyors, which has been a long time coming. So I'll start getting those producing again. And from here, we'll want to make another splitter. You're going to grab 1 in 3. I usually don't need many of the copper ingots themselves, so we're going to cut it down to 2, and then just fill this up with the spares. And I can fill stuff in as I need. Alright, so the next thing we're going to need is I'm going to need 2 more areas here. We got that assembler there. I'll put a second assembler once I get some iron plates. I don't need to do that. I have assembler sitting right here. Okay, and so with that, I can go right here, plunk you down. So you're copper wire. Your heat sinks. Okay, and then we can grab the receivers. And drop those down. Keep that going for right now. And now we can get our 2 splitters. Do I not have a splitter? No, because it's manually feeding those. Alright, okay, so we can make 2 more splitters. And you're going to grab every other one. Okay. So now I'll drop all of you back in for right now. Go to you and drop you in there for now. Okay, so we're now making a bunch of these things. Dropping the gears in here for my own sanity for a moment. We don't want the old furnaces anymore, so let's just rip those out. And then it's time to wire up our more advanced components. So we're burning a lot of time just working on all this, which is totally fine. And with this, I'm going to chuck the furnaces in there so I can get those sold. That's going to be an interesting thing to tackle. First, let's stop it from mining more right now. And we'll get that resolved. Okay, so we're going to go over here, and I'll put another output on this one. And an output on this one. So I can get those materials that were overflow out of here. Okay. Cool, so I got that whole area cleared up. We've got this automated up for like a good chunk of it now. We can drop off all the iron ore. And I've got spare drills. So while they're not needed for right now, I'll go ahead and have them set up. Because then, like, for example, when this copper node runs out, I'll already have that sorted out. Okay, so with that, we've got all of our basic components being produced. I do need a bunch of assembler 2s, was it? It's gonna be a lot of material for a bunch of assembler 2s. And the item receivers. That's actually a lot of stuff I'm gonna have going. Right. But I need the small motors being made. I need the stators being made. Let's see, what does it make to make heavy-duty motors? I don't yet know yet. Let's get to the assembler too. Actually, these are basically ready to be torn down. Okay, so we've got all that. So we've got the motors and rotors. Let's get the rotor going. I'm pretty sure the rotor was... we can get this figured out here. So give some space here. So... Okay, so the small motor is a heat sink and all that, so we'll want that on this side to get to it easier. So we have the stator. Okay. So stator needs to come first, that's copper wire and gear. So let's go over here, pick you up, put you way over here on the side. So you're going to be for stators. So what we're going to want to do is switch up some of our stuff here. So the stator needs gears and copper wire. So the best way I can think to do this is we will have a path that leads straight into that, and then we'll pull stuff off into reserve off to the side, using another one of the arms. So we'll start that by just going here, and that's our gear feed in. Now we haven't made any of the underpasses, which is stone and iron plate. So let's go over here and grab a stack of stone, because we're going to need to feed the copper wire underneath there to get the stators being made. Then we'll need to feed the stators over to get the motors being made. And we'll have to feed the motors over to get the heavy motors made. And it's a very common factory automation, you know, stuff you gotta do. So let's get you off the bar and all you off the bar. Stack you. Oh, I wonder if it's gonna be that I have to make two separate ones. Okay. Alright, and same thing with this one. We will make it so that feeds straight over. Alright. So with that, what we're going to do is we're going to change up our setup a little bit here. I'm going to do this. Do this. I will need more gears. Okay, put that there. We will add another splitter. Okay, configure you to go from here to here. Every other one. Set you back down to 3. And plop those two in. Cool. So that means we've got that popping over. So we need to do the same basic idea over here. Alright, we'll put it here. And create another splitter. And every other one. Okay, so we got that set up, we got this set up, so now we need to get some power lines over here. Okay, and that means we're going to be making stators. Means it's time to make another one of these. Cool. So we've got the stators all hooked up. So then the next thing I need is I will need another one of these bigger ones. And what was the recipe here? So that's for the motors. That's stators and bearings. So what we'll do here is I will put you around there-ish, I think. That's for motors. All right. There we go. So there's the stators. So now my bearings are over here. This will be another case of needing an underground. The same exact idea. Okay, and hopefully we don't have too complicated stuff coming out with the belts here in a moment. Because this is going to become a real big mess real fast. I know you're getting tired and I'm falling behind on my projects here. Let me pull that up so I don't have to fight with you. Okay, we got that topped off, so you're all good here. Now I need more power lines. Cool. And another splitter. Every other one. Okay, and we're basically out of time for the day, but you can see where the complexity is going to build up fast on this thing. Now, one of the things we gotta check is how we're doing on our journal thing. So the delivery, I have until Friday to do it, so I got 2 more in-game days. You need yours by Thursday, so it's due tomorrow. It doesn't say what time it's due tomorrow, and all the other stuff doesn't have a date to it. So, okay. So for that, that's the Assembler 2s. And the Assembler 2s are iron plates and heat sinks. So that actually kind of sucks. But they're getting ready to pay me like thousands for it. So it's worth doing. And we're hitting the limit on our power. The lights are flickering in here, so we'll make sure to build more power in the morning. Note to self, you rock. Thanks, man. Alright, so we're overloading the power grid. Let's get that resolved. Need more copper wire. Okay. So the priority today is to get those 40 Assembler 2s made. That's going to honestly be a pretty significant undertaking. So let's grab the heat sinks that we have spare. And it was iron plates as well, so let's grab the iron plates. So you've got all that going. I also need the copper wire, that's right. So go grab some spare copper wire. Okay, so we'll get one more thing to get the power grid up. I am curious if this is one of these games that when the power runs out... Oh yeah, no, I think it did shut down the buildings. So I think it was more satisfactory than Factorio that when the power grid fails, you know, things stop doing entirely. Okay, so we got more power going on up there. Alright. So let's start by going like this. I'm gonna need a lot more materials. I think we're gonna blow the deadline on this one. Give me it all. Okay, well that's going to keep working. In the meantime, we can get the rest of the factory continuing to be built up. We'll go over here. This is for the heavy-duty motors. So right now, I'll just hook that up directly. So for the heavy-duty motors, I need the heat sinks and the small motors. The small motors are easy. They're literally right here. The heat sinks aren't going to be that bad either. I just need to build an underground. There's going to be more iron plates that I can't afford to give up. Okay. So it's definitely feeling we're going to need to increase the throughput on our iron plates before this is over. Which is not surprising to probably anyone who has ever played a factory game ever. Okay, and we'll need a splitter here. Okay, we'll make 50% and set you to only keep 2 stacks. Cool. So that means all those should get fed. So now if we get the power up set up. Okay, so we're now making heavy motors. Alright. So now is where we're going to manually intervene, because there's 0 chance we're making this deadline if I don't just start getting in on the mix. Oh, wait, but it can't. Alright, what are the speeds you do this? So you produce 30 per minute, and you can consume 90 per minute. Alright. Is this Factorio meets Kerbal? I've been saying it's more Factorio meets Stardew Valley, but you know, somewhere in that ballpark. So stone we can make happen. So let's try and get three iron furnaces going up so we can massively improve the throughput. Because getting those assemblers is gonna be a thing. So furnace 2. Alright, so now's where things are going to get complicated. How do I want to go about this? What is the throughput of one of these drills? So the drills are 30 per minute. So it's one drill per furnace. And 3 furnaces per assembler. So that's gonna be a 1. Alright, so I can get this to work on this end pretty okay. Since it's a 1-to-1 ratio, the math is really not a problem. So we can go right here, slap you, you're done. And we can put right here, that. Okay, so that's all wired up. I will need more drills over here. Let's grab another drill here. I need gears, that's easy. I understand you're out of coal. I haven't hooked coal up to you, so of course you're out of coal. So let's get a drill going. And I need to move my inventory around. Alright. So from here, what I can do is grab you, take this coal out, and I can just hand shove it in here for just a minute. We'll do that over here just to get on my hands. So you're no longer needed here at all. So what we're going to do here is you're wired up there now. Pneumatic conveyor belt, so I'm going to need more of those. Then I go over here. Alright, so I've got those 2 coal lines hooked up. Now I need a 3rd coal line over here. So now with this one, I could reroute you. Grab an under tunnel, which is more iron plates I can't afford to give up. The good news is I am massively improving the iron plate production. So this is getting me closer to our objective. We're running out of time for meeting the deadline. I don't think that's happening today. I just put it off too long. I didn't optimize when I needed to. Oh! Underbridges cannot feed directly into those machines. It has to be a conveyor belt. I mean, I can still make that work, but that's information. Okay, so what we're going to do here is instead, I pull these 3 up and hook those up. Now it hooks you up. Alright, so I've got all those hooked up. That's good news there. Alright, so the next thing I need to do is I need to get the one last iron line hooked up to get it over here. That's the one I'm not as sure how I want to go about that. Because I left myself just enough space to make that work. I'm going to need another stack of stone, so I can go way around there and duck it under. It's a bit sloppy going back and forth. But right now we're rushing, so we're being sloppy. Okay, so I need another drill over here somewhere. Okay, so we've got that. I need one more power pole. Okay, so we've got all that going. So we're consuming a ton of our power. Alright, we've got our motors going, we've got all this happening, so all that's good news. Now, I just need to be getting a lot of iron plates and start pocket crafting a bunch of these assemblers. Grab a stack of these. All right. Yeah, so now it's getting the iron plates out every single tick, which is good. While we're waiting for that to build up more, one thing I will do that'll help us along, your limit is now just the whole top. Okay. So, things we need. 50 small motors. I have 16. Right, and you're being starved for plates and all these other things. That is what it is. So I need 50 motors over there, and I need 20 of the big motors. There's not really a realistic way I'm picking up the pace on that right now. And these are going fine. It's mostly this consuming here to catch up our costs. But just like Factorio, your pain seems to be copper wire and iron plates. Because iron plates are used for like everything, and copper wire seems to be getting used a decent amount. The iron plates are what's hurting me right now. But that should ease up a bit. Yeah, because you're full of your stators. And you're full here, so the gears should start going down. At which point that'll double up the amount of iron plates getting fed into the rotors, which will be feeding, double up the amount getting fed into the motors, you get the idea. We'll get more throughput. That's what matters. Anytime someone says screws, I have a satisfactory-based panic attack. Yeah, no, every one of the games have their, like, handful of things that just hurt you. The new format for mobile is interesting. Yeah, no, if you don't like the new one, you can just touch on the screen and it'll say go to the classic at the top left. For the record, I've opted into that. Like, they were like, hey, do you want to try this? And I actually set up the layout. So I can actually change those layouts. Like, for those watching on the mobile, you can see here, I can actually literally go in there and be like, hey, you know what? Let's put the camera over there instead, or up here. So it's just like before. I should not have moved that. But it's just like before, in regards to me it's just like normally on stream that I can control the layout. With the old layout, the old mobile one, you could only have like the tiny little window at the very top as your one and only option. This one you can actually at least have choices. So like, if you as the viewer don't like the new layout, you can click close and go to the old layout, that's fine. I as the creator can sit there and choose, say, hey, well, with the games I play, I'd rather have the small format, hey, I would rather, like, I'm willing to cut off the edge of the thing so you can actually see the stuff. We had a whole discussion about at the beginning of stream about, I know a lot of people won't like the new layout, which is totally fine. I think it's good that they give us the choice either way. Yeah, we're not getting 40 of those done. I'm on 15. Alright, so the good news is, it does seem like when we look at our objectives, so that's the delivery for William. So, basically, I'm going to get 16 coins even if I'm late. If I deliver it on time, I get an extra 400 coins. So we're going to lose that 400 coins, but we will ultimately deliver it. The other thing we need is the 50 receivers. And the receivers are more iron plates, in case anyone is wondering. Now, like I said, as these lines start to back up where I don't need more of the materials, things should settle. I also need 400 iron plates for that. Yeah, we did triple our throughput in the iron plates during this in-game day, so it's making progress. We also fully automated these lines. I was having to manually feed them. I don't think we're actually going to be able to get many more furnaces on this one. I could go over here and set some up. I'm not too much feeling like I need to set this up too much. I could go over here, actually, and make a dedicated line that's just for iron plates and just let that slowly eat away at that. Okay, I only need 2 more of the heavy motors, and then that'll satisfy the silo objective. It's funny. It does feel like this escalated very quickly. Oh, there's literally 1 unit of copper left there. I'll take care of it. Okay, so with that, we can grab that drill. And I'm just doing that to keep the redundancy there. So when one of those drops off, it keeps going. Okay, so I've got my 20 heavy motors. Did I set a limit on you? Yeah. We got 20 heavy motors. That's one thing I've got all the stuff. We're getting our small motors sorted. More of those supplies are getting dedicated just to the bearings. Got that plug-in away. Yeah, so by the end of the day, I was probably going to set just about 20 motors, which is half of the delivery. So to say I didn't have a chance of getting that done today is understating that a little bit. And that was, I didn't prep. I should have scaled up our operations earlier, but that's fine. Also, the real question is, where the heck is Auntie sleeping? Have you the new motors? Thank you, dear. The last thing we'll need is to power the silo. I've unlocked the breaker for the silo. Go up to the meter to the right of the doors and turn it on. The silo takes a lot of power, much more than we have at the house. You'll need to build some more wind turbines or else you'll trip the breaker. Well... and the grid is down. Oh, can I not trip it back? Alright, so I'm gonna need some gears. Apparently when you throw that breaker, it really locks itself in there. So let's keep building these, and then we need to go to bed. I'm hoping I can get the power back on before we go to bed, but not feeling too good, because she wasn't kidding. It's like, it takes a lot of power. 14,000. I'm 100 power short. Oh no, the TV has no power. We produced 1,600 items today. I like that she's trying to path inside, and I think that the anger block is just showing the fact that she can't get back into her own home, because the pathing wants to take her through where I shoved a power pole right in the middle of the road. I see nothing wrong with this, and I will not be changing it. Not unless it ends up starts breaking something later. Near our stack of gears. There, that should head off the power issue for a little while. And I'm deliberately putting a space there so later on I can walk between them. Alright. So now I've got almost 14,000 watts of power to spare. So the entire factory just came back online. Okay. So let's do kind of a reevaluation of what we got here. So I still need to get a whole lot of things built that are all depending on iron plates. We'll let you continue to build up. For right now, let's limit that to 1 stack. It seems like those are a bit pricey to get going. We could also talk to our aunt now that the silo is powered. I'm also very curious why you have this tiny little town with a railroad in it and a rocket silo in the middle of it. Looks like we're all ready to go. Nothing left to do but get the new parts installed. That should do it. That should about do it, I guess. It looks like we're all ready. So, what now? You may want to cover your ears, dear. Again, this feels so very out of place. You built this with Mom? I was young once too, my dear. Your mother and I spent every moment working on this rocket, day and night. It was going to put our town on the map. But after she passed, I found I just couldn't do it anymore. And the more time that went on, the harder it was to come in here again. I'm sorry, my dear. I didn't know how to tell you. I haven't been able to work on the rocket for years, and now I fear these old hands aren't what they used to be. Sometimes life gets the better of us. I'm sorry, Auntie. I didn't know. Coming back here to help you work on it, the way me, you, and Mom used to, it's all I've ever wanted. That's what your mother would have wanted too. Maybe together we could start our work again. We're going to need a lot more parts than just some motors, though. Best way to invigorate a small town is a missile silo? I mean, it would require a lot of supporting industry. You have all sorts of, like, metallurgy, machinery, chemistry. You've got all the aerospace stuff. There would be no lack of anything going on there. There's a lot that goes into building a rocket. To build the rocket, we're going to need to produce and deliver all the necessary parts to each station. Parts can be built using different machines in your journal, and then delivered in these input chutes. You can inspect the chutes to see what parts are required, and check the notes in your journal. Some parts you'll need to research at the university first before being able to assemble them. Talk to Rebecca in the university to see what you should research first. It's going to be a lot of work, my dear. I can't wait. I mean, judging by the size of that, this is gonna be a really weird angle. Picking up the pieces. Thinking to follow. Welcome to the stream. Open the silo blast doors. The achievement is called Cover Your Ears. It's been 12 days since the last work incident. And that takes us into chapter 2, apparently. So we got through spring and we're now in summer. I did notice it didn't say like spring 1st or 2nd, it just said spring Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So my thought is you just keep cycling in the same season until you finish your objectives. Good morning, Morgan. It's so early. How are you always up before I am? You wanted to work on the rocket, didn't you? No time like the present. Is there at least any coffee left? There might be a bit of decaf left in the pot. Decaf? What did I do to deserve this? I've been working on the list of components we'll need for the first stage of the rocket. Take a look. Heavy-duty motors, steel beams, circuit boards. I know how to make the motors, but I'm not sure about the steel beams of the circuit boards. Not to worry. I'm sure Rebecca and Noor are up to the task of researching the parts we need. Sounds good. I'll head over to the university right away. Oh, before you go, let's head to the silo for a moment. There's an old friend I think you should see. But first, I need your help moving some boxes. Wait, is that Toasty? It sure is. Oh my god, I can't believe I forgot about him. But why is he all covered up like this? Ever since you left, he missed you terribly. He decided to go into hibernation mode until you came back. Well, I'm back. Let's boot him up. My thoughts exactly. Why isn't it working? I'm not sure. I kept his battery topped off all these years. He should be ready. I think he might just need a little motivation. Why don't you stop by the bakery and pick up a fresh loaf of bread for him? Wait, you're right. I used to help him steal some from... borrow from the bakery. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Now run along and get some bread. Let's see if giving it to him helps wake him up. And this time, buy it. Okay. So the factory's all back online. We'll go grab the plates real fast since that's... Oh, goodness, that's good. You make a lot of steel plates when you apparently sleep through the season. Or iron plates. And by that I mean I got one thing done there, and now I need to go over here. Just get rid of it. Oh, it's complaining inventory's full of this. We have that. And just like that, we gobble up everything. Yeah, I didn't have it. Prayers hoping having that delivered in time. Considering I still need 8 more. I still need 8 more. And not even close. Alright, let's, Okay, so what we can do here is let's grab the gears. I should need more of those. Oh, you know what? That's actually... Okay, so I see what's happening here, and I think it's actually a clever way. So instead of making you have to wait for it, when you finish the objective, it's as if your factory ran for a while. So, like, everything you had wired up and good can kind of top off. That honestly makes it very curious that you could probably abuse and just crank stuff up, but I think that's fine. So before we do any of that, I'm going to run down here. I'm going to deliver what we can to the research place. Actually, we just do it like that. There's not really a point in me bothering them again. I already have the next thing queued up for research. Anything can help you with today? A loaf of bread. Alright. Oh, and also I probably can't accept more on this. Yeah, so we're already maxed on our number of jobs. That's fine. Yeah, because oh, wait. I just remembered something. We have the 3,000 I needed. I can actually get my bigger bags. Hey, Shadowsaurus Rex, how's it going? Or, yeah, Shadowsaurus Rex? I don't know how to pronounce it. Alright, so we got our medium backpack, so what did that do for us? I guess I have a whole extra row. That makes sense. And there's a medium backpack that implies by that there's going to be a large backpack. Okay, so with that, we can run in here and see what the deal is with Toasty. There we go, all set. Toasty, anybody home? Still nothing. He doesn't seem to want to wake up. Better go talk to Auntie. Maybe she'll have an idea what to try next. Okay. I tried giving the bread to Toasty, but nothing. Seems a bit flaky. I thought for sure that would do it. Let's go take a look together. Maybe there's something we're missing. We should try something new. You're quite pleased with yourself, aren't you? I'm on a roll. Well, this is awkward. Oh dear, I was worried about this. You didn't happen to see where he went, did you? I'm afraid not, my dear. But you should start searching around the town right away. He's a giant 8-foot-tall walking toaster. There's no telling what kind of trouble he can get up to on his own. You could say this town is toast. Not now, Morgan. You're currently in the hospital? You had a baby? Oh, well, congrats on the baby. You know, I hope you you get back up, you know, up and about as fast as a call and be, and, you know, all the new parenting stuff and all that good stuff. But yes, you better hurry up. These puns are insufferable. Okay. Yeah, no, congrats on that. And meanwhile, we'll keep pocket crafting that stuff till we can turn those in. Okay, so that should be exactly enough of those. We're still waiting on more iron plates. Luckily, because those lines got backed up, that should be something that resolves itself. Alright. We still haven't met anyone in the town. And I'm assuming we should have been able to by now. So my thought is to just keep missing someone, but without the game having a way to like really point you, about all I could do is just walk in all the buildings and hope for the best. I'm assuming we'll trigger a cinematic when we get close. It's probably up by the mine. There's not a whole lot up there. Yeah, I never did clean up all your junk laying around here. Okay. And I almost have enough of, I almost have enough of the assemblers made to turn that in. And then we also blew the deadline for the item receivers, and all that's because iron plates were short on. Which is a curiosity. Imagine what you do now to keep up with a bunch of that stuff. So like there's some coal and copper over there. You should be like build an area to make copper stuff down there. It's probably going all over the map and doing that. And I mentioned before, most likely it'll be a thing that as we deplete those areas, because they all have finite amount of resources, most likely it's you get to those big mines and there'll be, you know, infinite ore down there. Yeah, we'd have to hook that up to power. Alright. I'm guessing Toasty is going to be a mount that we can ride around. Okay, so I need to deliver you to William, and I believe William was the one down here. Looks like he might be heading to town, so let's see if we can't intercept him. So I could drop that off and get paid her like 1,600 or whatever it was. Start poking in random businesses. Okay, and William? Thanks, Morgan. I really needed the help. Been busy lately with my research, and I hadn't had time to get it myself. Okay, so turning them in late doesn't have any negative consequence. You just don't get the bonus. Can I be delivered tomorrow? Morgan, thank goodness you're here. Jamie, what's going on? What on earth was that? There's something here in the bakery. I heard it as soon as I came in. I think it's in the basement. Oh my goodness, what is that? I think it might be dangerous. Look at the size of it. Toasty! You're awake. I'm so happy to see you again. Wait, you know this thing? It's my auntie's toaster, or was her toaster? My mom built him out of their toaster when I was little. I used to go riding it and get all sorts of trouble. You rode on top of a giant toaster. We have different childhoods. 5 cups flour, 1.5 cups water, 1 cup sugar dough starter. Sorry, he only speaks in bread recipes. Toasty, did you break into Jamie's bakery? 2.5 teaspoons of salt. Sorry for all the commotion. He was just hungry. I'll find a way to make it up to you. As for you, let's get you home, Toasty. Lizzie, how did everyone in town not hear about the young girl riding a giant toaster mech? I don't know. Well, I'll be. Welcome home, Toasty. 3 cups flour, bread flour, 2 teaspoons instant yeast, 2 teaspoons coarse salt. It's good to see you, old friend. It turns out he was hiding in the basement of Jamie's bakery. I found him rummaging through the bread. Toasty. 1.5 cups water. Well, now that he's home, make sure to let him stretch out his legs now and then. You can move around quickly while riding him. Press space to hop on and off. Toasty can also help you knock down buildings more quickly as well. Press E to start knocking down buildings, but be careful. Let's not have a repeat of the time you went through your mother's factory as a child. Bro uses a lot of salt. Yep. Alright, Toasty, you're an auntie. Let's go. How am I gonna pay for this? That's interesting. I was expecting to get some kind of resource, but okay. Oh no. So that's why you build the bridge, is Toasty needs a wider bridge to cross. It's certainly something. Okay, so we needed to make item receivers, which would cost me gears. I also need 50 motors. I also just realized this doesn't have a limit on it, so let's get that set before we have a problem. And you needed... Oh, it didn't set up the journal entries. You... Track... Yeah, overdue... Alright. So we're gonna need a lot of heavy-duty motors. They pop in here real fast. Ah, I cannot manually feed those. I'm gonna have to conveyor those in. Now, granted, I could just put like an item dispenser there and call it a day. It needs to be 150. We'll go ahead and just queue it up to make room for 150. And the steel beams and all that we have to learn. I will need a bunch of iron plates. So we'll need to get those going. I need a bunch of gears. Then get those going. Let's see here. By the end of the in-game day, I could probably... I could get the bridge done. I think, though, first we work on those item receivers. Which is going to be another thing that's going to take all of my materials. Because I need 50 of them. Okay. I honestly got pretty far. Farther than I expected to get. We can drop off the flower thing. Yeah, because then we can get those receivers done. We can drop off the small motors as well, because I already snagged those. We can drop off the flour and the tiny bit of coal. And keep selling the dog's tennis ball again and again. Yeah, because we got 43, so we need 7 more. The good news is these aren't expensive. It's just need a couple more, and then we can run around and drop those off. Now bring in more money. Now granted, so far... Oh, wait, because we can buy more property area, and I'm assuming we're going to need that for practically being able to produce a lot of the things we want to do. Okay, so just need 6 more iron plates. And I'll be able to go around and do the deliveries. Alright, so we are looking for Watts, and we are looking for Eli's. So Eli's is usually down here from what I've seen. Alright, so let's see real fast. So it mentions I can look people up through here. Ask Leo to find. That's William. Oh. Noor, I really don't think that should go there. But that's the only place it... Or sorry, that's the only place it will go. Not... No, over there. You guys working on a new blueprint? The right side. The right. Rebecca, you're gonna make me mess up. Is this a bad time? Oh, hey Mo, we're playing Tetris. What? No, Nor, I'm telling you, you need to finish that row. And we just lost. You were at the keyboard. I think we need to have a refresher on micromanagement. Sorry about that. What can I help you with? Auntie has a list of parts that I need for the first stage of the rocket. There's a couple of parts I'm not sure how to craft yet. Oh, let's take a look at that. I could definitely help you with the steel beams. Not sure I can make the circuit boards, though. Chip fab is a bit out of my league. We could import them. Wouldn't that be expensive? No, we could get them for free. Seriously? There's tons of old electronics other places are constantly trying to get rid of. We could import them here and figure out a way to recycle the chips inside them. You know what? That's an incredible idea. If we can get our hands on a shipment of older electronics, we could research ways to recycle parts found from them. Pete runs the pier by the coast. We should talk to him about reopening the pier to start importing electronics. In the meantime, come see me at the research desk if you want to get started on those steel beams. Sounds like a plan. She actually called my idea incredible. You're gonna help out here, Nor? Oh, right. Okay. I was actually looking for Eli's. I also just remembered I could push M, and it literally puts marks on the map where people are. So I don't have to guess. I don't remember. You're quite efficient. Thank you for the help, Morgan. Alright, so we got that one. Then we have the house down here. Might be Watts. These solder emotional engines off PS2. Oh yeah, Watts is the train person. Oh, actually, but first, I want to see how this works. Yes, destroy! Toasty demands tribute. Toasty demands blood. Okay. I mean, its eyes literally switch to being red as it whips out this big saw blade machine to just annihilate everything. Okay, so let's go to Watts. Thank you very much, Morgan. This is a great help to me. Yeah, Toasty goes home, nom nom nom. As it should. Okay, so we still have a marker down here at the tavern. So none of those should be going to the person at the tavern. Let's see if the person at the tavern is like the last person I need to talk to. More blood. Can Dozy rampage through the mines? That is a good question. How's my inventory? Ah, my inventory is great. Okay. None of you look like I haven't met you before. If it isn't Morgan, talk of the town, sorry if I'm in your way. Okay. And I've met all... Oh, we need to talk to Pete. Hey there, Morgan. How's it going? Good. I wanted to ask you about reopening the pier. Rebecca and Nora are needing old electronics for their research, and we're hoping to start importing them. I wish I could help you there, but I haven't been able to bring in any shipments for years now. Not since the old lighthouse collapsed. So, it's impossible then? Maybe not impossible. Come on, let's talk and walk. Like I said, it ain't pretty. I'm talking about the lady standing by the lighthouse, not the lighthouse itself. I'm kind of a jerk like that. How did it get this bad? Well, mostly she was born that way. Well, it wasn't overnight, that's for sure. Over the years, we started to get fewer cracks here and there. Didn't realize how bad it was, though. Then one night a few years back, huge storm came in, the whole thing came down. Now I don't even know where to begin. I'm afraid without a lighthouse, we won't be able to take shipments at the pier. Just isn't safe for ships to approach the coast. But it could be repaired, right? I suppose so. I'm sure your mother was still around. She'd come up with a way. I think I could rebuild it. Is that so? Sabrina, didn't see you there, other than my underhanded comments against you. You're gonna rebuild the entire lighthouse? Now I've heard everything. Well, I thought it's just been like this for so long, maybe I could help get the repairs going again. This lighthouse has been broken for years, just like everything else in this town. One day, you show up, and you're gonna rebuild it all yourself? I'll believe it when I see it. And that was the day that Sabrina got pushed off the bridge into the ocean and was never seen again. Now, Sabrina, you haven't seen what Morgan here is capable of yet. Her mother was one of them who maintained the lighthouse in the first place. Well, let's hope everyone that she can fill those shoes. Who wouldn't give a red-eyed saw-blade-wielding 2-ton mech to a young child to rampage in a factory with? I'm actually curious what age we're supposed to be, because we were definitely at least in, like, 8, 10, 12 years old before we left. Because we were enough of a, like, child to, like, walk around and, like, talk about rocketry and understanding what's going on with that. Not, like, the inner workings, but just what it is. And then we were gone for 10 years. So that means we're probably at least in our teens to 20s. Like, late teens to 20s. What is her deal? She's been like this ever since I showed up. Sabrina is... well, she's a tough one. Kind of like this when... kind of like this with most people, honestly. Yeah, I'd guess early to mid-20s. Yeah, we got Toasty back when the Rocket Lab was still working. This is true! I forgot about that, because she would have been writing it 10 years ago. Don't put too much thought into it. She's got her own problems she's dealing with. I'll show her. I'll fix this whole thing myself. Well, I like your spirit, but even your mother knew when to ask for help. Did Mom really work on the lighthouse? Even while she was building the rocket? She sure did. Incredible woman, your mother. Wasn't a single job she couldn't tackle. After she passed, no one really picked up the mantle, so to speak. Maybe it's about sometimes someone did. Someone who is not old Pete over here and is looking and winking directly at you individually. We're not compensating you, by the way. Up there you could find the supply depot for dropping off the material we need for the lighthouse. You can inspect the depot to see what materials you need. Material can be delivered either by hand or using conveyor belt. If you're able to gather all the required materials, we may be able to get the lighthouse finally repaired. What do you say, Morgan? Ready to show us what you're made of? Mostly water. I sure am. So what on earth do you want? Things I can't make. Excellent. And don't ask how we know the ratio of water. Yeah. Okay, rampage through the mines. Toasty commits violence. It's all Toasty knows. So he can, but Toasty cannot grind stone from the looks of it. So it looks like what I'll have to do is... Toasty will have to, like, go in there, we clean up a bunch of stuff, then I'll have to go and clean up the stones. Kind of have a back and forth that way. Alright. I also realized I don't think Toasty can actually get around from the side of the way it built everything. I didn't bother to check behind here. Okay. So drop off the plant. Plant. Honestly, Toasty's pretty useful. I do appreciate that they made it like actually really effective. Okay, so I think we're gonna do is we're gonna save here real fast. I'm gonna go ahead and put up a poll real quick. Okay. What are we doing? Produce over 2,500 items in a single day. What are we doing? More Little Rocket Lab. Or No Man's Sky. Okay, so we got a poll up there at the top. Basically, I'm just seeing, are we going to continue playing this game for like the rest of the stream, or are we going to switch over to No Man's Sky? While that poll's going on, I'm going to quickly use the restroom. If you don't see the poll, refresh your browser, all that stuff. But I'm going to use the restroom real fast. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Alright, and I am back. And it looks like it was almost entirely, nearly universally for more of this. So we're going to keep going with this for right now. And as I did mention earlier, there will not be a stream tomorrow. I don't normally stream on Thursdays and Fridays, but this Thursday, I got plans that go pretty late into the evening. So there's no way for me to get the stream going. Alright, so the things we got going on is, before we get all caught up in this, where's Toasty? Okay, so Toasty returns up here. That's a thing to keep in mind that I don't... Hey, Toasty? There you go, buddy. Alright, so let's run to town first and check to see if they got any new patterns or anything I gotta worry about. Okay. So you want stators, you want furnaces, you want item receivers. Alright, so let's see what we got and get the things working. Oh yeah, and I saw the comment around, like, I think this is more than repairing a lighthouse versus, you know, the building's practically missing. You might have a little bit more than a quick repair. Probably talking a little bit more significant than that. Okay. Let's take all of those for right now. And what I'm going to go ahead and do is we'll run over. How many gears do we have? Alright, we'll try running over and seeing if that is enough to finish the bridge. And then we'll see how far that gets onto researching the buffer. The lighthouse was advertised as a fixer-upper. Fact. Is fixer-upper. Alright, so we can go over here real quick. It was really adorable. Yeah, no, and it's fun because, like, it's not only adorable. Okay, so we gave it all the things. Oh, now I need to talk to Cliff. Who the heck was Cliff again? Oh, I think the Cliff was the guy who ran the general store? But yeah, so it's funny because it's basically like a Factorio game. Like, if you look down here, we've got all our factory setting up. But it's a little bit on the adorable side, like... It reminds you of Stardew Valley and is its thing, even if aesthetically it's a little bit more of the later Mega Man games. Oh, Cliff's not here. Oh, Cliff's in church. The skies are always more clear this time of year. Perfect for stargazing. Cool. Don't mind the killer robot waiting outside the church. I finished moving all the materials to the supply depot. You're kidding. You sure got a lot of gusto in you. I can't believe you finished it already. Let's get that bridge built then, shall we? That about does it. Well, would you look at that? I swear it's even better than when it used to be. I'm not sure what your Game Boy just said, but I agree. Oh, you don't want to agree to that, Cliff. That Game Boy? Look, man. We tolerate him because he's part of the family, but, like, the things he says is not... It's not okay. Like, not in any audience, it's not okay. Huh. Morgan, you really are something. It was nothing. I had the help with some blueprints. Nonsense, this is far more than nothing. My dear, you have more drive in you than anyone else I've seen around these parts. You hold on to that. It'll get you far in life. It'll get you far in your career where you work in a soulless job and you do it until your bones don't work quite as well as they used to and the muscles really strain and you'll have nothing to show for it as they take away your pension. I'm not bitter at all about the change of the century. Actually, it wouldn't be the change of century. That'd be the 50s and 60s or something like that. 70s. This new route will really help moving material from the to and from the factory. It sure will. I think I'll rest these old bones for a while. Enjoy the moment, my dear. You've earned it. Oh, didn't I have a back to it? Civic planning. Can we whistle for Toasty to come for us? I'm forgetting all my buttons. No, the whistle seems to be for the dog. Okay. So we still haven't talked to everyone in town. Oh, I still have one telling me to go to... I'm sorry. Didn't mean to commit assault, it just happens. I've been trying to get Tia to help out around the store, but she just doesn't seem interested. So what did you want me to do in here? Because the... Oh, you know what? Let's check. I might have, Ah. I do wish these... No. I do wish those would track by default. They didn't have to toggle it. That's what it's complaining about. Alright, so we would need Furnace 2s and Stators. Okay, that's the fiance. We could apparently run up to people and just saw blade them. Okay. So we got all that picked up. Alright. So we have the heavy-duty motors, the steel beams, and the circuit boards. So... Oh, right, it's going to drop off the gears and the iron plates to see how far we can get our research. Gotta get dog food somehow, right? Yeah, so those I have to actually feed directly. So for building the rocket stages, I have to actually feed it in there. Alright, that's enough for the buffer. And you're closed on Sundays. How dare you maintain a work-life balance? Did you never consider my needs? Alright, so let's go ahead and get the new objective added on here. Wait. Okay, we don't know how to make winches on it. Alright, so we've got all this still going down over here. I have made this a maze to try and navigate. Alright, so we've got that one is running itself out of ore. So that's going to run out relatively soon, and I'll have to get more ore picked up. That'll actually be a little bit of a problem, because that'll be feeding off the same one as the other one. But we'll need to get that sorted. In the interim, we need the heavy motors. Okay, so we don't have enough heavy motors yet. So let's see, we've got the furnaces. What do I need to make a regular old furnace? Just stone. No, I need level 2 furnaces. Level 2 furnaces, I need motors and stone, and I need a lot of stone. So let's go and try and resolve that. So let's go grab the motors right here. And then run over to where we're mining the stone right now. and get those going. I feel like one of the things I probably should be doing is expanding our production to getting some of these other things going. So far, I haven't been building any of the building stuff. So you need 30 of these. Because having it assemble each and every one of these, I'm not sure is something I want to do. Because, like, for example, these Furnace 2s, it wasn't for the fact that I'm being asked for them. I probably wouldn't produce that many. Or I wouldn't use that many. I'm sure eventually we'll need a bunch of them. I will say, those sure obliterate our material costs. Okay, so I've got the Furnace 2s. Next thing I need is 40 stators. So let's run down here and get our stators. Okay, we got our stators. And then I would need 40 item receivers. I can see an argument to be made to have like a bunch of supplies up here to go. But that'll be another thing to figure out. Because with that we can run around, turn in all the stuff and get money. I'm assuming we'll get more backpack upgrades and all that kind of stuff, which will help out a great deal. Okay. So that should give me all the things for the stuff that we can currently make the full parts of. I'm a little worried about running out of material in here and how that goes, but like I said, my guess is we will hit a point where we go into the mines and do that. Alright, so checking here. I've got one of you is right here in this place. Wait. I found Noor spending all afternoon playing Tetris on the university's computer. Oh, you're mad that she wasn't working? No, I'm mad that she beat my high score. Good. Well, you look at that. I knew you'd help with the job board. I wouldn't have sent those jobs straight to your mailbox. Okay. So I've got you sorted out. So next we run down here. Done already? Thank you, sweetheart. You're a big help. Okay. And we'll get down here. And just like that, we are bankrolling. So if this place is like struggling financially, and we're just basically being handed cash, hand over fist out here, I feel like I'm not helping the cause. Thanks, Morgan. I really needed help. Been busy lately with my research, and I haven't had much time to get to this myself. Cool. And we completely finished the job board for today. And now we must destroy. You saw nothing. All shipments have halted till farther notice. Okay. So I guess what we'll do is let's see how far we can get in the mines. I haven't really messed with any of that. Okay. I'm just trying to carve a path through here. I need to check. Something back home stopped working. Most likely it was that iron node that was running low ran out. Okay. Yeah, so we can get pretty far down here, and it looks like we've got pockets of ore deeper and deeper in here. So I'm assuming what we would need to do for this is we would sit there and get the entire setup in here and just keep going deeper. Okay, so that's just more iron. Alright, I understand what we're working on here. So, yeah, so there's enough ore here to go an extremely long time. And my guess is as well, if we power this up, it'll start... It'll start giving us goodies. I don't think we want those minecarts. They don't seem to be able to be pushed around. Yeah, so my guess is we're going to want to build conveyor belts all the way out here to eventually feed into this. I'm curious how that'll all work. That's gonna be an undertaking, to say the least. Alright. Yeah, so this just stopped working. So what I'm gonna want to do here is grab that drill. I can literally just put you there. That's not so bad. I thought I was going to have to do the thing where I had to move this one down here and all that. So I got that back wired up, so that'll be fine. We can go ahead and toss more spare iron in there. It can be used to make glass components. Alright, so we are going to need quartz and all that as well. Yeah, and the minecarts could store small amounts of stuff. Realistically, I'm not going to be using those, so I'm going to sell the minecarts. So let's see here. Get those. Do I have a box in my house? I'm pretty sure we do. Let me take some of these things I'm not using. Yeah, so just a sunny. So yeah, we can drop that in there. I won't be using that. At least not anytime soon. Okay. Right, and we got all the stuff for... We got all the stuff for the, words are hard, chat. We got all the stuff for the research, but it's Sunday, so I wasn't able to actually pick it up. So we grabbed a bunch of stone to toss at the lighthouse. I don't have the other things, but I might as well grab that and drop it off. And then we'll have to see what the steel beams require. I wonder with all this random stone around town, how much of that we have to deal with. Alright, so that's 300. Yeah, like I said, I think the way this is going to work is when we power up the mine, I will need to bring the materials out here. So we are going to end up having conveyor belts running the whole way around here. And then, like, hooking them up, drilling all that out, and just keep bringing more and more stuff out. I wonder if we'll end up getting upgraded conveyor belts that just move stuff faster Or like there'll be a higher capacity conveyor belt. It's like a double belt where it's like layered or something like that, or stack belt, whatever they want to call it. Okay, in the meantime, let's start working on this. I'm assuming I could do something like this. Oh, here we are. It's getting late. I'm assuming what we could do is, when I get my 150 of the heavy motors, we could just plug it into that, and that'll be good enough. Because otherwise, I'm pretty sure we'll have to feed it in the main door. I imagine down the road, depending on how much this escalates, I could see it be a thing that you, for practical reasons, want to just feed it in the main door. Especially like if you could like repeatedly build the rockets. But for this earlier stage, I don't see a reason not to. Okay, so we haven't delivered any rocket parts for stage 1. Okay, and you get reset. So same plan. Run to town. You just put a dispenser at the main door and just don't have to go inside. Yeah, you can do that too. So you want heavy-duty motors, an unreasonable number. You want heavy-duty motors. And you want small motors. Okay. Got the new buffer finished. Combines receiver and dispenser together in one. This is useful for buffering production lines to take in excess materials and dispense them as needed. Let's see, you saw a game called Alchemy Factory yet? It doesn't ring a bell. Okay, so this is now on to furnace efficiency. Increase the efficiency of furnace, making them smelt ore faster. Okay, there's a lot to go in there. So we're probably gonna want to get coal at some point. Alright, so we need heavy motors and iron plates. Perfect. Once the requirements are delivered, we can get started drafting the blueprints for you. Now, the downside is, once I get those efficiency things, it's going to mess up all of my setup. Because then the number of things I need to the number of things will change dramatically. Not in a bad way, it's going to make it better. But it will screw up my design. Alchemy Factory looks pretty generic. Gotcha. You'll have to see. Alright, so let's grab the 3 stacks of motors. We will chuck those over here. And so begins feeding the research stuff. For the rockets. Okay. So, let's check here and grab all of you. I keep wanting to hit that X to close it. My brain doesn't automatically associate that X with like deleting it. It associates that X with it's time to close that screen. Okay, so I need all of the heavy motors that I've ever heavy motored. I need 20 small motors. I already have those on me. So let's go find Carter. I know we've met Carter, but I do not remember who Carter is. And I have found where I could send the dog to go find people for me. When I'm on this, I'm too fast for the dog. Let's actually try it again. Okay. Carter. Hi, Morgan. Looking to upgrade around her aunt's property? Oh, that's interesting. Add a water tower to your property. Add a kitchen to your aunt's home. Additional land. Okay. I was actually here to deliver your small motors. That's very efficient of you. I wish I could get through my paperwork this fast. Okay, so 10,000 is the first upgrade there. Now, we need just over 100 heavy motors to do the other stuff. So one of the things I made the comment of, what we'll probably want to do is we did get the buffer chests. So let's get to these buffer chests. Cool. So I could keep feeding those. And there's not room for that one to have a buffer chest. So I'm just kind of thinking we're going to have a buffer chest on each one of these lines. Because it can help out with a couple different things. It'll let those continue running at capacity. Do you have like a limit on how much? I guess its limit is the conveyor belt's speed. Because basically I was trying to figure out with all that, it's like, okay, if I use these buffer chests, how much can we make happen with that? So let's go ahead and make another one down here. Oh, I could just literally place it over top. That's cool. So that's something I could imagine doing later is, as we start scaling up our stuff, adding the buffers there. Because in a lot of ways, I feel like that fixes a lot of problems. I can put a buffer chest here, and now I don't need that. Like, it'd be good to have yourself a place where you've divided it off. This will consolidate space a lot. And then I also don't mind just letting this thing just build up. And actually, for that matter, I can put the buffer chest here, too. I see what's happening here. We got utility lights and all that. I don't really care about that. Okay, so we got 36. Do I have 200 iron plates handy? I didn't actually expect I was going to use the buffer chest that much, but I think these are actually pretty solid. Okay, so we got those. We can grab the heavy motors we already have here. So honestly, that lets me do a lot of pretty cool stuff with the buffer chests. I'm imagining someone will sit down here since it's a... like, the map has, like, got a preset design to it. I could very much see people literally going into areas and figuring out exactly what the absolute min-max you could set up for certain places are. Okay, so I have to actually deliver it, don't I? Okay. You got the blueprints for some of the items I need the first stage for the rocket. I've got the blueprints for some of the items you need for the first stage of your rocket. Those steel beams will also be work for rebuilding the lighthouse. It should be a lot stronger than it was previously. Once you're able to import shipments at the pier, we'll be able to figure out a way to unload them. I'll be working on the design for a crane that could get the job done. Come see me if you want to start researching it. Alright. So we got steel beam, steel cable, and the winch. Alright, so we've unlocked that. So the cable crane will be next. And that's going to be steel beams and heavy-duty motors. Perfect. Once the requirements are delivered, you can get started on drafting the blueprints for you. Okay. We can run by Jamie, who was the guy at the bakery. He wants 7 heavy motors. Oh, hello there. I don't believe we met yet. My name is Jamie. I run the local bakery here. If you're ever hungry, we have lots of different cakes, muffins, fresh breads, cookies, pretty much anything you'd like. Oh, and of course, coffee. That sounds like the most amazing place to work ever. You'd think so, but truth be told, business has been rough the past couple years. Ever since the local shipping industry dried up, we just don't have as many customers as we used to. I've got all this product, and no way to get it out to people. I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was that bad. It's alright, I keep telling myself business will turn around eventually. Make sure to stop by if you ever need to grab a bite. Thank you so much, Morgan. I couldn't find the time to get this myself, running the bakery. Alright, well, we found the one person I hadn't talked to. I've had multiple cinematic interactions with Jamie, but we hadn't actually met Jamie. Okay, so let's take a look at what we need to make our next things. So we got steel beams, which is iron plates and coal. I figured that was probably the case. Steel beams, which is just iron. Yeah, steel cable was just iron bars, which surprises me quite a bit, but okay. And the winch, which is a heavy-duty motor and steel cable. Alright, I think I already know how I want to do this. So there's a little area of iron and coal over here that I said we'd probably tap for maybe making just straight up. It seems like that last year Chocolate Factory full release and then basically got abandoned. Yeah, it kind of felt like it was a game that was going to go that way. It's unfortunately painfully common. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to need 2 furnaces. It is a furnace I need to do the steel, right? No, it's an assembler. Okay, I'm glad I checked. So pretty much what the plan is, I'm going to set that up there to make another input for iron, and then use the extra coal to then feed in for making steel. Way up there in that end. And then we can probably all the way up there on that end also get the winches, or the steel cable and the winches made. And that'll help with a lot of stuff. That is going to be more demand on our heavy motors though, which is not something we're keeping up with particularly well. Alright, so let's go over here. I will need a furnace too. Oh, also, can we see the ratios on these things? 3 per... Oh, that's the crafting of this, not the materials inside. Okay. So let's grab all the random materials off the bar up here, because they don't do me any good. Take our buildings and move them up. Okay. Alright, now I need a couple of drills. Means I need gears. Alright. So now we can go up here and just grab them out of the buffer box. I also need heat sinks. We'll grab a stack of those. Yeah, I imagine this is one of those things that every so many efficiency upgrades, you rip the whole thing up. Fix all the ratios. Oh, this game is cute? Yeah, no, it's basically like if Factorio was adorable. I was describing it as Factorio, but Stardew graphics. But I think more accurately, with kind of mentioning it around a bit, there's that, like the later Mega Man games, like the Battle Network or whatever it's called. It definitely seems to fit that. Okay. So we've got that all wired up, so that's going to start producing the steel plates. So let's make ourselves another buffer box. Put that here. Get that put in position so it starts loading that up. Alright, so next I need an assembler 2. And the assembler 2 is going to go over here. And then I'm going to need a splitter. And you need to be configured to make steel. And then we'll make another buffer. And now it has power. Is that not right? Oh, okay, that's not what I wanted. Skipped an important step here. So drop you off. Okay. Now I need an assembler 1. And you're going to make plates. Yeah, and that's where we have the whole ratio of 3 of those, isn't it? Okay, we can make this work. Actually, we need more than 3, because the steel cable didn't take plates. The steel cable took bars. Okay. So that's going to be a curious one to figure out. Right, so what we'll do is we'll go down here. I don't think we're going to get this running at top amount. And we can go over here. Another buffer box. Let's go down and get some more conveyor belts. Okay. And something shut down. So what is not working? We got something down here. It's probably a copper node ran out of ore. It is. Luckily, and multiple of these hooked up. That just does that, and we're good. Okay, so we've got the steel beams being made. So the next thing we need to work on is going to be the steel cable. So steel cable is just an assembler 1. I'll need to make one. And every other one gets put here. Make an item buffer here. Oh, you're not set right. Hang on. Configure. Okay, so got the item buffer. We'll put that there. So we've got our steel cable. And then from there, we want our steel winch, which is heavy motors and steel cable. So we'll need a assembler 2. And pop you down here. Making our item buffer. Okay, we're only going to buffer up the 2 stacks. And same here. So some of these materials that we've been adding here, we're going to reduce the buffer size. And then this is the receiver. Okay. So how are we doing on power? I still have 8,900. You need to be set over to winches. And winches, I'm only going to have 1 stack. Okay, so we got 1 stack of winches going up to 3 stacks, or sorry, 2 stacks of the heavy motors, 2 stacks of the steel cable. Make all the iron and iron plates you'd like. Steel, let's limit you to 4 stacks maybe. Let's see where else we got these buffer chests to get them all sorted out. So we don't get too over the top. That is what we call 2 over the top. Let's say 5 stacks of the gears. The copper is now suddenly all behind. So we're going to have to get that sorted out not too long. You're all fine. None of you are using buffer stuff. You just have an excess. And all the ore, just go for it. Oh, we got another warning here. Okay, so we got that dropped off. And the ore over. Okay, so good news is that's all getting its stuff done. We're gonna need to run in here. So yeah, we got all that scaling up. We are making our steel beams. We are making stone. We are working on our winches. We are making the heavy-duty motors. The big problem we're gonna run into right now is all of our heavy-duty motors are gonna be getting gobbled up by the winches. Unless the winches happen to produce particularly slow. I forgot this was still the same in-game day we built the bridge. Okay. Like, that day we did so much that it's just like, wait, what? And the same with every day. Jump on our big friend here. Zip along into town. Check on our board. So winches, motors, winches. That should be too many. It'll track those. Yeah, so it looks like we're primarily looking at winches, steel beams, and heavy motors that everything is asking for. Yeah, all 3 of those are running, is just making sure. So we're gonna have to fix the production over here with the copper. The copper is no longer keeping up. But that's going to be getting more smelters in there. I don't think I fuss with that right now, and the only reason for it is they've only got these couple of nodes of copper left that I could scale it up, but I'm going to have to tear it down and move it around anyways. I don't think there's much benefit. Okay, so the lighthouse repair depends on stone, steel beams, and all that. How are we doing on our steel beams? How fast are we producing those? They're getting produced okay, and also I'm changing my mind. It's the whole top bar. Okay, so for the research for the cable crane, it's 100 steel beams and 50 heavy-duty motors. And those are coming along decently enough. We do need to deliver 30 small motors. So that'll give us the small motors. The winches are coming along. Yeah, so this is going to require me to need 30 per minute. And you also produce 30 per minute, so that should meet that demand. Right, so let's go ahead and try and get a second furnace set up. And an underground. I need a second drill over here. Okay. So you're plugged in there, merged in here. Okay, so we'll speed up the production we have of the iron ingots here. So hopefully get this going a bit faster. Fitting a third one in I don't think makes much sense, because that coal's not going to hold up that long. And how are you doing? You're at 20 winches? And 30 heavy motors. When is Sabrina's thing for? What day? Wednesday. Okay, so they're tomorrow I need them by. Okay, well let's grab all the stone we have for the lighthouse. We'll start with that. It'll be curious when we get into, like, the point where the resources out here start to get sketchy, and I have to start pushing the mine. I'm curious how that phase goes when I have to conveyor stuff all the way over here. I do feel like that's something I'm going to definitely want to get started on sooner rather than later. That'll end up becoming a big pain point in time. Okay, so we've got all of the stone dropped off. And now we'll want to fish all the conveyors over here. Alright. It's also interesting with this that in Factorio, one of the first things I'd do is I'd set up a mall. It's just kind of one of those classic things you do in Factorio. Oh, that's just a single unit of iron. Yeah, so I got the one node of iron here and the 2 of coal. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and start loading these up from this area. And the reason I'm doing this is so that these we can kind of deplete them. And I could use them as a buffer for when, let's say I can use them as a buffer for any time that I find one of the boxes is like short because we had something turned off. I can just run over, grab a stack, chuck them in there. Okay, so we got the steel beams we're waiting on, the winches we're waiting on, and the heavy-duty motors we're waiting on. I do have the small motors, so we could drop those off here. Because winches-wise, I need a total of 34. Okay, I've got all the winches I need. Never mind, I won't worry about that. We've got the steel beams. So we've got exactly 100 steel beams. Come on, have 50. Nowhere near it. Wait. Okay. I actually do have them already in my pocket. Okay, so we can get the crane research locked in. We have the small motors. I have the winches. I don't have enough steel beams for the lighthouse repair or enough winches for Sabrina. But we do have the rest. I've also forgotten where... Okay, you're down there. But yeah, so we can get the research crane going and keep things moving. So let's get all that sorted. So Cliff should be probably at his store at this hour. Boy, look at that. If I knew you'd be such a help with the job board, I would just send you the job straight to your mailbox. Yep, now we got enough winches. Oh, and we can run back over here and grab the next job because I need a whole lot of money. You need more winches. Man, this town's a little bit too much wanting of the winches. Okay, so we can go in here with the research of the cable crane. The crane blueprint is finished. I'm quite proud of this one. You should be able to use this to unload items from shipments. You can also carry material over obstacles, including gaps or rivers. It'll pick up items from position A and put them down in position B, similar to a robot arm. Cool. Alright, so we got that. Loader, unloader. A loader, unload... Let's see, load and unloader items into large crates to greatly increase the throughput of a conveyor belt. Oh, okay. Okay, I see where this is going. So basically what I could do is to increase the throughput of the conveyor belt, instead of having like a faster belt or a stacker belt, I have a machine that I could load a bunch of items into one big box and then move the box down the belt. That's kind of cool. Perfect. Once the requirements are delivered, we can get started drafting the blueprints for you. That's a nice way of doing it that's a little different. So there's like a packaging means of it. So then we need to go to Rebecca with the small motors, who is literally who I was just talking to. Thanks for helping me out, Mo. It's hard to get the time to step outside the university these days. Okay. And it looks like one of my machines is shut down, so let's run back home. I do kind of appreciate this thing giving me a warning about it. I understand at the scale of something like Factorio that can be a difficult task. Okay, so all that stuff up in there, that end is fine. Yeah, so it's you ran out of ore. There we go. We do have the 10,000. So tomorrow we could fix our water tower. I don't know why we want a water tower, but we could fix it. Okay, so I need 500 steel beams. Needless to say, we're not there yet. And then I need 70 heavy-duty motors. Which, needless to say, we're not there yet. Yeah, so we got cranes. So what is the cable crane? So it's a bit of steel and winches. Interesting. It takes 2,000 watts of power. We're gonna need a power upgrade soon. Meanwhile, we'll go over here. There's the winches, so we just need the steel. So yeah, we're down to the heavy thing. Oh wait, I didn't mark you as tracked. Okay. So we still need 20 winches, 70 heavy-duty motors. Alright, so right about to get that last winch. Okay. And we take that to Carter. Okay, so that's finally gotten itself backed up. So Carter's probably where? So Carter's down here somewhere. Very efficient of you. I wish I could get through my paperwork this fast. Don't worry. I do things efficiently. So I don't know of anywhere that isn't in the mines that we can tear apart a bunch of stuff for materials real fast. And we're just gonna mow all the grass because we can. But only kind of. Not well. Yeah, so like I said, this looks like it's all iron here. I do wonder when I go to run power here. Oh, it's gonna be so I can run the power cable to get all this over here. Okay. Alright. Just kind of running around down here, trashing stuff. Okay. The robot looks scary. The robot commits violence, just like our character. So the good news is the caves are fully connected the whole way around. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like we can take this the whole way around over here. And that'll be good. And what's down that way? Yeah, I think it's the railroad tracks. And if we go up here... Got a bunch of coal up here. Okay. Just trying to take a look around the area while we got our machines running. Because I haven't actually done a good job of looking up here. Observatory out of commission until farther notice. Elise. And this is the gravestone. I'm assuming this is our mom's. Lydia, beloved mother, sister, and friend. Yep. Because that was the whole setup, is we were living with our aunt and, you know, promised to build the rocket together because that was kind of her mom's passion thing. And then eventually we moved in with her dad. And then 10 years later we came back. And, you know, now is present time. Now, the one that makes me curious, can I see what power you have? Because it really, really feels like I should be hooking up to a hydroelectric dam. That definitely feels like a thing we want to do. Huh. Okay, it does go across. So apparently that only gave us a bit more power. To be fair, it is a very small hydroelectric dam. Okay. Also, the fact that we're going to be eventually importing things to be recycled. It does make me wonder if that could be another path for it, as you mine stuff out and you get lower and lower in resources. You'll be able to import more and more for person recycling. Morgan, I've got a job for you if you're up to it. It's about the old boardwalk by the marsh. The thing is falling apart. It's been bugging Michael to fix it, but he's no use. Who knows how many potential customers I've lost to the marsh already? Probably dozens. Could you talk to me when you have the chance so I could fill you into the details? Okay, but first... Fetch. Oh, sorry. Fetch. Okay, so let's get over here. We're dropping some of this junk off. Well, actually... Yeah, we'll drop this stuff off. We'll drop it off first. Okay. We're gonna run around to the various boxes we got sent around here. I see. What I can do is run you over here. Oh, I can only feed 2 in at a time. Ultimate cosmic power, but itty-bitty living space? Yep. Alright, so just dropping this stuff off to get off my hands. Just because I'm collecting a bunch of it. That'll do for now. Meanwhile, you still have that, so drop the copper in here. We don't need the iron in my inventory. Okay, so amethyst is just for selling. Good to know. Alright, so the things I actually need are steel beams and heavy-duty motors are the current things I've got on the roster to go. It's almost exactly 70 heavy-duty motors, which is perfect. That's about 150 steel beams. We're definitely going to need to scale up the steel beam production. So we need to find Sabrina, who is probably down at the dock. Okay, grab what we can. Yeah, so Sabrina's down at the dock. So drop those off. We should try to catch the mare. Oh, thanks, Morgan. This helps me out a lot. Alright. So let's catch the mare real fast as we're on our way to Angela. And get our first major house upgrade. Are you already out of your office? Thanks for picking up the job I posted. Looks like Cliff's job board has been working. What are your hours? Open 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. for permits. Okay, any day that I need to interact with the mayor, we need to drop everything we are doing and go directly there first thing in the morning. Loader unloader, we need to track that. Harder. This. He's worse than Lewis? I know. Oh hey, you restocked. Thanks, man. Meanwhile, he's like, dude, this is my livelihood. I run a scrapyard. Please stop stealing all my things. Okay, so you're inside. Hey, Angela, I got your letter. How's it going? Hey, Morgan. Thanks so much for stopping by. I knew I could count on you. Don't mention, you said the boardwalk needs some repair? Yeah, part of it's fallen right through. It doesn't leave the best at first impression for someone on their way to buy furniture. If you're open to helping me out, I did the measurements for how to build a new... I did the measurements for how to build some new planks for repairs. I think 10 should be enough. You can get wood you need from breaking down broken furniture in the scrapyard. Upcycled furniture is very in right now. If that isn't enough wood in the scrapyard, you may need to wait a day or two until we get more. Come see me when you're done. I even have some cash now I could pay you with for your time. She actually knows. Everyone else is very... I mean, to be fair, actually, in this game, they've been really good about actually paying us. Versus the Stardew Valley thing where you do all this work and it's like, congratulations, we fixed the thing in town. You're like, can I get paid? Can I get paid? I would like to get paid. I would very much appreciate being paid for this. Let's see. Do I have the motors? I have 6 small motors. I do not have enough motors on me to do that. You don't know who we're talking about since you fell asleep, but immediately caught the message. Because we're having another overbearing mayor. Oh no, the being paid thing was just the nod to a lot of games like Stardew Valley and all that. You'll do a whole bunch of work, and then your protagonist will just be like, "Oh hey, you know, don't worry about it." It's like, no, get paid, man. You did hard physical labor. Get paid. Alright, so we're gonna have the whole stack of winches. We're gonna need more. So let's go here, because it's looking like I'm gonna need to open that up to being more. Oh no, the worse than Lewis comments? Oh no, it's the hours. He works 3 hours very first thing in the morning, and if you miss him, that's a you problem. If you don't ask to be paid, your only reward for labor will be more labored. Yes. Okay, so there's 192 steel there. We can go catch Carter wherever he went off to. Carter is back in his office, but apparently not working right now. It'll be outside of hours. During the day, while he's in his office. It's very efficient of you. I wish I could get through my paperwork that fast. I mean, your big problem here, my friend, is you close at 9 a.m. And you're not an all-nighter. You close at 9 a.m. That's why you can't get through your paperwork. You gotta actually put in some time to get things done. Yeah, get payment. It doesn't always need to be cash. You can do, you know, skill for skill, trade for trade, whatever. That's all fine. The point is, make sure you're treated fairly. 3 hours, okay, yes. So loitering then? Does it have adorable biters? Sort of. They're not biters, they're like little fluffy things, but they jump at you, and while it's not clear it's damaging you, eventually a heart appears above your head and starts pulsing, and I haven't seen what happens if I keep letting myself get hit. I assume it's bad. It really feels like it's probably bad. Alright, so let's get the item buffers here. Okay, so get all those, drop you in here. Same deal. Drop you in here. Okay, cool. So that makes them inline buffer chests. We can make the things over here an inline buffer chest. Alright. We still have way more gears than I know what to do. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I don't know if I like that. So what's happening here is I've locked this, and we actually got more gears in here than could be used, but it's pulling the gears from the first part and all that, not really resorting any of that. That's fine. So what I'm going to need to do is we'll just keep the gears on us right now. Grab the stators. I guess what would happen is if we did it this way. Yeah, so you see it's drawing from the left side as opposed to the right. I feel like they need to reverse that. Okay, we can fix this one too. Let that be 3. Alright, so we're getting all these inline ones. I definitely need to up our steel production. Now, to up our steel production, I need to up our ingots a lot. Like a lot. I didn't leave myself a lot of room for doing that, though. There's not much ore over there. So let's start trying to first get all these raw materials off the bar since you can't I mean, you can place them, but there's no point in doing it. Okay, so let's grab the furnace 2. And make 2 of them. And we can get 2 drills. Oh, this one will be a problem. I can't put it there. Because you can't have those feed directly into it, unfortunately. But I can put one up here. Alright. So what we're going to do here is going to be a little bit of a mess. Put another drill over here. And I'm going to route it the whole way around. Okay. I need to make a couple adjustments here, but that'll be fine. Let's go over here real fast. Because I need more conveyor belts. But that should allow us to significantly increase our steel production, because that definitely feels like something that's getting held up. I'm happy to see that those are starting to smooth out a bit. Alright. So what I'm going to need to do is actually route you farther up and then down. I have to do a little wiggle over here. And grab you from A to B. Wifey. Okay, you sleep well. Love. Okay. Oh, I need copper wire. Alright, after that we're going to need to up our cable production. That doesn't help me. There we go. Alright. That should have 2 more of them making ingots, so this should stay completely fully filled up. And it's still enough that very genuinely it's going to overwhelm. I think one of the things we're going to do is we're going to need to get ourselves in the situation where, we need to get ourselves in the situation that I have the upgrades, where they use less coal and all that. Okay, so making another one of those will cost me more iron plates, which is fine. Unfortunately, this thing never has any in because it's just going full bore and it just doesn't get a chance. I think this one's probably not far from. Oh no, you're actually fine. Okay. Yeah, so pretty much trying to buffer all these lines. Because there's a bunch of upgrades revolving around making it so you use less coal to make more progress, all that kind of stuff. Alright, so we need 90 winches. So that gives me 100 winches. Need a bunch of the motors. So that puts me up to 70 of the 90 heavy-duty motors we need. I need a whole bunch more than that. Build new boardwalk planks. Do I just make those in my inventory? Oh, it requires an assembler too. Cannot be handcrafted. I see. Alright, it's getting late, so we'll go to bed. Yeah, so we got a bunch of that improved. We improved the throughput on the steel. We gave ourselves a bunch of buffers on a whole bunch of things that should fix a bunch of stuff. We cleared a bunch of the mine to at least be able to, like, run through it now. I am also noticing the item dispensers I'm really not using much anymore. We'll keep them for now. The quartz we are apparently going to be able to use for glass, which makes me curious because I haven't seen a source to mine it or anything. And so unless we need very little glass, it's going to be a major bottleneck later. Okay. It's a drawing of Toaster smashing the city. Excellent. Clearly those pictures down there, like, depending on what you do in the day, influences what it can be. Alright. I'm going to start by running over here. There's 25 more, so that's the 90 heavy-duty motors I need. We got the 90 winches we need, so that's these two done. How's the steel going? I have no idea where we're at in the track with that. Okay, let's start with that. So we need to check with Cliff. Oh, before we forget, we've already missed a third of the mayor's shift. We gotta get over there and tell them we want to build things. I need to clear that spot open, so... No! Buddy, don't do me like this. Okay, we've missed half the mayor's shift. We gotta hustle. Hey Morgan, looking to upgrade your aunt's property? Yes, give me the water tower. I have no idea why I want it. Excellent, then you can get that water tower replaced for you. The new one should be ready by tomorrow morning. No idea why I want that, but it is an upgrade, it's a one-time thing, and I could do it. So, gonna do that. Alright, so let's drop off the heavy-duty motors with Cliff. Well, you look at that. If I knew you'd be such a help with the job board, I would have sent the jobs straight to your mailbox. And the bigger backpack is $5,000, so I will take that right now. Thank you, Cliff. Toaster in the rain, what could go wrong? I'm more concerned about the fact that we can make the toaster go into murder mode and just shred anything in its path. I feel like the rain is the least of the worries. 9 item buffers, 50 furnaces, 30 small motors. Okay, so we need to drop off the 90 winches with Noor, who is right here. You're done already? It would have taken me weeks to get this myself. Thanks, Morgan. I keep changing her voice. I started off as extremely deep voiced, and that fell off after a while because I cannot keep track. Okay. So small motors to Sabrina. Do I have those on me? I do not. Oh, let's go ahead and run down here and dig up all the scrap. It definitely feels like what I'm doing down here is just straight up robbing Michael, since he runs a salvage yard and we're just going out there and just grinding up all his salvage and then running away. It does feel like embezzling somehow. Yeah, I guess between me, wasn't Sabrina, what's her name? Angela? It definitely feels like Angela in a certain way is embezzling. It's not even her stuff. It's like, yeah, you can totally take that. Take that and use that to do this other project. It's not mine, but you know, you got the thumbs up. Okay, so 150 more steel will get the lighthouse fixed, and that looks like it's going to be the blocker for my circuit boards. Okay. 30 motors. So we can grab the motors. And we have heavy-duty motors that we need, of which I have none to spare. And we have steel beams and steel beams and steel beams left to do. And our copper is falling behind. That's what I think we're going to work on today once I'm done running the errands. As I think we need to kick up our copper production. Okay, Sabrina is where? Up here? Thanks, Morgan. This helps me out a lot. Okay, so let's pop up here to our objectives. So it's furnaces level 2. And item buffers. So it's 9 item buffers. We could probably do that really quick. And that's Watts. He's at the train station. Furnace 2s, I gotta double check what we even need for that. Then we can get the boardwalk planks going. Those are apparently special thing. Well, thank you very much, Morgan. It was great help to me. Cool. We can run up here. So for the Furnace 2s, it's stone and gears. Well, is that a heap of stones that our production setup is drawing slabs from an infinite supply? It's not infinite, unfortunately. It is a big rock that's going to take a time to eat up, but it is not infinite. We can check the actual amount left. Yeah, so it's got about 2,000. We've already used up about 2/3 of it. Alright, so we gotta make 50 furnace 2, or furnace level 2s. And pop on down here. Are all resources limited? I do not actually know the answer to that yet, unfortunately. My guess is there's 2 mines on the map. My guess is either A, that becomes a renewable source of materials, so you have to like kind of really ship them in. Or B, we're going to be setting up importing. And my guess is what could happen is over time, we do slowly transition from just mining local stuff to bringing in shipments and that kind of thing. I can see it going either way. $50 is a lot of these things to make. So I have run out of stone, and I have run out of the smaller motors, making those. So that's a whole experience. Let's go over here. Grab the steel. Is like Orebound where the automated system can extract more from a supply by depleting it slowly? I don't believe so. I believe it's whether you are mining yourself or the machine. It's the same volume. It's just, by making the machine do it, I'm not standing there holding the right mouse button until my finger shatters. Okay, so we need a lot of heavy motors, we need a lot of steel beams. So the good news is this is slowly filling up to a point where it's going to stop needing more. You're full on the winches front, so I don't need to grab more of those right now. With that, the motors will start backing up because we won't be making... Oh no, we still have heavy motors to make. Okay, so the issue we're running into here is a matter of supply for those. And honestly, I'm surprised. I guess it's just the speed of the arms isn't fast enough. So I could put a second one here and have them both set to do every other one, and then a conveyor there. And that would reduce how much gets past here by half, but it would speed up the throughput here. But that way, while there is stuff there, they can just go back and forth like they are. Hopefully keep that running as much as possible. Yeah, because it's now running at 100% its capacity. Now, it could very well be I just need more. So you are taking 60 bearings per minute. And you are producing, I imagine it's 30. 30 bearings per minute. Okay. So we're going to change this a little bit here. I need to make another assembler 1. Change you to bearings. Okay, so we've upped that. They're not going to run at full speed even with that, unfortunately. Because what's ultimately going to happen is it's going to be the inserters that'll be the bottleneck here. I imagine we probably get, like, ways to make that all work faster and all that later. Alright, so we only need a couple more steel. Now we can finish the lighthouse. The heavy motors are trying their best. I still need to expand our copper. Which is just another thing on the list of stuff to do. Okay. So, for expanding the copper. See, right now we're definitely bottlenecked on the, yeah, we're bottlenecked on the ingots coming in. We don't have a lot of area to work with for it. But I take one of these furnace 2s. Don't do that. Take one of these furnace 2s. Grab a mining drill. Okay. So now I need to get the ore over there. Not really a good place for me to snake it through here. So I'll probably do... let's pull those two up. Grab this drill. I wonder if my underground can go under those two and squeeze through there and bring that around. All right. Okay. So get that underground. We'll try and snake it underneath my my splitters. And see if we can't double up our copper production. Actually, for that matter, how far can you go? Perfect. Cool. So with that, that'll now get fed, and it'll feed onto that belt, and we should be good there. Pop over here, drop the spare ore in there. Those buffer chests are all getting full of coal, which is a good thing. Alright, so with that, we still need to make more furnaces, but at least that's another throughput improved. Yeah, and we've got this now where it's literally running at as fast as it can. There we go. That's what you want to see. We'll grab those heavy motors that we need. So rather than trying to fish the bot through, we're going to just run over here. We'll finish the light tower, because we got the steel beams for that. And we need to talk to Pete, who's at the bar. Yeah, it'll be curious when we have to start because like I'm genuinely expecting we're gonna gradually be taking over the town with all the belts everywhere. There's Pete. I've got all the components delivered to the supply depot. Well, looks like we got ourselves a lighthouse to build then. Ready to start laying some bricks? I thought maybe we'd take 5 first. You cracked me up. Let's get to it. You don't think you get breaks, young lady? Can't even believe my eyes. It looks fantastic. This is seriously impressive. I didn't think we'd ever see the lighthouse repaired. You did get the permit for rebuilding it though, right? That's kind of my only job here. What was it again that you were looking to import? Old broken electronics. Wait, like garbage? Yep, we're gonna recycle it. I really need to keep better tabs on what the people up here are around to. Well, try to keep the pier tidy. If you block Sabrina's tavern, I don't think I'll ever hear the end of it. Speaking of which, the boat arrives every day at 8 a.m. and departs at 8 p.m. You'll need to build a cable crane to get over the gap to pick up the material from the shipment. Actually, several if you want to do it more quickly. Once you have the crane set up, you'll need to start delivering computer towers and monitors to the university so that we can figure out how to recycle them. Then we can finally get starting crafting those circuit boards you need. Fixing up the lighthouse, making the cranes and circuit boards. Looks like someone's able to fill your mother's shoes after all. You think so? Thanks, Pete. No, thank you. Now old Pete won't be out of work anymore. I'm so happy I could hug you. That really won't be necessary. Come here. Finish the new lighthouse. Just like, I do not consent. Interestingly enough, so we finished the lighthouse, but it's clearly not plugged in. It's like, yo, she was pretty open about being like, I really don't want the hug. I could go for a handshake, or a stiff nod. A stiff nod is perfect. I am very department stiff nod. Fist bump, maybe? Okay, so you're not doing anything anymore, so I'll grab you. Alright, so we got all that set up. Rebecca still wants furnaces. So let's pop over here. Grab all that. Yeah, stiff nod, just be like a... You done good, kid. That is the perfect level of social interaction for me today, thank you. Alright. Surprisingly, bottlenecking on the stone. Just because of the volume of stone at once. Oh, right. I just remembered. We were supposed to make the assembler 2. We'll deal with that in the morning. Make the assembler 2 so we can try placing planks in to make the boardwalk planks. It says it's a repair thing, so my assumption is it's kind of a one and done. We build it, we make it, we shut it down. Alright. Yeah, I like that the sticky notes are influenced by whatever you did that day. Produce more than 5,000 items in a single day. Just barely. Oh, do we also have a heap of coal there? Or do we paste the heaps ourselves? Oh, these happen at ourselves. These are actually what we're mining. Is it just like chunks of coal or whatever? But we're slowly depleting them. Okay, just need 5 more. And they'll be able to drop that off for Rebecca. And then what did I need for the cable cranes? Alright, that's going to be a whole thing. We just barely don't have enough of those yet. I'm going to leave the winches alone for a minute. Let's get the 150 heavy motors first. And then we're gonna need to get the winches. And that's gonna be a whole headache. I need 3 more of those. So I've got what, 215 steel? And I need 100 or 400 steel for the loader unloader. Okay, 1 more heavy motor and that'll be settled. Now before I forget, I need iron plates and heat sinks. And unfortunately the heat sinks are being gobbled up by the heavy motors. We did improve the throughput of our copper. But not sufficiently enough that it's keeping up. That should sort itself out as those as these things start to settle down. At least that's what I'm gonna keep lying and telling myself is gonna be the case. Alright, so we can drop off the heavy duty motors. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so what we can do is we can drop off the heavy-duty motors for the research. Actually, let's worry about this first. Winches, small motors, small motors. Alright, so we can drop off the heavy-duty motors over here. And that'll be one less thing to worry about. It's also the steel, so I only have 200 more steel to drop off there. Okay, so let's figure out about getting these planks sorted real fast and getting you two on the list. Because we're getting... Oh, wait, before we do that, let's run down here. Yeah, my assumption is what's going to happen is as the run goes on, we'll just cannibalize all the ore all over town. Maybe we start importing stuff. If nothing else, we'll definitely go into the mine. It looks like there's actually genuinely a lot of material in the mine. Now, I haven't seen any of the ore in the mine that is truly bottomless. No, the No Man's Sky run is still alive. This game came out yesterday. I actually planned to play it yesterday, but, you know, I had technical issues beforehand. But yeah, the No Man's Sky run does continue. It is alive. Just figured it'd be a good day to pop in, check out a new game that came out yesterday. It's been a lot of fun. It's very Factorio, but like with art aesthetics that kind of remind you of like Stardew Valley, you know, Mega Man Battle Network, that kind of thing. Okay, so you want motors that I do not have spares. Alright, so we'll leave that there. Okay. So, we're supposed to be able to get the winches, or not winches, the things for creating Stardew Valley, but instead of farm, run factory setup. Pretty much. Like, I would definitely describe that so far. Now, granted, I don't know how deep the social interactions go, because it is a key aspect of Stardew Valley. I'm tired of waiting. Okay, so we've got that. So, Tia wants 8 small motors. This is so cool. I'm gonna build some awesome stuff with this. Thanks, Morgan. Okay, Rebecca wants the furnaces. Also, why does the little girl have... Well, not little girl. I actually don't know what age range she is supposed to be, Tia. Because it definitely she comes across as, like, a child. But at the same time, like, her mom's like, I'm looking forward to, like, getting her to work with her. Thanks for helping me out there, Mo. It's hard to get time to step outside the university these days. Okay, getting paid. I love getting paid. So the next upgrade we have is 20,000 coins with the mare. I believe that makes our property bigger. I didn't even bother looking at it. We got the water tower fixed. I don't know why we want the water tower, but it was the cheapest upgrade. Oh no. Oh no. There's fluid dynamics. Because it has a PSI rating. Oh no. Alright. Okay, well we're gonna be dealing with that apparently. Also, please stack. Alright, so we still need the steel beams to finish the loader-unloader. Because for those who missed the way the conveyor belts in this game work, is, you know, every game has ways that you increase the throughput of your conveyor belts. Some of them, it's the conveyor belts move faster. Some of them, it's you get conveyor belts that they stack the items like so many deep on the tile of the conveyor belt. This one, it seems like the idea is you package a bunch of stuff in a crate, and then put the crate on the conveyor belt to do all that stuff. I wonder if they get into a phase, changes, fluids. I wouldn't imagine they get to that depth. Okay, so we have about 160. So we're getting pretty close to having the steel done. Right, I was going to make the assembler too. I need some heat sinks, which we do not have spares laying around at all because we're just gobbling those up as fast as possible for the heavy motors. The good news is I don't need more heavy motors immediately. All right. Okay. Yeah, they're doing their best to keep up. We're gonna need a lot more copper production. But that's just a tiny little spot thing. It's a tier 2 assembler. It's 10 heat sinks. Alright, so we're gonna have to steal some heat sinks. So we can actually get this built sometime this century. Okay, so with that, we can go over here, assembler 2, get you done. Drop the cable here. One second. Okay, so with that, we'll want to do the configure boardwalk planks. So it's iron plate and wood. Then go there, there's wood. Let's pop over here to where we have our iron plate buffering. And get that sorted. And thank you, Morgan Freeman, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. I really do appreciate that. It means a lot, so thank you. So we only need 10 of these. So let's really make sure we don't make too many of them. Okay, so you're making those. Pop over here. Okay, that should be enough steel to get the loader unloader sorted. We are getting there with the motors. All right. So I need to build 10 of them. I do not need that much metal in there. Eight. Cool. So I got that produced. So pick all that up. Okay, so we can go and repair the boardwalk. Let's actually check in the motors really fast before we go, just in case I've got enough to do this as well. I don't think we will. It's close, but not quite. I need 13 more. Okay, so we go to repair the boardwalk and do the loader unloader. I wasn't missing any other... Yeah, it's just those. Repair the boardwalk, get the loader unloader sorted. Ah, they just closed. It's fine. It just means I'll get the research tomorrow, but that's done. I need to fill up the gaps in the boardwalk. And my assumption what will happen is as we keep doing these repairs, we'll keep queuing up the next thing. Okay. Cool. So we've got all that sorted. And it looks like it'll open up a fishing spot or something back there, like a little pond. Actually, I don't even know if fishing's a mechanic in the game. Oh, you're not here right now. Well, I want to see what's down this way. We'll go look for Angela in a minute. Because this wasn't an accessible area before. Dedicated to the machine spirit, tireless at her work. It looks like there's a bunch of rusty objects at the bottom, but I can't quite make out what they are. Interesting. Or apparently in Warhammer 40k now we've got the machine spirit we got to consider. Okay, so Angela appears to be way down there. One interesting area, a very chill village, high-tech mega factory. Yeah, no, it's an interesting game. I like that they didn't also drag out giving you some kind of mount to like super late in the game. And the idea about it being a walking toaster is certainly an experience. What's wrong with this stupid thing? Why won't it work? Sabrina? Oh, it's you. Here to gloat? What do you mean? Miss, I can fix a lighthouse all by myself? Looks like everything is just working out great for you, isn't it? Meanwhile, I can't get this stupid radio to work. Okay, seriously, what's your problem with me? You've been nothing but awful to me since I got here. It's... never mind, it's nothing. Just... it's nothing, I'm sorry. Please leave me alone. What's wrong with the radio? It's... I can't get a signal. This feels like a prequel to I Am Future. That's... okay. It's an interesting thing. It's on brand, though. It is. I'm waiting for a message from someone, and all I get is static. Can I take a look? Sure, why not? It looks like you can attach a antenna to the back. I know, I was going to try to build a bigger one. Got the concrete poured for it last year behind the tavern. But that's as far as I got. I couldn't figure out the blueprints. I could give it a try. You would do that? Sure, I don't mind. Okay, if you're sure. I hope these plans make more sense to you than they did to me. Alright, but before we do all that, who was I here to see? Angela. Oh yeah, you in the puffer sweater. Stop circling me. I've got the boardwalk all patched up. No way. You could teach Michael a thing or two. Thanks, Morgan. There's a pond with a weird contraption back there. Do you know anything about it? I've heard some kind of old clock, though no one's seen it working in years. Supposedly people used to throw things into the pond and make wishes. Maybe I'll wish for some more sales. Thanks for your help, Morgan. Make sure to stop by if you need any furniture. Long walks by the marsh was the achievement I got for fixing that. Okay. So we don't have enough small motors for Angela. We can't turn in the or we can't get the reward for the loader unloader until tomorrow. You'll need the cable crane. Alright, well let's build the cable crane. Which is going to be interesting, because I'm going to have to, I'm going to have to process all those materials. Oh, I see. I need to make it wider. It's not something you put right in the edges. I gotta make it way across there. So we'll take it from A and drop it at B. Take it from A. Okay, so I've got that temporarily. And I gotta run the power over here. Okay. Which should also be interesting, because that means I'll be able to hook up the mine, which I'm assuming I'm gonna hook it up to the mine and immediately blow my breaker. Because that feels like the kind of thing that would happen. Okay, so that copper's about to run out. Okay. That's going to be the one that gets rough, is when those copper nodes there run out. Huh. I like him just blocking all of the walkways, and people just stand there and get mad when they can't figure out their way around. I'm assuming you're expected to make the tunnels to go under them. Making some solid money. And getting nothing done on the rocket. Okay. Gonna need to organize to have like a runway through these areas later. But definitely don't have enough money for any of that. Let's pop down here. Okay, we might actually have enough steel there for starting to get the rocketry set up. Okay, so let's start up. Check on the missions and all that. So we need to... Oh, right. So Angela is all the way down there. Okay, so let's hit up the research, get that queued up, talk to Angela, get the stuff dropped off there. Okay. I've got a new way for you to get components around town. These blueprints are for a loader-unloader. You can use a loader to combine 15 of an item into a single crate. Crates are too heavy to pick up by hand, but you can move them on conveyor belts and cable cranes. With this, you can greatly increase the throughput of belts and cranes. Just use the unloader to pack contents on the other end. They're too large for splitters to pick up, though. I might be able to come up with a new type of machine that could split incoming crates. Okay. So we have a bumper. Pushes an item into an adjacent space based on a configurable ratio. Can also be used to move crates. That's literally... She was like, I can do a thing that does that. Alright, so that's literally going to solve that problem. I am leaning towards kind of stepping back and trying to get some of these earlier efficiency things, maybe? That's a hard call. I think those are going to take me a while to get anyways. So let's plan for the coal efficiency. Perfect. Once requirements are delivered, we can get started on drafting blueprints for you. I'm suddenly checking. Okay, it's all furnaces. Just making sure I wasn't upgrading the furnace ones and then feeling really dumb about it. Build the radio antenna. You got coal efficiency and the delivery for Angela. Okay, because they should have way, way more than enough coal. We can probably make the stone happen relatively easy, and the iron plates. Because that should make it so that the coal lasts longer, which will help a lot of things. Okay. We can run by and drop off the motors. Oh wow, thanks Morgan. You're the best. This is gonna help out so much. Alright, so with that, we have a couple things I need to run down and do. So one, let's go ahead and run back over here. Check out what new jobs we got for today. I'm assuming we'll have another major project and some minor ones again. And thank you, Treacle, for the tier 1 sub. The 3 months have been subbed to channel. I really do appreciate the continued support. It means a heck of a lot, and so thank you so much for that. So we got what? You want 90 furnaces? Stop. 9 winches. See, that's the kind of request you make. F both of you. Between that, they want 130 furnace 2s. I'm probably going to deliberately not do these 2 jobs. I want the money and all, but you're killing me here. So we need to get the power run over here so we can start getting all those computers brought in. And then we need to start delivering all the computers over there. That's some global warming stuff right there. Yeah, just the volume they want. You're like, come on, man. Let's be reasonable here. So. We need the 9 winches. Probably have 9 winches on me, don't I? I have 4. That'll be good enough. We have 500 steel beams. It's 250. Almost. When we fill up that, it'll be 500 steel beams. Alright, so let's start by getting our power run. Something in my factory just shut down. Probably that copper. Yeah, it's a copper ran out. Copper's getting scarce over here. Pretty soon that's gonna be something I'm gonna have to deal with. Grab you. Okay, so that's still up and running. We're down to 3 nodes of copper over here, and then we gotta locate our next copper. Can we get a shout out for Treacle, by the way? Before I forget. Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of RimWorld. So, if you like RimWorld, which is a good chance if you're here you probably do, you can find it over there as well. No more orange cheese slabs? Yep. Okay, so that just connected the power over there. It didn't actually, drain a bunch. Oh, cute game? Yeah, let me go ahead and get some shoutouts because we got a couple people I want to make sure we shout out. So first, let me do this one, which is shout out. Treacle, who again, fantastic content creator. Absolutely, definitely recommend them. Plays a whole bunch of games. Ooh, 1 second. That's fine. I'm gonna have to figure that one out. I did a change to, like, for those on the mobile side, I have the vertical streaming set up, and I'm still figuring out the layout, but I put the layout way towards the bottom, so, like, the crabs run across the bottom of the screen and all that for, like, raids and all that, but unfortunately put the shout-out thing way back where it's going to be tucked behind chat, which is probably not the greatest way to shout someone out, so I'll have to get that sorted. Okay, so for more power lines, I need copper wire. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's real unfortunate, actually. Okay. So what we can do to help this problem is make a normal the inline things. And honestly, just buffer away. So with that, I take all of this stuff. Is that a giant toaster? Quite literally, yes. It is, in fact, a giant toaster that we ride on, and it thirsts for blood. That's my headcanon. Let's see, it'd tell you how it looks on your mobile, but it probably need to install some updates first to see it. Yeah, no, I have no idea with all that. Yeah, so we can go here. And we're just gonna handcraft real fast. Part-time murderer machine. Part-time Uber. Yeah. For the record, like, I can go into the mine things. There's these little puffballs that hurt me. It attacks them. But if I right-click, it's Ice Turn Reg. It's a big buzzing saw blade that'll rip up buildings in seconds. So, you know, that's fine. Okay, let's get our power pole. Because I need to run this over to the pier. So I could hook up the thing to grab the electronics. And let's grab the steel. Almost. When I get that last stack there, that'll be time for us to drop the steel in for the rocket. Alright, so let's see if we can't get down here and finish wiring up that. And then we're going to run a conveyor belt all the way through the middle of town to get that to the lab. And seeing what sort of mayhem we can cause. Don't mind me, I'm running it through your front yard. Oh, too far. That's weird. Well, I just blew my power grid. So let's go and do the satisfactory equivalent to where you started and goes. Boom. And before I forget, let me get the next shout out. Seems like industrial Stardew Valley. It is very much on that line. The way I've been describing it, it's Factorio and Stardew Valley halfway. For those that don't know, Penny Meow, another fantastic content creator. I can't actually read what you're playing. It's too small. I missed what you were playing because it was too small on my screen. I gotta adjust the preview. But definitely, you know, someone to check out. Plays a whole range of different games. A lot of similar stuff to what we play. So definitely, if you enjoy the content here, you're probably going to enjoy the content. Mega Bonk. Gotcha. Yeah, no, more and more people have been playing that. I got asked to play that a couple of times, and I held off because it's like, oh, it's too different for my content and all that. Oh, so more copper wire. But it looks really good. It definitely feels like a, you know, kind of a nice twist on the Vampire Survivors kind of genre. It's so fun, but you're scared to develop an addiction. Yeah. Well, it's one of those games I think will be really good to stream for a little while. It definitely feels like one that, like Vampire Survivors, where like it hit it off really big, and then, you know, for streaming purposes, it does feel like one that'll be difficult to stream after a while. But for binging off stream, it feels like one to really solidly binge. Okay, so I need to make more power. Vampire Survivors was sort of impossible to stream because of bitrate's pixelation. Yeah. Well, that's kind of what happened, is as people got, you know, got good, it eventually got to the point where people got tired of not being able to see the game. I feel like that still's going to happen with the Mega Bonk. Because I've definitely seen a little bit of late game Mega Bonk that it does become just a saturation of 3D models. So I imagine it'll also murder the bitrate. But again, I think it's a I need just one more. It does seem like a game that'll be like an excellent bunch of fun for a while. Like not bad-mouthing the game. There's definitely a lot of games that you hop in, it's got its minute in the sun. Okay, so you got the steel beams. Yeah, so let's see. So far, you haven't had that. We haven't gotten really good yet. Yeah, and I've only seen a couple people get like super late game, where you get to the point where it's like literally just solid wall of enemies just getting hit every frame. Which is what most of those games devolve into once you like get your meta builds and all that. Not in a bad way. Like it feels really good when you get to that stage. All right. We have somewhere one of my machines is broken down. Over here on the right. Yeah, so you no longer have ore in range, so let's go ahead and knock you out. There we go. We're slowly burning through our iron here. So let's start getting some conveyor belts going long range, because it is looking like we are going to be doing a lot of conveyor belts here. So, I have where I could build a bunch of... Oh, we have Rebecca needed 9 winches. Alright, so let's go to the research place, drop off the winches for Rebecca. Thanks for helping me out, Mo. It's hard to get the time outside of university these days. Okay. I'm probably going to make the executive decision that these other 2 contracts get out of here. Because it's just so much stone. So very much stone. Alright, so this is going to get awkward because what I need to do is I need to fish over the electronic scrap that we've got going on to the research building. And so we're going to want to take it up to that river. We're going to use the crane to get across the river. So that's 7 wide. Yes, that's 7 wide, and we're on the 3rd one. Oh, okay, I see how that works. It literally marks it where it has like the arrows back and forth, the arrows going one direction when it's all sorted. Excellent, we're blocking all of town. I'm assuming eventually you'll get like a nasty gram or whatever. So give me that one back. Like, I'm assuming eventually they'll be like, hey, you're blocking this way. Or they'll yoink up what you've done or something like that and be like, hey, that's not cool, man. Okay, so I have the crane that goes across there. I live in a town that looks like that. Yeah, it's a nice town. For now. Don't worry. Eventually we'll make a significant impact in this world. All right. So what I need to do is run even more power, because I need to wire up that crane. Your town not meant anymore, is it? All the people getting frustrated because I'm blocking the road with conveyor belts and all that. Need lots of undergrounds? No, that's not happening, man. Okay, so I'll connect it up here. Alright, so let's run back down here real fast. Because with that, I should be able to feed this in here. Okay, where's my robot? All the way back home. Let's see, you could technically shift the belts a few squares to the southeast to free up the road, but that would imply you care. Oh, we don't care. Unless the game punishes me for it, I see no reason to change any of my behavior. Alright. Let's check on our list. Full efficiency, radio tower, circuit boards, and no other jobs. Right, so what we're going to need to do, unfortunately the next in-game day is Sunday, and the research center, the university or whatever, is not open on Sundays. Get out of the way, little robot. So what we'll end up doing here is bring it over. Mined resources, smelted ore, produced items, rocket parts delivered, income. Okay, we're getting pretty close to finishing the first rocket part. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. You sleep well and all that good stuff. And 20 days with no accidents. And there is literally a stat for accidents cost. Oh, you know what I bet? I bet the conveyor belts and that can cause accidents. Alright, so we've got one of our ore nodes way on the left side has gotten damaged. Or not damaged, it's depleted. So let's get that sorted real fast. Then we're going to want to grab the iron plates, the coal, and all that garbage. So it's one of the ones... Yeah, so it's that one there ran out. So then we can go here. So we got you all sorted. Alright, so I need 800 coal. So 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800. Alright, so we got the 800 coal. They can cause accidents. That means we need nuclear conveyor belts full for the full experience. I don't know if those can. There's just a stat at every day of number of workplace accidents that caused. And then there's a thing on the bottom that is like number of days since you've had a workplace accident. So I'm assuming there's something that can cause those dangers. I should have pulled them off that, but I've already grabbed it. 800 coal? Yeah, I've got a coal efficiency research. Let's see. You want 90 small motors. That's not that big a deal. 70 winches. That's manageable. I'll grab the unloaders. There's a good chance we're going to say no to the unloaders because I don't actually know how involved that is. Alright, so those aren't actually getting anywhere. They don't know what happens with all that. Okay, so I need more steel plates. Oh, it was 500. 800 stone. Yep, I misread it. So we're bringing all the computers over, and they're not apparently actually doing anything. Alright, so let's run over here before these things top themselves off again. We don't want to be dragging all this coal with me. Okay, so there's the coal. So I need 90 motors. That should be easy peasy. We just go here and boom, boom. That's 90 motors. What else do we have on the list here? Uh, 70 winches. That just go down here. Boom. 70 winches. And then the loader unloader. So the 90 unloaders. There's the loader. Where's the unloader? There it is. So that's heavy-duty motors. That probably is not getting done. Okay, so let's go over here, grab our robot. So I need about 120 more iron plates, which we probably have. And running low on ore on that spot. Okay, and now we need stone. Do you know where to get woods? You get wood by going to the salvage place and just tearing up the stuff down there. You'll probably get more later, so it's 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800. Okay, so that should be everything I need to get the coal efficiency. My assumption you'll also eventually be able to cut down trees or something. But, down where the salvage yard is, where Michael and Angela, if you just go there and wreck their stuff every day, Angela even points out you can get wood there. Okay. Unfortunately, not open today. So we're just gonna leave a literal cargo ship full of computer parts laying out in front of the house, all the way strewn across town. Let's give Jamie the motors. Thank you so much, Morgan. I couldn't find the time to get this myself while running the bakery. I find it interesting that everyone is like, oh yeah, there's no business anymore. We can't possibly make it through with how little business there is anymore. And then simultaneously also going, oh man, I could never get away from the house to do anything. Just the entire town getting stuck because of this mayhem of conveyor belts amuses me greatly. I'm assuming later on we'll get like people to work at our factory or something that I'll have to actually care about it. But it is highly amusing. Yeah, so when you need wood, see like there's a couple wood there. There's some more. Because it doesn't seem like you need a lot of wood so far. Maybe later that changes, but so far I haven't needed a lot. Alright, you did good, Morgan. Thanks. Alright, so we got that. What do you need for me to build a antenna? The radio antenna, steel beam and copper wire. We can probably accommodate that. Yeah, so the stage 1 rocket circuit boards are waiting on the research center to close or to open so we can drag all those computers in there so they could research how to recycle the circuit boards. The unloaders, all those heavy motors, we'll see. I'm dubious of whether or not we're doing that one. We could drop you in there. Okay, so the radio antenna, 30 steel beam, and some copper wire. Steel beam, easy, done. Copper wire is the one I'm more curious about that. Okay, we got that. All right, so for the unloaders, that's heavy-duty motors and steel. All right, how many heavy-duty motors do we have? Because I'll need enough for 90 of these things. I'm gonna need way more than I got. Alright, because it does seem like they keep advancing the costs on a bunch of stuff. Because this should give me enough for 50. Once I get more materials. I got the utility lights and wooden chests. Alright, so with that, we don't have the unloaders, but I should be able to replace the antenna. And that should make, I don't even remember her name anymore. It's not Stephanie. It begins with an S, whatever it is. Okay. Sabrina, that's right. Hey, Sabrina, I got the new radio antenna installed. If there's any messages coming in, you should be able to get them. Thanks, Morgan. You didn't have to do that. It's alright. Who are you trying to contact, if you don't mind me asking? It's my dad. He works overseas. He always radios me when he's on a return trip back. He remarried a couple years back, and someone he met on one of his trips. But he said he was going to come visit me soon. That was a while ago. But I'm sure he'll be back to visit. I just need to keep an ear out, that's all. I see. Is there anything else I can do? No, that's alright for now. Thanks, Morgan. Wait for a signal. Okay, well that's potentially big sad. Either that or he got like shipwrecked or something and... You know, like you get the signal because you put the antenna so that they can be rescued or some positive thing. Emotional trauma coming because of course there is. Hey, they have to give everyone a story in these games. And a lot of the more meaningful stories in life don't come because they were easy. And I need more power poles. Because I've seen games like this try and have like all the stories be like super duper positive and it ends up being kind of just the story doesn't feel great just because there's not much meat on it kind of thing. It's a bummer that it is kind of that way when that happens. We're just like none of the characters feel particularly memorable because like what's your thing? Oh, you're an artist who's just trying to figure out how to be better at art. Oh, what's your thing? Oh, you're, you know, a tailor who just wants to be better at tailoring. But, like, there's no... It's like the strife is just, oh, it's hard. Which, fair enough. But then you have the person's like, oh, you know, broken home. And you're like, oh, we will protect this person. We will do everything we can to make this person... help this person through their stuff. Turn the breaker. I probably shouldn't go up there. Throw items farther. Great for playing fetch. Lighthouse Operation Manual. It's over 1,000 pages. Okay, well, we found a new set of gloves. So we plugged that into the grid. Oh, interesting. I can't make it wire up the hill. Because I noticed I could hook up to people's meters on their houses. So it makes me curious if we could, like, steal power from people. Okay, so we've got all that sorted out. We got the power running, we got the computers just heaping up on the shore, being shipped into the research place. We just had one of our machines shut down at home, probably ore running out. Which is going to get more and more interesting as we start to run out ore at home. My expectation is I'm going to have to make really long conveyor belts. Put a buffer chest till it moves? I probably should. Okay, which one ran out? Okay, it's over here. So you ran out. Okay, so got you back online. Let's see. We still need more unloaders. And it's mostly choking on steel right now. I actually was expecting the heavy-duty motors to be the big pain. Yeah, that should be enough to get that all sorted. Now what we're going to need to do is run over here. And we'll want to drop off stuff I don't need anymore. Let's drop off the gloves. Not taking up inventory space. And you've almost got enough money for popping by the mayor to do that stuff. Was there any more contracts I didn't already do today? No. We already delivered that. We're waiting on the stuff there. You're not wrong. I should probably make the buffer chest. I'm gonna make 2. Okay. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we're gonna go ahead and make 2. I'm gonna put those down by the dock. And the justification I have for putting them by the dock versus the research place is my assumption of what's going to happen here is we'll send them the research, and then after a little while from the research, we'll get a machine to turn those into circuit boards and all sorts of stuff. Okay. So the next thing we're going to plan is let's look to see what ore we're going to run out of next. And we are going to start trying to work on figuring out where we're going to source that next. I think it's going to be copper. Yeah, because I got just 3 copper nodes here. And then the copper's done. So what we'll do here is first I'm going to pop back over here. Grab more steel. And get more of the unloaders built. Okay, so we go down this way. Let's see if we see any copper over here. So I've got more regular stone, I've got iron, I've got more iron, I've got coal. By the time we get down here, it's farther than makes sense. We can pop in the cave real fast. Turn on murder mode. And it's all iron over here. Yes, it's all iron this side. So this is looking like a big old nope on the copper front. So we're going to go back over here. And see what we can figure out over there. We're going to be able to expand our territory to the north very soon. Now potentially open stuff. I do look forward as we expand the area and I have to like rebuild some of this. Because we're going to be able to do things to improve the speed which stuff runs and how much coal it needs and yada yada. There'll be a whole thing. I could wire that in. So we've got copper over here. So that's good news. So worst case, I could pipe that copper in. So that's probably what we'll do. Yeah, so that's what we'll work on. Now, what I could do is I could be smart about that copper. And I could just move all of my copper production over there. But I don't feel like that because I'm very lazy. So instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to do something real fast. Where I'm going to start over here. And get a conveyor line going that way to start feeding all this copper over. Okay. So that'll get the copper over here for at least that part of the production. We'll certainly want more than this later. But there's also an added bonus of why I decided to go this way. Which is what I could do. Take that. We can make a buffer chest. And grab some iron. Then we can make a buffer chest. And I can swap that over and start bringing in the copper I've already pulled up in that area. Okay. So can I swap you? No, but I can do this. Okay, now I just toss all the copper ore in here. And I just had something shut down. But they'll have to wait till the morning. Oh, it's the stone is about to run out as well. Alright. Okay. So we're smelting way more ore, producing more stuff. All that's good. More income, and we're waiting on the circuit boards, which should be right away because we can go in. Okay, so you're still chipping away. How much more do you got in that stone before you're done? 200. Okay, so that big stone's getting ready to be done, so our stone production's gonna have to move. Where am I out of ore? I got two separate places over here on the far left. That you finished yours. Okay, so we got that one hooked back up. So that's all the coal we've got there. Once that taps out, that's done. You finished yours. Okay, so we got all our stuff hooked back up. Double checking. Right, so we got the unloader still. So let's grab all of you. Because I need 90 of these. It's just eating up all of our steel. Okay, so with that, what we could do is we can run to town, check on the science stuff, pick up some more stuff off the board, and all that goodness. One nice thing is when this runs out, I'll be able to maneuver our little mech guy around here a little easier, because he shows up in that same spot every morning. Yeah, so now we got all that copper popping in, so when that node breaks, we can let that just get gobbled up. Okay, so 30 small motors is easy. Cable cranes is a bit much. I see, we're moving up to cable cranes. They have the small motors on me by chance? I do. I'm going to visit Watts down at the train station to get that sorted. Okay. Let's get our blueprint. It took me a while, but I figured out how to increase the efficiency of furnaces. Your coal should last twice as long now. No need to do anything on your part. It's already in effect. Okay. Oh, and that literally finishes that. Okay, so we'll definitely want to go back and do those. So tier 4, we need to deliver the computers and all that. Alright. Perfect. Once the requirements are delivered, we can get started in drafting the blueprints for you. Now, the computers are definitely a limitless resource with how they work. Oh, we were going to Watts, I believe. Let's pull up our list thing. That's for Watts. That's for Michael. Alright. It'll be interesting because they see that we'll eventually be able to pipe the things. Well, thank you very much, Morgan. You're a great help to me. Okay. Yeah, so we're getting the computers delivered one by one by one. Yeah, so it looks like there's a limitation on the crane. So I'm going to definitely need to make a second crane if possible. So we look at our requirements for the crane. That's winches and steel is what I'm bottlenecking on for my other deliveries. So that's our life. I don't really have a great way of expanding our steel in our current situation. I'm hoping once we get 20,000 and we open up more area, this will make the steel expansion a little bit easier. Then meanwhile, let's run over here, grab a stack of winches, check our map. We need the cable cranes, the unloaders, and all that. Did I not grab the second? Oh, I had to go back to the board and I didn't. Alright. It's definitely a lot to do there. But the good news is that should unlock the circuit board so we can get that moving. Alright, so let's get over here real fast. We need to increase the throughput here. Morgan is in the way, come on. It's fine, don't worry about it. Okay, now I get to the other side. Okay, so we got that tripled. And then something ran out back home. But to run back there and do that. So what depleted? Another one of the ones to the far left. That's going to be bad because we're quickly running out of ore up there, and that's our steel production. That's not... Okay, that was bad. Wrong button. So let's see. So you need to be wired in here. So you're wired in there. Okay, I think I fixed all the stuff I just ripped up. Okay, so you have been depleted. Okay. Yeah, you're all set up, you're all set up. So those are tearing through their ore real fast. We did slow down the rate we're depleting the coal. I'm gonna need more steel. And we need to go over here. So I needed 90 of these. So I need more heavy motors. Okay, I only need 7 more. And I'll take care of that. Then we need the cable cranes, which is more steel, which puts us back in the same problem we've been dealing with. You're getting very low, that's fine. Just, this whole town is forfeit, man. And we will pin that as well. Alright, so I need more steel. Like a lot more steel. Like a lot of more steel. And I need to figure out where I can make that happen. Now, some of the things I could do is right now, this is all self-set up. We could certainly go to the cave and try and make it a point to massively expand that part of the operation. So what I could do is go down over this way, over to where we've got the ore down here, and I could import that. There's only a little bit of coal, but a lot of iron. I'm wondering if we're going to be able to get ourselves a source of coal, like be able to like make it somehow. For the moment, I think it's going to be a big part is just getting the money. I need 3 more. Because if we get the money, we can buy more area up here. And I suspect there'll be more ore that I can't see up there. If not, there'll be more room, so I can sit there and make like a more dedicated place for the steel. And then we just pipe it in as we need. Because my assumption with the crating, the unloading and loading stuff, is that'll become necessary as we have to move stuff really far distances. I need 5 more. And then we can drop this off and get a pretty big payday. Alright, so let's get this run really quick over to Nor. One of the iron bars machine because the belt is full anyway. One of the iron bars machine is not working because the belt is full anyways. Oh yeah. Over there on the far left. Yeah. Where I put the 4 going up for the steel production. Yeah. Hey Ryokisha, how's it going? We can go over here. Yep, so they're doing their best to move those. You're done already? It would have taken me weeks to get this myself. Thanks, Morgan. Alright, $9,000 redues. Okay, so that does mean tomorrow we could definitely definitely get our pay, or sorry, definitely get our next upgrade here. I don't remember what it is. I think it's more land. Alright, so we need more steel. Yeah, so we got this whole setup. What we could probably do, actually... You know what would make this work better? There, so that way I have 3 of these dedicated to the steel only. And then this one's here. So I'm taking a little bit of steel off of this production line and putting it on this one, about half a smelter's worth. It should also clear this up where... Yeah, it should also clear this up so those will be about paced equally. Yeah, because that also... Yeah, it should be fine, because that's solid. And you're not getting enough coal. Because the coal's being split there. So if we can get more coal on this, That's a delegated factory game exist? Oh, like a... Yeah, no, it's very someone took Stardew Valley and took Factorio and said, what if these were one game? It feels very much like that. They also have differences, though, in how they do it. Like, for example, it's not just... They don't just go faster conveyor belt stack belts. You actually crate up the stuff to give you a much higher throughput. I haven't done it yet. But it is interesting, the changes. Alright, so that is out of ore here. Yeah, so that's getting down to its last bit there. It looks like our stone miner finally ran out. Okay. So we got all that sorted. We got our copper up here. We know there's going to be liquids because we built the water tower and it mentions a PSI rating. And so I've not done anything with liquids. We do know it's coming. Which is deeply concerning. Alright, so let's get to making these, because they want a boatload of these. Oh man, it's so much steel for everything. It definitely feels like Factorio all over again. And running at max capacity, surprisingly. Just barely. Like, we're getting almost exactly the precise amount of coal I need. There, so that should supplement the coal a little, which isn't necessary. But at least it feels like I'm doing something. Need 50 of those. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to our things. Dottie is not getting her thing. But we're working trying to get Michael's. Because they both want the same thing. And there's no way I meet both those orders and get the bonus. I'd rather just ditch the one. Yeah, so recycling's going well. We're up to almost 200 recycled computers. I am curious with how this will work. That, will we hit a point that I still have more computers? Will it feed in there and just jam up and I'll have to figure out how to filter them? Yeah, so this is where we definitely need to have the crates. And this is where the bottleneck is. So we're taking the cranes to, like, rush it across there. So the idea is you'd probably package up the things on the other side, use the crane to drop the box on the other side, and then unpackage it to improve the throughput. And imagine that becomes a thing even with the conveyor belts down the road where you get like 3 or 4 packagers so that you can saturate a conveyor belt with the crates. And then you know 3, 4 conveyor belts on the other side once you unpack them. Okay. The rocket's still rocketing. We need circuit boards. And that's why we're shipping all the computers in there, is to figure out how to make circuit boards. Yeah, because you want 50 of those, and I got like 15. Okay, so that's still holding up alright. You're mining it, but it just stays on the belt. That's fine. That's gonna all run out eventually. That's when I'm expecting things to get real sweaty, is when we're at the point where I start running out of the iron ore over here and the coal over here and all that. And I gotta ship it across the entire map. Okay, so let's try getting some belts over here. Okay, so that'll be a copper belt. Not a copper belt, an iron belt. So I'm not ready to put it to use yet. But I figure I should start running it now while I have iron. So I don't run into a situation where I'm like completely out of iron and trying to figure out how to bring this across the map. Okay. So I've got that piped over here. And yeah, so obviously that's not ready quite yet to do stuff. But like when this iron depletes over here, I could route it over there. We can figure it out. Most likely we'll want to be crating that iron. Because then I can plan to get that over here. I got this whole area I can put for uncrating it to feed into the smelters. But I feel like that's going to be a must to make this all work the way I want it. How are we doing in power, by the way? We have 11,000 watts of power to spare. Okay. And imagine when we finish stage 1 of the rocket, that's probably the point we move to the next chapter. It does seem like they break the game up into chapters so that the season changes when you hit milestones. Okay, so what do we got here? So over here, one of my ore nodes has run out. Okay, so we're down to the last 2 copper nodes here. So while that's all backed up for now, that does mean copper is now kind of an urgent issue. And we had copper on the other side of the map here. Okay, so we're aiming for 50 of these. I got 23. And I need way more steel. Alright, so that's going to be a late delivery, most likely. Okay, so we got this copper line going, but I'm gonna need more than that to keep those things running. So let's get to the mayor's place before he can go to sleep. Alright, so I see what's happened. So his belt's backed up. Hey Morgan, looking to upgrade your aunt's property? Oh. Boo. I thought it was 20,000. It's 30. Right, so what's happening is this is getting backed up because we have filled up the computers. And I need other stuff. I don't believe I can make these conditional in any way. So I'm not sure what the best way of dealing with this. First, let's make an item buffer. That at least gives me a chance to figure it out. Because I haven't seen anything that I can filter this stuff. I'll have that for a moment. Now I'm going to bring power over here. Okay. I need to unjam that. I want power over there anyways eventually, so I'm just going to do it now. And I'm plugging that in. I don't know what the benefit or the consequence of plugging your power into the houses are, but we're doing it. Okay. Alright, so we'll see how this goes. Let's unjammed it for now. But that'll probably only last a little while until we get another desktop computer coming by. But I think that'll be okay for the time being. At least enough to get there, and then we'll have to figure out how to deal with the rest of it. So let's pop over here. Stop giving me cable cranes. Loaders. So 3,000, 6,000, 6,000. Alright, we'll do the loaders. But all of that, every single one of those were like steel. You need steel. Bring in the steel. So did our power go up or down? So our power went up. I'm pretty sure I'm just hijacking my neighbor's electricity and using it as my own. Okay. So I'm eagerly awaiting this going. Let's drop by Sabrina's. See if this is one of those things that like the signal just happens when we get there. The other thing I could see with the signal is I could also see the signal being a thing where I have to go back to there after having like a day or two have passed. Okay, so we've unlocked tier 4 at the research. Let's get over there because I'm sure all those computers we've been shipping over, I'm really willing to bet they need to go someplace else. So let's pop in here. Oh, never mind. It's fine. I don't care. Alright, so I'm really willing to bet all of these are going to ship someplace else. But we're going to have to make the recycling machines. And so all that infrastructure I put there to get the computers there probably is going to get ripped up and moved someplace else. Okay. Thanks for delivering those old electronics. It took some work, but we figured out how to recycle the chips out of them. They're actually pretty much everything we need. I've got to hand it to Noor. Before we can use these pieces, though, you're going to need a new type of machine to break the old electronics apart to their base components. Come see me to start the research for the recycling machine I've been working on. Okay. Alright. So you have the recycler. The recycler requires steel and heavy motors. Cool. And that requires steel and heavy motors and winch. And that requires coal and stone. That's not much materials, so we could probably make that happen relatively easy. It's just a matter of I need steel for literally everything, and it's killing me. Alright. So to go over here, I need 4 stacks of steel and about half a stack of heavy motors. Alright. So I've got a lot going on here. There's not really another way to look at it. I got a lot going on here. So all that's going fine. The conveyor belts are restocking. We're getting our stuff here. The motors are doing their thing. The cables are doing their thing. You're creating the plates as fast as we can. If I want to make another thing of steel, I basically would have to dedicate 3 furnaces to it. Realistically, I'm gonna have to get the furnace upgrade. So once we get this knocked out, I think the next thing we do is we get the furnace upgrade, which is going to be the stone and the coal, which isn't that costly. It's just a large volume. It's just, it does mean we're not working on other things. But so while that's going on, I can sort out this recycler thing. Yeah, so right now I'm sitting at about 2 stacks of steel. Okay. So that all running is fine. And now I'm wondering, how close to the efficiency are you running? It looks like you're not getting enough. Now you're running at full efficiency. Okay, that's fine. And these are all finally backing up again, so that's good. As it's basically just steel. Everything is waiting on steel. I just don't see a good way to expand our steel production that doesn't cost me someplace else. Because I could do another steel production and route this one over. Like if it's backed up. I have a great way of doing that. That doesn't involve massive amounts of spaghetti. But it might be worth taking the time to try and make it happen. Alright, so you are the assembler. Take you, configure, steel beam. You can bring you around like this. So you'll do every other one. So you're meant to supplement. We'll say every third one. Okay, if we say every other one, they'll do it that way. That's fine. So it's going to rob the cable of even more supplies. It's not going to run this one nearly at capacity. It's not the right material. There we go. Okay, so it'll supplement the steel a little bit. Okay, so that should be the 200 steel I need to do the research. No, it's not, because I got that stack, that stack, that stack. I need 14 more steel. And then we can get the research knocked out. It's not going to actually happen today in-game, because the lab closes at 5 p.m., and so the lab is officially closed at this point. So that's going to be a big old not happening. I'll still get it turned in. Then we'll get back to making the cable runs. Okay, so we should be good. We can turn this in to at least get the research queued up so we'll have it for tomorrow. I appreciate every single person in town getting stuck in all paths and being unable to move. We've achieved the greatest of goals here. Oh, weird. I can still go in there even though you're not open. Alright. So we're not gonna worry about any of that. That's fine. Let's also get you on the list. So you're looking for delivery on Wednesday, and you went on Thursday. Oh, so weirdly enough, this one would need to be sooner. We're gonna blow the deadline on that one because I'm already halfway through this other one. And the steel is killing us. But we're getting there. I'm ready to route that one in when we need to. Yeah, so that's just crawling along. That's fine. Okay. Meanwhile, let's pop in here. Okay, so I've got 33 out of the 50 I need. Yeah, so it's all a matter of steel. Or iron ingots. Okay. Let's see if I can't run down over this way and start bringing in more iron ingots. Maybe start making steel. Okay, so I've got iron on either side here. And we can turn you this way. And make a drill. Oh, you're turned the wrong way. Alright, so we've got that one going. Now you can put another drill over here, which requires iron plates, which I don't have. Alright, so we can go ahead and get that processing iron ingots, and we can feed them all the way down this line. I've already forgot what I was short of. Oh, I was short on plates. So get you. Get that much closer to delivery. Go over to the iron plates I got stashed in the box down here. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to need to increase the effectiveness of the steel production. Oh, the other thing I should also do... We'll worry about it later, which I'll regret. But I should get it loader unloading from one side of town to the other, so that we're moving boxes on here instead of individual ingots. But I'm going to choose to ignore that problem and make it a tomorrow me problem. Okay, so with that, we are now officially going to be sending more ingots over. Actually, before I change my mind, smack that. Yeah, I'll make this... plates. Okay, so right now we're starting to move all the plates over. That's good news. We're supplementing our production a little bit more. Because, yeah, for steel, I'm pretty sure we needed the plates fed in. Yeah, it's the plates and the coal. So, what we could do here... we just get an underground really fast. That'll feed it directly into my existing steel line. And that'll be more steel production. And meanwhile, I've got ingots that we don't have a buffer chest for. So that's lovely. It's fine. I can just handcraft them into something later. Oh, I think I might have a buffer chest for them going into the steel cable. Alright. So we got more money coming in and all that stuff, so that's all good news. Bear with me 1 second. Just trying to snooze the ad break as long as possible to avoid subjecting you to any more ads than I absolutely have to. Alright. Grab robot friend. And if we're lucky, we'll have enough steel that we can run over really fast to deliver these to Michael. Because we delivered these to Michael right away during the day. Is that what they needed? No, what am I missing for you? Winches. Because we deliver these to Michael right away, I might be able to get the upgrade. to get the upgrade to the property, which I think is just adding the kitchen. I'm really curious what that one does, because like I said, we got the thing that adds PSI. I haven't seen a need for PSI yet. Oh, Michael's way down there. I don't think I can get down to Michael and then back to the mayor in time. I'm going to try to make it happen. But the mayor only stays in his office till 9 a.m. So he's like there for like no time at all. Don't you go anywhere, Michael? I gotta talk to you. Alright, you did good, Morgan. Thanks. Okay. That's enough money. I need to stop by the mayor. He's already halfway through his entire day's shift. Hey, Morgan. Looking to make an upgrade to your aunt's property? Upgrade the kitchen. Fantastic. Get construction started on this right away. The new extension should be ready tomorrow. So that's what I'm curious. I'm curious what that actually does. The recycler is ready. You can now feed those electronics into it and it'll break them down into other components that we can use. You could actually feed old buildings into it too. If you have buildings you no longer need, it'll break them down to their base components. Maybe it adds a spot for Toasty? Maybe. Recycling the old electronics will also result in some plastic scrap that we don't need right now. We should probably work on a new blueprint to sort components and filter that out. Okay, so this forces us to Sushi Belt. Which I think is actually pretty fun when the games do that, like Sushi Belt is just part of it. Alright, so let's get the furnace efficiency. We'll try and get that knocked out real fast. What's a Sushi Belt? Sushi belting in factory automation games means mixing multiple different types of materials on the same belt. Normally, that's something people say with utter disgust and rage. Because sushi belting really breaks a lot of things. It makes your factories really, really hard to make work. Because everything is just getting everywhere. So it makes it very hard to make things not get gummed up. So we need loaders. Before we do that, let's run back down here, see what our jobs they have. But yeah, so what's gonna happen to the recycler is we're gonna put a bunch of stuff in, and it's gonna put a bunch of random stuff out. How does this work? I have a new bell to replace the old one at the church. Can someone help me move it? Come talk to me. Oh, this is Benson. Talk to Benson. Right. Now that I think about it, the bell's been broken since I got here. Well, that should be simple enough. I better go talk to Benson. And you want 9 heavy-duty motors. Yeah, so those other jobs are easy. So let's talk to Benson. We can grab the heavy-duty motors and get all that stuff sorted out. Oh, I guess I don't have it tracked yet. Talk to Benson. So that's Carter up there. That's probably Sabrina down there. And that's Elise. Who's Benson? Alright, well, we'll deal with that later, I guess. Right, so Carter, do I have your motors on me? This is very efficient of you. I wish I could go through paperwork this fast. Alright, so let's go here and track you. So you need 40 small motors, and I have 9 on me, so let's go grab a stack of small motors. And I'll take care of that. We still need to make the loaders, which is going to be more steel. Always steel, forever steel. existence is steel. I also need to get a whole lot of coal on me. What I'm going to go ahead and quickly do is I'm going to dump some stuff in to be sold. Because my inventory can't take it anymore. Alright, so let's see here. The coal, get in there. The iron, get in there. The ingots, get in here. That'll do for right now. Honestly, these gears have been sitting in my inventory, keep ending up with more of them. So let's get those in there. That's fine. So we're donating a bunch of junk to get it out of my hands. Alright, so the next thing I need to do is take all the coal from there. We dropped it off at the university. I still need to grab the small motors, but we're gonna get this going as quickly as we can. The sushi belts are either a disaster or hilariously well-planned factory. Generally, that's Factorio, circuit smart splitters. Yeah, but even when you well-plan it, usually, like, you're doing some, like, weird challenge or something, because often you'll end up losing a great deal of your optimization by sushi belting. Now, granted, I'm more than willing to bet there are absolutely cursed ways to make things work out abusing sushi belts, but it feels like it's more probably just begging for agony. So let's drop off. Actually, let's go ahead and grab the motors while we're here, because I still have that left in my inventory space. We can grab some stone while we're at it. But usually sushi belting is part of a challenge run, or just, again, you desire suffering. I do actually like that Factorio now with the DLC does force you to sushi belt in one of the areas as well. Because I think it's a fun problem to overcome, where you've got like this absolute disaster, you gotta figure out how to mitigate it. Okay. So we go to William, who is standing right... No, that's not William. William's the guy with the glasses. William's at home, and one of my drills just shut down. So I'll need to deal with that in a moment. So I could drop stuff off at William. I do have a second marker down there. Oh, that's probably Sabrina still. We do not have what she wants yet. So there's William. Thanks, Morgan. I really needed the help. Been busy lately with my research, and I haven't had time to get this myself. Alright, so got some more cash. And little by little, your factory takes over the whole map. As it was meant to be. Okay, so we'll go here. Pick you up. And we got that fixed. Keep our steel production going full speed. Alright, so we only need 4 more stacks of coal. And then a whole lot of stone. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That'll take care of that. And I need a bunch of stone, like a really significant amount of stone. And that should speed up the rate the smelters work. You are not even connected this whole time. Well, that's not my favorite. It's fine. Which, like I said, making the smelters work more efficiently is going to break a whole lot of stuff, because I think it's just faster, not reduced cost. Okay, so in the meantime, let's get the loaders made while we wait for the stone to re-stockpile. Let's also check to make sure that stone is even capable of giving me what I need here. How much is in you? Okay, yeah, you got plenty. Okay, so let's run over here to the steel. Because shocker, I need the steel. Alright, so let's go to the loader. So with the loader, I need steel and heavy-duty motors. Just give it all to me. Okay, we need, what is it, 40? 70. We'll see how far we get. Alright. We're officially halfway there. But we're gonna run out of steel pretty soon. We'll also need more motors, which is not a big shocker, and more steel. Okay. And otherwise, we need more stone. They're not really shipping the stone around to craft with it, we're just drilling it up. We could probably do here real quick. Is go right here. Okay. So I increased our stone production. So when this one runs out, I got more of it going. Yeah, because you got a while left. Alright, so basically tripled our stone production for now. To keep all that going. How is our power doing, by the way? I do look forward to the idea of pushing the power to the limits on this giant factory as it grows, and then just going around neighborhood and just seeing everyone's lights flicker because we're pushing the power grid to its limits. He's got 13 more in there. You can run over here and grab some more stone. I do kind of like that these daily mission things that they give. It does kind of give you different things to work on priorities wise. So that instead of just grow, it's like, oh, here's something in a direction I'm gonna have to grow today. And it does seem to just scale it up or forward or whatever you want as you advance the game. So it's not just asking to make a billion green circuits the entire time. Like it feels like a way to have things to going there. Now granted, I imagine what ends up happening is once you get all your unlocks, that'll be a whole thing. I'm also curious if we're gonna get more unlocks through the mayor later. Because it looks like we only have the house left. Sorry, the property size left. And my assumption is gonna be more than that. We'll have to see what happens with all that. Oh, we got this recyclers. What am I doing? This whole time we've had the recyclers and I haven't been doing anything with them. Where are the recycler? So recycler is here. So that's steel and heavy motors as well, because of course it is. So what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to get that set up down there. So let's get some steel and build at least a recycler and a, what are the throughput things, and just start shredding computers. Now, ideally we want to do that earlier up in the process. So let's make 2 of them actually. Let's make 2 recyclers real quick. So the plan of what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put 1 recycle... Oh, wait. Cool. I can do that. So plan of what I'm going to do here is I'm going to run on down here to where we're pulling the things from the dock. And we're going to break the connection to the rest of town. And I'm going to start putting recycle there. And for the moment, we're just going to dump all the stuff into storage. And I'm also going to put one by the other place. Okay, so what you can do here is break that connection. I'll leave the rest of it for right now. And I'll grab you. Okay. So this way it's going to be starting to spit all that out. And eventually I'll pull up this... Actually, I can pull this up easy. I forgot. That's what this whole thing does. Okay. We can go over here, pull all this up. Trying to avoid breaking down all the power poles. Okay, and we'll leave this part intact. But instead what we're going to do is I'm going to grab a recycler right here. Have that all feed in here. Okay. So that way we get all those starting to recycle. So I can get what we need for the next stage and all that. So let's run over here and see if I can't get the loaders to turn those in. Which again is steel and steel and steel and steel and steel. So loaders, I need 8 more. Need a stack of these. Okay, so we got 70 of those, so we need to go to Sabrina and drop those off. I actually really appreciate the fact that this thing can just pull up stuff, even though it's so so easy to accidentally rip up your own stuff. The fact that you have this mech that you can just like go around and be like, it's time to clean this up, you just zip on by, is really nice. Factorio also has that with the drones, but there's a lot of these kind of games that they don't really have an elegant way of dealing with that same kind of thing. Oh, thanks, Morgan. This helps me out a lot. Alright, so that gave me almost 8,000 bucks. Yeah, because honestly, being able to get like $8,000-9,000 all at once feels really strong so far as making money on that. Now, granted, it takes a lot of setup and a lot of resources. And the luck of getting those bigger missions. But still. Yeah, so now I don't have any pointers showing me where Benson is. So I'm assuming that might be something that we have to progress the story more. And in meanwhile, we're yanking all of this stuff out of here. And recycling all the electronics and all that, so that'll be good for all that stuff. We could check on the stone, which I don't expect to be remotely where it needs to be. But if we could deplete those boxes, I might have enough... Well... We probably won't have time to run back down or drop them off anyways. Yeah, that's fine. We'd only have maybe 300-400. Okay. I'm going to try and be super quick, because I'm fast enough I can get us out of here before the ad break. Okay, so with that said, chat, we're going to be winding down. I'm going to be rushing through this outro a little bit just so I don't have to subject you to another ad break. But I do hope you enjoyed the stream. If you have enjoyed this game, make sure you drop a follow, that we can find our way back here in the future. I'm not sure if we'll be playing this next time or more No Man's Sky Permadeath. We'll be playing one of the two of them. If you are watching on YouTube, the stream will be dropping abruptly for you, and that's just what's going to happen over there because I don't have a host ready. For those over here on Twitch, I am going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and look to see who we can find to raid. I'm just trying to outrun this ad break. I only got about 3 minutes before it kicks